Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Ray's face was cold, and his robes moved with the surge of magic power. John was pressed to the ground by the magic and could not lift his head. He couldn't figure it out. After the opponent stopped dodging, he actually crushed him in physical skills with one hand. Hayoran's magical power made him unable to resist. The other party was also a high-level magician, so there was no mistaking this, but he actually felt powerless in the face of his grandfather. Ray raised his hand to give him some breathing room. "Referee, aren't you a high-level magician? Can't a senior magician be the referee? Your opponent is here and you can start now." "John is dissatisfied, please let me go." Immediately the pressure on him relaxed and he was finally able to stand up. The audience outside the venue was having a lively discussion. "I thought I saw it wrong before, but I didn't expect that the person on the stage at the beginning was the referee. Aren't the senior magicians dueling battles all arranged by saint-level powerhouses? The other arenas are filled with famous adventurers. Why don't you recognize this one at all? The one who was knocked down was Ray. Wasn't he heard that he was quite powerful?" Suddenly, a red-haired woman stood up and said loudly, "The referee is Ray. If you don't know me, don't talk nonsense." Everyone was stunned. So Ray should indeed be younger. Then who was knocked down? I don't know, maybe they were attracted by geniuses from other regions. And on the red-haired woman's side, the friend rubbed her shoulder and said, "Hey, Maxon, you speak for him, but he doesn't know. I asked you to go to him, but you refused. When did you become so lazy?" Maxon looked at the figure standing on the ring from a distance and slowly exhaled. "I feel like we are not from the same world. Idiot, whether it is true or not, you should go ahead and talk about it first. You have to give it a try. You can say so, why don't you come?" The friend curled his lips. "If something happened to me and he was willing to save me, I would have done it a long time ago, but do you think he still remembers my name?" Thinking of that narrow escape, Maxon felt warm in her heart. But when she thought about the bad possibilities, she cowered again. It may take a long time until she actually makes a decision. The old man next to Rionur almost pulled off his beard. It was a small matter that his grandson hit the wrong person, but why did he lose? "Who's that guy? Who's the referee?" Rionur glanced at the old man. "Hank, a gold medal magic researcher in the City of Sages, focuses on the information contained in magic. If his guess is correct, the technology he has mastered should be able to interpret the emotions of fairy artifacts formed by magic power. This is one of the reasons why Jank is here." As for Ray, the incident involving Earl Moore was considered a scandal, and no one would go around saying that he almost died there, so the incident did not spread. The only people who know about Ray's strength are some nobles and adventurers in Labyrinth City. So Rionur didn't say that Ray was the apprentice of Galt, the leader of the Adventurers Guild. "He's from the Dungeon Raiders." Hank's heart trembled. The people in the guild are really well hidden. Among the geniuses in the kingdom who have reached the level of high-level magicians, there is no one named Ray. And the only people who join the raiding team are adventurers of the same level with extraordinary strength. Hank thought for a moment and felt that Ray was better than his grandson John, but not that much better. John must have been careless just now. Finally, he had a close opponent. It would be good for them to communicate with each other. "Vice President Rionur, can you let that Ray compete with my John afterwards?" Rionur frowned. "Isn't this bad? You can't even withstand Ray's fists, so don't let other children beat him stupidly. Combat training can also promote each other." Rionur thought about it seriously. "I think it might be useful if you fight Ray." "What? If you don't want to agree, you don't have to mock me like this. I talked to you properly, but you..." As Hank was talking, he was attracted by the scene of violent bombardment in a certain arena. That was the arena where his grandson was. "Oops, go and save people." Hank was about to take action but was held back by Rionur. "Don't worry." Rionur said so. Hank followed his gaze and saw a flash of golden light. Go back in time a little. Perhaps it was because he lost to Ray that made John feel unhappy, so he tried his best to defeat his opponent as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, his opponent was obviously much weaker than him, but he could always avoid the killer moves by relying on his judgment in times of crisis. Although he was always at a disadvantage, his opponent actually fought with him for more than 10 minutes. This made John unbearable, and he began to condense high-intensity magic that consumed a lot of magic power. He wanted to see how Ray would judge his opponent's inability to take this move and save him from his attack. To be able to save people with your own magic, you must at least be at the saint level to have that ability. Thinking of this, John kicked the enemy away and used his strength to distance himself. Putting his hands together, a green circular wind curtain surrounded the opponent. Countless tiny windsickles appear out of thin air and attack the opponent with the aura of tearing everything apart. He panted slightly, but at the same time he was convinced of victory. The only thing he didn't know was how Ray was going to save people. The rival adventurer felt threatened and shouted, "Admit defeat," as expected. The next moment, he saw a burst of golden light break through the wind curtain, directly pulling him out of the magic bombing. Before he could react, he was thrown off the ring. The sound of bombing started, cutting the huge arena into devastation. Ray transmitted his magic sound indifferently as if nothing had happened. "Well, congratulations to this contestant for successfully defeating one person. The next challenger should come up quickly." There was silence for a moment, and then heated discussion broke out. "What's going on? Is this the end? What a strong visual effect. It's obviously an instant kill. That young man is really good, but I just don't know his name and the referee didn't tell me." "What do you know? That referee is very powerful. He listens to people admitting defeat before rescuing them." Hank was stunned for a moment and looked at Rhaenyra seriously. "Is that a senior magician? He didn't think he could be faster than that boy." "That's natural. Ray's light magic has also reached the holy level. Now his normal state is almost the same as that of an ordinary saint." Rhaenyra smiled bitterly. "That's why I said it would be useful if you fight him. A layman can just watch the excitement. Only those who have reached a certain level of strength will know that Ray has completely transcended the realm where he should belong." John also saw this. He looked at Ray beside him and broke into a cold sweat. John swallowed hard. What kind of monster? The aura was obviously at the same level as him, but the burst of strength overwhelmingly subverted his cognition. Ray suddenly walked towards John at this time. John couldn't help but take a step back. Did the other party realize that he had made a heavy hand in the attack? It was to take revenge on him. He was shocked to find that he could not even think of resisting. Given the huge gap, resistance is redundant. Ray looked at John strangely. Why is this guy shaking? Does he consume so much magic power? He noticed that Rhaenyra and the old man beside him were staring hard at this place. Thinking about it, I didn't know how much magic power I had consumed when I attacked this guy before. When the magic power is exhausted and he fails to defend the ring successfully, it will not be said that it is his responsibility, and he will give up the reward. So he said to John seriously, "With your strength, it is not difficult to win, but you still have to pay attention to your magic power consumption. You were obviously motivated just now." John expected to receive anger, but instead he heard words of advice. Not only did the young man not hold him accountable, he also said that he believed in his strength. How broad-minded this man must be. John has no parents, only his grandfather at home, and it has been a long time since a stranger was so kind to him. He suddenly burst into tears, blaming himself for his immaturity. John looked at Ray with firm eyes. "I understand. I will pay close attention to the next battle." Ray didn't expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice from behind. "Brother, can I call you this?" Ray turned his head in confusion so suddenly. He never accepts a younger brother easily, and that is a paid content. "Can you briefly tell me what your family's advantages are?" "Books. My house is full of books." Ray thought for a moment, is there any use in having too many books in another world? At this time, John added, "I have a lot of magic books with basic attributes at home and even a few forbidden books, but I just can't read them." Ray's eyes narrowed. This is possible. He learns magic quickly, but others still need to learn it through magic books. Even if you teach yourself, you can't control more than 300 people. It's okay to practice in practice occasionally. Seeing Ray's interest, John took off the storage ring from his hand and handed it to Ray. "Brother, here are the magic books I carry with me. Most of them are about wind magic. You can take them for reference." Ray didn't answer. So many people were watching. Those who didn't know thought he was bribed. John noticed the look and thought Ray didn't like it. Come to think of it, Ray is so powerful. Why would he be interested in books on advanced magic in his hands? "Brother, my grandfather still has some saint-level books. I'll go get them for you after I finish typing them." Seeing Ray nodding, John's eyes were filled with admiration. As expected of the eldest brother, only holy-level magic can penetrate his eyes. All that is left is for him to find a way to get the book out of his grandfather's hands. After John's test was over, Rhaenyra came over. "It is said that the island in the middle of the lake has been opened, and you can choose the weapon spirit now. Those who choose earlier will undoubtedly have an advantage. After all, the total amount of fairies is limited. The earlier those who choose, the more likely they are to get stronger fairy artifacts. The fairies formed by magic power are actually divided into strong and weak ones. It can be roughly divided into 7 levels of rainbow colors, among which there are single attributes and multiple attributes. Multiple attributes are generally stronger than a single attribute, and can also help the owner use magic that he is not good at all. As the apprentice of the leader of the Adventurers Guild, Ray got the opportunity to go through the back door. He surpassed everyone and became the first person to select the fairy weapon spirit. This is of course confidential. After all, his identity has not been made public. As long as no one tells it, even if someone sees the movement, they don't know who was the first person. Ray followed Rhaenyra to the small island in the center of the lake. Galt has been here for a long time, and there is an altar engraved with ancient runes next to him. Even if Ray is proficient in most of the attributes, there are 3 spells that he cannot understand at all. They must be the 3 attributes that he does not have. Gal looked at the fairy lake in front of him very thoughtfully. After a while he turned his head and smiled at Ray. "You are here, then get ready to start. Inject your magic power into the altar and it will expand your perception. When you see those fairies, contact them with kindness. Remember, everyone has only one chance. Once." After speaking, he glanced at Rhaenyra. "Has Rhaenyra told you the concentration of goblins and their growth potential?" Ray glanced at Rhaenyra. He was originally going to talk to him about his feelings, so wasn't he working in vain? Although it was not a loss after meeting John, this debt must be settled with Rhaenyra. He remembered Galt's look and asked doubtfully, "Master, do you have any feelings for the fairy lake?" Galt smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, I'm just sighing. If I had the help of goblins, I should be stronger." Rhaenyra explained, "Fairies are similar to new life, so they will have a favorable impression of young people. People over 120 years old will not be recognized by fairies." "How old is Master?" 121. Ray blinked, then there was nothing wrong with the melancholy. "Okay, without further ado, let's get started." After hearing what Galt said, Ray stepped onto the altar and released his magic power. The function of the altar is to sacrifice the user's magic power so as to amplify their perception, and thereby achieve a certain degree of connection with those fairies. Ray only felt that his field of vision began to enlarge endlessly with the fairy lake as a medium, and finally covered the entire lake. In the lake, there are translucent petite girls swimming in the water. They have wings on their backs. They are fairies formed by magic power. In fact, they can be seen without an altar, but they are all newly formed beings and are very timid. They must take the initiative to contact them, and there is also the issue of whether they are compatible. As if sensing Ray's presence, the girls looked around cringingly, all blushing. Ray felt countless fairy girls at the same time, secretly feeling surprised in his heart. According to Rhaenyra, there are not many fairies that each person can choose. What you can see through the altar are the fairies you can choose from. There may be no goblin at all, and you must obtain the other party's consent before you can become a weapon spirit. Looking at it this way, isn't it just a matter of choice? For the moment, he couldn't tell which goblin had the stronger aura. He could only feel that there was a large area of purple light. So I tentatively spread the goodwill. Result is wow, countless fairy girls ran away quickly as if they were frightened. Did it scare them? Ray couldn't figure it out, so he released his senses and followed. Without exception, they were all avoided as if they were thoroughly disliked. "You don't bring this for fun, do you?" Time passed by, and Ray couldn't even make contact with them. Even the red single-attribute goblins refused to look at him. He's not a bomb. Both Galt and Rhaenyra were a little confused. Why did it take so long? They all know Ray's talent and strength. His swordsmanship is also good, so he should be very popular among fairies. In the past, at most one person could see more than 10 goblins. They estimate that Ray can see dozens of them. Is it so difficult to choose the strongest one? 20 minutes have passed, but no goblin has come out of the lake yet. After waiting for a while, Galt sighed. The choice was actually a matter of a split second. Ray hasn't succeeded for so long, so he probably won't succeed. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Maybe Ray just doesn't like fairies. Not long after, Ray woke up with a dark face. The two knew at a glance that he had failed. Although it was a pity, it was also a blow to Ray, so let's not mention it. They thought that Ray couldn't even sense a goblin, so they deliberately kept using it up. But they were considerate, but Ray couldn't figure it out and said it. "Master, is the method you told me correct? Why do those goblins only run away? Can you only run?" "Yes, I followed your instructions and approached them with a friendly attitude, but in the end I couldn't even catch them." "How many of them have you seen?" "I don't know, I haven't counted it. I think it's only in the tens of thousands." "There are tens of thousands of them. You are really good at boasting." Galt and Rhaenyra looked at each other and saw that the other didn't believe it at all. Every time the fairy lake is born, only a few hundred people in each lake are recognized. Some people directly put their heads into the lake to take a look. Although the field of vision was limited at a glance, only a few could be seen. Tens of thousands of them, isn't it a densely packed area? Moreover, I have never heard that goblins can run away. How annoying is it to do this? The two just thought that Ray was too shocked, so they found an excuse to brag about their abilities. They didn't expose it either. The three of them had their own thoughts and sighed together. If Ray didn't get recognition, then it would naturally be someone else's turn. As soon as he returned to the lakeside, he felt a hot magic power surging on the island in the middle of the lake. Galt helped him cover up his magical aura before, but now there is no need to do so. That person seems to be a saint. Judging from the strength of his magic power, he may be recognized by a good fairy. Ray looked up at the sky he couldn't understand. Not only is he a sword master, but he is also a master of 9 attributes and above. How could he be hated? Master, what's wrong? Turu has already won, but it's not her turn yet, so she's still waiting. Emily, Lettuce, and Angelica are all here too. Ray told them what happened. After listening, Tilu looked cold and said, "So that's it. Those so-called fairies have no discernment. It seems we don't need to try." Seeing that she was about to crush the qualification card, Ray stopped her in time. At this time, Emily glared at Ray. This guy is definitely messing around with women, and the fairies with pure souls noticed it, so they avoided him. They knew they had been cheated and they couldn't escape. Turu was silent for a moment. She, who usually put everything about Ray first, unexpectedly did not refute Emily. The master did not do well in this regard, but it cannot be used as an excuse for the goblins. Not choosing the master was their biggest mistake. She didn't even deny it. Ray's eyes widened and Tilu changed, no longer completely facing him. 2 days ago, he had to go out during the day, so he went to solve the two people's troubles at night. Both of them were very well behaved at night. Could it be that he was the only one who felt that the matter had been revealed? Lettuce covered her mouth and refused to speak. Angelica didn't care at all and said to Turu, "Fairies are beings formed from the purest magic, so their hearts are very pure. As long as you contact them with kindness, there will be no problem." Tilu was about to say something when she suddenly heard the crowd nearby talking. It seems to be saying something like, "He didn't even succeed at the saint level." Only then did Ray and the others notice that there was no movement at all in the fairy lake. In other words, the holy level just now was also not recognized. The fighting on the other side of the ring couldn't help but stop. Everyone seemed to be a crowd, waiting for the latest news to come. One person failed and the next person followed. This time it was also a saint. Galt and the others were not as tolerant to Ray and only gave the others 10 minutes. Time passed quickly and there was still no movement in Fairy Lake. Things started to get a little weird and Ray suddenly felt that it wasn't his problem. Then several more people went up and Rhaenyra happened to be the one at the back. Still no one was recognized. When Rhaenyra came down, he looked a little strange. He went to Galt and recounted the situation. Galt stared at him closely. "You mean you felt a few goblins but they all ignored you? According to the records, the goblins are very polite and should reject you, right? This is something only a few people know." Well, Rhaenyra couldn't figure it out at all. Could it be that the record was wrong? He suddenly thought of something. How about trying it with someone with talent? Galt looked at him doubtfully. Ray has already failed. No, there is another talented young strong man here. Soon after, John entered the island in the middle of the lake ahead of schedule. One of the people in front of him was a man far stronger than his grandfather. The man said to him, "Let's begin." The sooner it is done, the greater the benefit will be to him. John did not hesitate to inject magic into the altar. The perception spreads along with the lake water with a radius of about 6 or 7 meters. This is his limit. I don't know how much his eldest brother can do, but it is probably several times higher than his own. John stopped thinking about it and concentrated on finding the goblins within range. Then he saw exactly 10 fairies gathered together, and one of them was a single attribute wind type and was purple. He was pleasantly surprised. Although the single attribute was weaker, it was still purple. This means a big upgrade for him. John carefully showed his kindness and gently touched the goblin. She looked back. John's heartbeat quickened. She noticed him. John has never been so nervous, as if he is in love. She turned her head back again. John's heart hit rock bottom. John was a little puzzled and showed his kindness again, but the other party didn't even look back this time. What's going on? Could it be that he can just see it but not be recognized? He tried a few more times without giving up but got no response at all. Looking carefully, the goblins seemed to be discussing something seriously. John felt that time was running out, so he tried to show a friendly attitude to the other goblins, but all failed. At the end of 10 minutes, John slowly woke up, his heart filled with despair. Even the red goblin didn't want to pay attention to him. It turns out that I am not a genius at all. After asking about the situation, Rhaenyra suddenly remembered John's grandfather, and Hank was studying this direction. Although the other party is not qualified to participate, it is still possible if you watch the goblins' reactions and act as their translator. So in the eyes of the three people, Hank raised his buttocks and plunged his head into the lake, a long while. He raised his head and read out a name with a strange expression, Ray. Rhaenyra was a little confused, Mr. Hank, what does this have to do with Ray? Yes, eldest brother has never been here. Although he disappeared for a while when the first holy level test started, eldest brother stayed in the same place. John was also confused. In order to know how Ray became powerful, he kept paying attention to him. Galt and Rhaenyra looked up at the sky, pretending not to know anything. The fact that they used their authority to let Ray go through the back door would not sound good if it was revealed. Hank was also very surprised. The goblins have been discussing a person named Ray. Do you have any clues? Galt and the two tried hard to suppress the expressions on their faces. What the other party said was definitely not wrong. After all, Ray was indeed the first person to choose the goblin. But the question is, how did the goblins know his name? Could it be said that the reason why no one has been recognized is also caused by Ray? Thinking of the goblins that Ray said were constantly escaping, there were tens of thousands of them. They actually felt that their credibility had increased a bit. Mr. Hank, could you please repeat the goblin's original words? That might make it easier to understand. Hearing Rhaenyra's request, Hank looked a little embarrassed. This may not be convenient. Galt said seriously, Mr. Hank, if no one on our side is recognized by the goblins, it will be a big deal and I will also ask you. John said, Grandpa, please help me just repeat a few sentences. Hearing what the three said, Hank hesitated, but in the end I was convinced and acted out vividly. This happened not long ago at Goblin Lake. 20 or 30 petite fairy girls gathered in a group. Ah, so powerful that human magician who calls himself Ray. How does he possess such strong magic power? Every attribute is so consistent that it makes people's hearts beat wildly. And he is still very young and there is no goblin contracted with him. I want to fight with him, but can't I? It's definitely not possible. At our level, we are simply not qualified to be someone else's weapon spirit. Such discussions took place throughout the Goblin Lake, and what Hank saw was only a small corner of it. Whether it was a red single attribute or a purple multi-attribute goblin, they were all involved in the chattering discussion and had no intention of paying attention to the holy class who came after Ray. That's it. Hank rubbed his cheek. It's the first time I've done something like this, so I'm still a little unaccustomed to it. Galt endured physical discomfort and thanked Hank. At the same time, they also figured out what happened to the fairy lake, and it was indeed related to Ray. You are indeed a big brother, John said with admiration. He actually tried to limit his elder brother's abilities with his own guesses. He was really so ignorant. No wonder the goblin didn't choose him. It turned out that he already had his heart set on something. But how do those fairies know Big Brother? Hearing him ask this, Hank was also a little confused. There was no use hiding it anymore. Galt told them what happened before and asked Rhaenyra to find Ray. A few minutes later, Ray arrived. He saw some strange combinations on the island. Why are you looking for me? Galt said with a dark face. Try again. Ray didn't seem to understand what to try. Stop pretending, they all know it. Hurry up and select the strongest fairy weapon spirit for me and then come back. It can be judged from the dialogue of those goblins. In fact, they all wanted to choose Ray, but they were worried that they were not qualified enough to succeed. Ray chose one, and there was no hope for the others, so he would naturally recognize the others. So as long as Ray, the source of the problem, is solved, Fairy Lake can be restored to its original state. After hearing what they said, Ray was a little skeptical. You're not bluffing me, are you? Galt had a harder time believing that this was the truth than he did. Others were passively selected. Like him, they were directly disqualified after their age. As a result, Ray was snatched by the goblins. Comparing one person to another can really s people off. Under the eyes of several people, Ray stepped onto the altar again and injected magic power. According to Galt, the goblins know their own names. In other words, the message he wanted to spread before was spread. If a few people didn't lie to him, he could still communicate unilaterally even if he couldn't catch up with the goblins. The vision once again uses Fairy Lake as a medium, spreading to the entire lake. Ray once again saw the translucent fairy girls in the lake. They felt Ray's appearance and blushed as if for the first time. Before Ray could make a move, they were like frightened animals anxiously swimming through the water. Wait a moment. Ray tried to convey what he wanted to say in his perception. The next moment, all the goblins stopped and looked around timidly. I want to find a companion. Is there anyone willing to leave with me? The goblin girls raised their heads shyly, showing signs of excitement, but no one responded. Ray felt hopeful and began to introduce his advantages. I mainly practice swordsmanship, and I also have the talent of a sword master. All the goblins suddenly turned pale and felt tremendous pressure. The weapon spirit can assist in constructing magic and gathering magic power. It is a powerful partner in battle and can even fight the enemy on its own. But if Ray is a sword master, his own sword is more useful than the help of fairies. Simply put, they are almost redundant. Seeing that they still had not made a decision, Ray continued to introduce. I also have a divine sword that can grow. When the time comes, you can become the weapon spirit of that sword. The bodies of the fairy girls instantly became stiff. They become weapon spirits. As they grow, they can also grow their weapons. The Excalibur itself is the weapon that best suits the owner and can automatically adapt to the owner's realm. In this case, wouldn't they be even more useless? The goblin who originally had some ideas now feels that he is useless and cannot be Ray's weapon spirit at all. Thinking of this, the fairies fled again in shame. Ray watched this scene helplessly. I must have been deceived, otherwise I wouldn't have said so much in vain. His consciousness sensed every corner of the fairy lake, and suddenly he saw all the fairies gathered together, seemingly discussing something seriously. Just when he thought he had failed again, the goblin girls turned their heads, blushing, and smiled brightly at him. The goblins each emit magical light with different attributes, and all the light merges into one. Ray saw all the attributes he had in it, and even the 3 obscure magical lights he didn't have were integrated into it. The powerful suction force ate away all the magic power of the fairy lake. Ray was suddenly awakened by the pressure of magic. He opened his eyes and looked at a colorful magical rainbow connecting the sky and the fairy lake. Things became troublesome, and Ray smiled helplessly. People outside were waiting, and the 10 minutes were about to end. Galt was a little anxious. Was he going to fail again? Hank has already reached that point, so he shouldn't lie. Is there any problem with this? Are the goblins so afraid that they will delay Ray? At this moment, he keenly noticed the change in the magic in the air. This is boundless, the magic power that even he, a legendary magician, could not see the end of was pouring in. That terrifying aura made Galt tremble with fear. What is that? The next ones to react were Rionur and Hunk. Then came the other saints who came here. As the breath got closer and closer, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. A huge magic cloud gathered there. The fairy lake has been formed, and logically speaking, the magic cloud will not appear again. Again, here we go again. Are more fairies going to be born? Why did this happen? What exactly happened? It must have something to do with the fact that no one was selected by the demon. The crowd became commotion, and even the strongest Galt could not calm down. When he saw Ray waking up, he quickly asked, "What on earth did you do?" Ray didn't look at him, but looked seriously at the thick magic beam in front of him. In the pure magic light, he felt the call from somewhere. Ray emptied his mind, and 9 attribute light points in his body emitted warm light. First light. Golden magic light covered Ray's body. At the same time, the fairy lake completed some miraculous changes after injecting a large amount of magic power again. A golden monochromatic fairy broke out of the water. She flew in the air and sucked away all the golden parts of the huge light pillar. A goblin is coming out. The golden fairy, doesn't it say there are only 7 colors? Everyone saw the fairy girl dancing in the sky. Galt looked at the golden light on Ray's body and knew that he had successfully gained the goblin's approval. But what about the color and the light beam? The moment the fairy girl appeared, he clearly felt that part of the magic power of the light pillar was absorbed. As a goblin that has never been recorded in ancient books, Ray can indeed continue to create miracles. Galt was still sighing, but found that the light on Ray had no intention of ending and began to change to other colors. Next is wind and fire. The cyan goblin and the crimson goblin imitated their previous companions, absorbing their colors in the light beam and then gathered together. Why else? The color is normal this time, but why did it come out at the same time? The people watching from a distance were puzzled, and the saint-level magicians outside the island were also disturbed by the huge magic power and did not know the situation on the island. However, several interested people who had met Ray were paying attention and naturally knew that Ray had disappeared, and they had already made assumptions. Several people around Ray could no longer maintain their apparent composure. What? Is he going to contract 3 goblins at the same time? Why is this happening? There is no record at all in the guild's documents. Logically speaking, we should only be able to contract 1 goblin. As expected of a big brother, he is extraordinary. Although Ray didn't have time to listen to them, he was aware of the huge movement happening outside. He is in a hurry now because the attribute light spots in his body gradually respond to the goblins according to his proficiency. There are still 6 left, and the next ones are the 2 attributes of blood and darkness. This makes people know that he is a human race and knows the dark magic of the demon race, but it is hard to explain. Ray felt the call and could no longer suppress it. There was no other way, so he activated all the attributes in his body in one breath: blood, darkness, water, ice, thunder, earth. Coupled with the previous 3, as all attributes were released together, the light beam inserted into the fairy lake from the clouds collapsed. People vaguely saw several colors, and then a dazzling white light took away the brief light. Even Galt was no exception. Only Ray felt it clearly. 9 goblins of different colors absorbed most of the magic power in the air, and then formed a circle hand in hand, and their bodies gradually came closer and merged into one. After being reborn, she spread her wings. They were 9 wings of different colors, which completely corresponded to all his attributes. This is not over yet. There is still magic attribute remaining in the air that has not been absorbed. 3 completely different radiances were swallowed into the body of the newborn fairy and grew into 3 small wings. She glided around the sky, dived into the fairy lake, waved her hand as if to say goodbye, and finally fell into Ray's palm. Ray gathered away the magic power from his body and rubbed the elf girl's cheek with his fingers. Her small body contained magic power that was even more terrifying than her own. That seems to be a true full attribute holy level. The elf girl grabbed Ray's outstretched finger and passed something over. Ray felt a fusion of will and finally became completely unified. Only then did he realize that the goblin in front of him was all he had seen in the lake before. She can't speak, but she can communicate with Ray mentally. I don't have a name, please, master, give me a name. Ray thought for a while. Liu, how are you doing? Okay, Liu smiled happily. Liu swore absolute loyalty to the host. The special relationship person has been turned on and you can view Liu's personal attributes. Ray was dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with this? Just then the others regained their sight. What blinded my eyes? Who I am. The devil knows who you are, and we don't know you. People found that the clouds in the sky and the light beams on the lake had disappeared. If you look carefully, you can even find that the magic power of this space seems to have been drained instantly, and it has not recovered for a long time. Galt stared at the goblin in Ray's hand. She was like a shrunken, ordinary girl, with no magic power on her body and her wings folded. No matter how Galt looked, he couldn't tell anything strange about her, but his strength is not for show, others may not notice it. The moment Galt's sight was taken away, he clearly saw elves of other colors, but he didn't know what color they were. But why is there only one left now? No matter how strong he is, he cannot understand such unknown things. Although he has never seen a purple fairy, he also knows that the fairy contracted by Ray is definitely a stronger existence. Just as Galt was about to say something, he saw John rushing forward. Big brother is awesome, big brother is mighty. Ray looked indifferent, holding the sword in one hand, and a silver light suddenly appeared. He said after sending Liu off to take a look at his new home. Absolutely basic operations. What on earth is going on? Galt was about to go up and ask, but this time Hank beat him to it. Ray didn't know this old man, but when Galt looked over curiously, he explained casually, I'm actually not sure. After going down, the goblins seemed to have discussed something, and it ended up like this. Hank added, why did you summon several goblins at the same time? How many did you contract? Ray shrugged, you saw it too, just one. No matter how many it was at the beginning, the fact is that there is only one now. Ray suddenly realized that something was wrong. All the goblins merged into one here, so wouldn't the goblin lake be empty? Galt naturally knew what Ray was hiding, but he and Ray were on the same side, so he stopped Hank from continuing to ask questions. Instead, he said, now that the matter has been resolved, let the person just now select the weapon spirit again. Hearing this, Ray's body couldn't help but stiffen. What to do? Tell the truth? Even if he was his master, would he still be killed alive? The opening of the fairy lake is not a trivial matter. Being recognized by the fairies can improve one's personal strength. If he knew that he had taken away everyone's opportunity, other adventurers would treat him as an enemy, regardless of the Adventurers Guild. As if aware of Ray's mood, Liu's voice came from his mind. Master, I can create companions. Ray quickly asked her about the specific situation. According to Liu, the 3 days the fairy lake is open are the time to select weapon spirits, and the magic power around the fairy lake will be extremely strong during these 3 days. She can help the magic take shape and create her own kind. The problem is that she can only produce hundreds of goblins a day. There were 2 days left and the total number was less than 1,000, which was a huge difference from the number at the beginning. Galt noticed something was wrong with him. "Ray, what's wrong?" Ray thought that he couldn't escape anyway, so he said, "Master, something happened. There don't seem to be many elves left in the fairy lake." "What? How much is left?" As expected, Galt became a little nervous. Ray was already thinking about how fast he and Liu could escape. "There are probably a few hundred left." Ray quietly reaches the best condition. In an instant burst, he was confident that he could eclipse even the saint level, but facing the invisible Galt, he still had no confidence at all. "A few hundred." Hearing Galtra's long-tail tone, Ray crushed the ground with his foot. "Isn't that normal?" In Ray's eyes, Galt looked at him with relief. This kid, Ray, knows how to admit his mistakes tactfully. When it failed before, it boasted that there were tens of thousands of goblins. Now it succeeded, and it was said that there were hundreds. He also looked like he was afraid of blaming him, which was quite interesting. But so to speak, could he really see hundreds of them? Galt was secretly shocked. "I have a lot to deal with, and I have always been carefree about him before. Now maybe it's time to teach him something." Ray was confused for a moment. "Normal. Although I can't quite figure it out, I don't seem to want to be blamed, so the remaining question is, Master, the commotion just now scared the fairies in the lake, so can you let those who choose the weapon spirit start again tomorrow?" After listening, Galt nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, some accidents happened today. It can be said that the goblins were frightened, so no one got recognition. "Anyway, there is still enough time. We can start again tomorrow. Your idea is very good." Ray did cause the accident, but it was due to his own excellence. Galt was too late to be happy, so he would naturally find a way to cover it up for him. After seeing Ray and Galt finish talking, John finally had the chance to step forward. He looked at the shoe pit under Ray's feet and was curious for a long time. "Brother, why do you want to crush the ground?" Ray is very busy, and he has to work overtime with Liu. "Exercise, understand? Exercise." It suddenly dawned on John that his eldest brother was so strong just because he was thinking about exercising while walking. Full of motivation, he stepped into a deep hole and walked forward. Within a few steps, he bumped into Rionur. Rionur's veins popped out as he mentioned John and threw him away from the island. "Is this kid sick? He's wreaking havoc on the island as if he's been given chicken blood. If this island sinks, do you want others to stand on the sea and choose the weapon spirit?" After hard work at night, there were more than 700 goblins in the lake again, but only 4 of them were purple. The defense battle is still going on, and nearly 3/4 of the people on Ray's side have directly qualified by virtue of their B-level combat power rating. Those who lost were reluctant to lose because of lack of magic power or physical strength, and he also helped to buy the qualification. Others won't know that he deliberately let the goblins remember the auras of different people on his side in advance. It is equivalent to cheating. When choosing the weapon spirit, you can directly succeed. Turu, Emily, and Angelica gained recognition from the purple fairies entirely on their own. The first 2 are because of talent. Angelica is favored by nature, and the fairies are naturally attracted to her. Considering the books John sent, Ray prepared a purple fairy with wind attributes for him. Whether he could get it or not was up to him. Of course, the fact that everyone on his side was successful could not be hidden from Galt, but he could not think of the reason. He just sent someone to notify Ray so that he could go to the Adventurers Guild to find him when he was free. Everyone has fairy weapon spirits plus a large number of magic books. With the support of their nurturing growth, it won't be long before they become a powerful force. So Ray plans to take them out to complete the adventure mission. It is said that a village outside Labyrinth City seems to have been attacked by a dragon. The adult dragon is a saint level one, and Ray's transformation lacks a powerful target so he can go hunting. Return to the hotel room. Together with the new Muse, Moni, and Piscina, who have just gained enough strength to release their magic power, there are now 8 fairies in the whole house. Because Muse can't go out at will, and the fairies of the 3 of them can't be seen by others at will, so now they all move inside to eat. Ray called Lilim out again, and the number alone reached 17. Fortunately, the goblins are very small and do not take up much space. "Master, you have worked hard these past 2 days. Turu said so. For 2 nights, Ray and Liu were activating their magic power to form goblins, so they barely slept. The magician's mental power is very strong, so staying up late is nothing, but she still hopes that Ray can have a good rest." Emily said unkindly, "Not even the goblins escaped his grasp this time. You still feel sorry for him." "I don't know what it will be next time. He might target all races." Ray retorted mercilessly, "If you stop what you are doing, maybe your words will be more credible, Miss Emily." She was currently hugging her light elf cheek to cheek. I don't know if I should say it was an accident, but Emily likes such cute things very much. Although the others were not much better than her, she was not qualified to speak ill of Ray. Call. Ray slowly exhaled. The goblin was equal to his strength but failed to achieve a breakthrough in combat power rating. The strength of the senior magician has almost reached its extreme. Although Ray felt that such a noisy life was not bad, he still couldn't stop. Black Dragon and then Holy level. After that, he can consider trying the Demon World passage Lilia mentioned. Surrender quickly, don't waste my time waiting for the master. The blue-haired girl's voice echoed in a village square. Like her companions around her, she wore a neat black uniform. Since Rosa lost to Turu, she seems to have regarded the latter as her target. All aspects of behavior and speech are similar to Tilu, and even the worship of the master has been imitated. The master said that if you are willing to surrender, I will tie myself up and seal my magic power, and I will spare your lives. The well-known Mu de gang bandits in this area blushed when they heard what she said. But a bunch of bastards and low-grade orcs dare to be so arrogant. Even if you are no match for one-on-one, can you fight dozens of them? There are more than 500 people in total, making them the largest bandit group outside the Labyrinth City. After saying that, the bandits picked up various weapons one after another. Some were preparing for melee combat and some were preparing magic. After just a simple fight, they knew that this group of girls was not simple, so they had to use their numerical advantage to kill them. And a little further away, "Boss, what should I do? Do you want to take action yourself?" The leader who was questioned, Muda, looked around impatiently and sneered. They came to the village to rob as they had done a few days ago, but they were led into an ambush in the village square, hoping to catch them all. But with just a few intermediate magicians, does he still need to do it himself? There are so many girls and they are all of high quality, so they can be sold at a good price. "Hey boss, can we taste it in advance? As long as I go first, everything else is easy." After hearing the conversation between the two, several people here laughed obscenely. Just as Muda watched his men surrounding dozens of girls, he suddenly felt something strange. More than 200 women in black uniforms were seen pouring out from behind the house, all holding weapons in their hands, surrounding his men. The number is now 2-1, which is no longer what his men can handle. Muda's expression changed slightly and he pulled out the sword from his waist. Before taking a few steps, two people fell in front of him, a girl with pink hair and a tall woman with blonde hair. Muda secretly increased his vigilance. Fortunately, the pink-haired girl was an intermediate magician, but for the blonde one, he could only feel a strong threat. The two of them didn't seem to care about him and were chatting with each other. "Tilu, if you can't beat him, don't force yourself. The guy who can kill the enemy beyond the level is really just an exception. I know, but I still want to be closer to the master." "Well, it's not that I can't understand how you feel. I will pay attention to it at any time." Muda's veins popped out. What do they mean? The stronger one won't take action and let the intermediate magician fight him? Court death. Muda burst out with magic power and prepared to rush forward. At this moment, he felt a chill on his neck, and the experience of polishing the tip of the knife made him draw the knife and cut. The clang of clashing swords sounded. Muda barely managed to resist the blow, and at the same time he felt a stream of heat on the back of his neck. It was blood, and he almost fell into it. Well. Lettuce spun her body in the air, released her strength, and then fell to the ground. She held short weapons in both hands, and as soon as she entered combat mode, she became the killer she once was. "It's a pity." Tilu said so and walked forward holding a bloody sword. She couldn't hold back against the high-level magician and directly entered the bloodthirsty mode. Striga, Muda's pupils shrank. From the other party's pink eyes, he couldn't see any regret at all, only a frightening bloody light. He saw the opponent taking a step forward and swinging out his bloody sword, so he also used his sword to fight back. With one collision, he successfully cut the opponent's sword into pieces. Sure enough, he is still an intermediate magician. Even if he is a little stronger, it will be of no use. When Muda thought this, along with a bloody wind, the broken sword condensed blood thorns and pierced his body directly from several directions. He hurriedly used his magic power to resist, but most of it was corroded. Several blood thorns pierced directly into his arm. Muda tried his best to slap Tilu away with his sword, but felt a chill in his waist. Lettuce broke through his corroded magic defense, leaving a wound in his abdomen with a knife. Just as Muda was about to reach out to grab it, Lettuce had already used her nimble movements to distance herself. So strong, these two people are not at all like the fighting level of ordinary mid-level magicians. Muda blushed in pain and thought of his men. Under the attack of the slave girls from inside and outside, the bandits continued to fall. The girls themselves are stronger than the bandits, and there is no numerical disadvantage. All of them have the ability to defeat many. They rush into the crowd and cut down the bandits with their honed skills and cooperation. Rosa used her ice magic sword, an improved version. The petite girl fairy's whole body is blooming with magic power, which enhances the power and speed of magic. No need to accumulate strength, she directly swung the sword. Accelerated by the ice blue magic power, the silver blade popped out explosively. Ice thorns bloomed on the sword road, entangling and freezing large areas of bandits. After her, others also released their own magic. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of countless magics, the bandits were defenseless. Not only the bandits who were attacked, but also Mewdu, who was watching from a distance, were frightened. Although the girl who has been approved by the fairies is only an intermediate magician, her future is absolutely limitless. He provoked whomever he provoked. Wasn't it because he wanted to make more money because the village was rich? As for calling so many people to annihilate them, Mewdu was wary of the three people around him and asked aloud, "Who are you and why are you attacking us?" Turu and Lettuce did not answer, and their respective fairies appeared, strengthening their strength again. Mewdu was frightened to see it. Most of the brothers in front of him were knocked down, and no one behind him was still standing. There is no way he is the last seed of Mewdu gang. As long as he is still there, the Mewdu gang will one day rise again. I believe the brothers will understand him. With tears in his eyes, Mewdu was about to use his best body magic to retreat first, when he saw a flash of golden light splitting his way forward. Emily held the sword, and the golden magic power on her body was burning. What she obviously meant was that this road was dead. Mewdu's face was ashen, and he was involved in the fight between the storm and the bloody light. There are several people standing here on the hillside in the distance. Ray looked at the old man behind him. Village chief, look, the bandits were easily solved. Now can you tell me about the black dragon in detail? The old man, who is the village chief, kept sweating. The young man in front of me said that he was here to defeat the black dragon, which was an A-level monster. Although he didn't think Ray could do it, he didn't dare to underestimate him. What the bandits saw was only part of the strength of these young people. But he saw that everyone was followed by a goblin. Ray and his party came here to find out about the black dragon. This village was supposed to be the site of victimization. As a result, the village was fine, and they never mentioned anything about the black dragon. Ray knew that they must be hiding something, and they happened to be attacked by bandits. He told the villagers about the arrival of the bandits, so he showed some of his strength and proposed to help them drive away the bandits in exchange for information. The village chief knew that people like him were being helped, so he couldn't keep hiding it. The black dragon has actually always lived here, and we all regard it as our patron saint. Angelica raised her eyebrows and said, "The dragon clan has never been close to other races, so why did it become your patron saint?" "This," the village chief said, a little embarrassed. "We only unilaterally regarded it as a patron saint, but we have not communicated with it." About a few decades ago, people in the village heard a dragon roar, and someone saw the existence of the black dragon. No one had seen it with their own eyes, so they were a little skeptical at first. After that, the village was never attacked by monsters again. People believed in its existence, were grateful to the black dragon, and regarded it as the patron saint of the village. Life is stable, which is why the village is richer than other places. It is the secret of everyone here. 6 days ago, the black dragon suddenly appeared, circled over the village several times, and then flew away again. Other adventurers in the village spread the news. The villagers were afraid of attracting powerful adventurers and provoking the black dragon, so they drove away the outsiders in the village. This is also the reason why they encountered bandits. Originally, the bandits just blocked the way so they wouldn't come to the village to cause trouble. But since there are no adventurers here, as long as things don't get too big, it's okay to grab some money. When the villagers saw that the bandit was good to him, they stopped, thinking that they could not drive away the patron saint. For the sake of long-term safety and the interests of the village, they chose to swallow their anger. It wasn't until the bandits came again this time that they knew each other's greed, so after Ray helped them, the village chief told the truth. "You flew around for a few times and then left. Did you do nothing else?" Ray was a little confused. The village chief smiled bitterly and said, "We don't know what Master Long is going to do, but since he didn't destroy the village, we don't care." "Ah, Mr. Ray, I understand." Angelica finally found something where she could make a difference and raised her hands excitedly. She said after Ray looked at her, "The dragon clan generally looks down on other races, so they have their own principles and generally do not attack the weak. If it wants to take action, it will give a week's warning in advance. As long as it is forgiven before then, it will not care. On a certain day, flying around in this place should be because it wants something here, and if it is not handed over, it will take it by itself." Ray touched Angelica's head, expecting a compliment, and turned his attention to the village chief. If it's a week, that would be tomorrow. From the looks of it, the village chief seems to know nothing. Sure enough, the village chief turned pale and stared at Angelica closely. Miss Elf, is this true? Well, we also have some friendship with the dragon clan, so there should be no mistake about this. Seeing Angelica so sure, the village chief almost collapsed to the ground. The elves are friends of all races and will not lie easily, and there is no need to lie to him. In other words, the black dragon will cause trouble for them tomorrow. Thinking of this, the village chief was filled with fear. The opponent's dragon power alone protected the village's safety for decades. If such a being comes to trouble them, they really can't even think about the consequences. He began to regret it. It was because he and others tried their best to deny it that the commissioned task about the black dragon did not appear, and the matter was not spread in time. Ray also came here just after getting the news about people in the guild. Seeing that the village chief began to circle around anxiously, Ray sighed. Why are you so anxious? Didn't I tell you that we are here to defeat the black dragon? If it comes to cause trouble, just kill it. This time I showed off my cultivation and said I could beat the saint level, but no one believed me. There is no way. The tallest person in the village is a junior magician and he can't even explain it. The village chief looked at him gratefully. Mr. Ray, I know you are young and powerful, but that is the dragon clan after all. You don't have to force yourself. You should wait until Labyrinth City sends strong men. Ray shrugged and said no more. Instead, he asked, do you have any idea about what the black dragon wants? Ray blinked. He was really just asking casually, but the thing clearly exists, so why does the village chief still look desperate? That is a treasure that our village has guarded for generations. To be honest, no one can open the seal now. Seal? The ancestors once had a very powerful adventurer. It is said that he left a sword behind. It is the most precious thing here. Many people have tried, but they can't break the seal. It sounded like a very precious thing, but Ray always felt something was strange about it. The villagers are preparing to move away. Although they are reluctant to leave, there is nothing they can do in order to continue. Knowing that Ray wanted to stay, the village chief couldn't persuade him and asked them to find a house wherever they wanted. At this time, Ray looked up at the sky. A red arc flashed across the sky. A middle-aged man stepped onto the ground, wearing the uniform of the security bureau. He was the holy level of the security bureau. He exuded a domineering attitude and was tall and strong. The man looked at the people here, paused on Angelica, and locked his eyes on the young man. Are you Ray? You know me. I'm almost tired of hearing about you these days, so I'll naturally remember it. Rand looked at Ray carefully. It is said that this boy's strength is comparable to that of a saint, but I can't tell it, and I don't know if it is true or not. Normally, it would be impossible for him to believe it, but with so many people saying this, he would inevitably have some doubts. As the top brass of Labyrinth City and the security bureau responsible for managing order, they naturally knew about Ray. What are you doing here? Ray looked at him indifferently. Before asking other people, you must first explain your purpose, right? Rand didn't hide it. A thief has come to Labyrinth City and I'm here to catch him. Thief. The thief Saint Blaze is proficient in the water attribute. It is said that he can freely change his appearance and hide his magic power. He is a strange saint. Ray raised an eyebrow. A saint-level thief, so awesome. Without him having to say anything, the village chief quickly told Rand about the black dragon and the attack on the village tomorrow. This is a thigh falling from the sky, so hurry up and grab it. After hearing this, Rand improved his evaluation of Ray in his mind. Dare to take action against the Dragon Clan, this kid is indeed extraordinary. But this village is within the jurisdiction of Labyrinth City. In other words, he will take responsibility and be responsible for the Black Dragon's problem. Rand showed a hearty smile. Village chief, don't worry. Although there is no guarantee, I will try my best to solve the Black Dragon problem. The Dragon Clan has the highest level of strength at any level, and the Holy level is no exception. Rand could not call for Saint-level help at this time, nor was he confident that he could defeat the Black Dragon. But he was originally a strong person who stood out among the human race, and he could still pull it off. The village chief burst into tears and kept thanking Rand. After the village chief left, Rand looked at Ray again. I don't know how strong you are, but I need your help now. Come and help me deal with the Black Dragon. I will reward you afterwards. Ray sounded a little strange. You won't kill that dragon. Rand laughed dumbly. Zai, how to kill him? That is the dragon at the top of the food chain. Even if he is not as strong as the floor master, you are only a senior magician now. Do you still want to kill him? What if I kill it? Then I will not only give you a more generous reward but also do your work for free. The whole Black Dragon will be your trophy. How about it? Not too bad. Ray nodded. Just waiting to say this, you can also make a little money along the way. He was not going to let the black dragon out. He must keep the magic stone for his own use, and the materials from the dragon are used to make weapons. The weapons that his men use are only worth a few gold coins, which is still the best category. It's too shabby to be a home for goblins. Ray was waiting for Tilu and the others to come over when he suddenly heard the villagers on the side quarreling. It seems that someone is unwilling to leave here and insists on continuing to live. After all, the news that the black dragon might come is just a possibility raised by Angelica. It's not surprising that some people don't believe it. Ray doesn't care about them either. I was only here for the black dragon. Although I helped them get rid of the bandits in exchange for information, it was still an act of benevolence. If you insist on staying and something happens, that's your own problem. Just as Ray was about to leave, he saw Rand was still nearby and stopped him. That thief saint, I may have discovered him. Rand was a little excited. Where? Ray explained the location to him, but he didn't believe it. There was no other way. Ray could only make a small bet with him, just 1,000 gold coins. Rand looked a little embarrassed. He didn't have that much money. Thinking that he might have gotten the wrong person, he bet 100 gold coins under Ray's disdainful gaze. Remember not to let go, otherwise don't blame me. After listening to what Ray said, Rand went up to mediate with the village chief and others. As he spoke, he approached the target quietly. Then, with everyone's shocked eyes, he hugged the chattering old woman in the village, who was estimated to be 60 or 70 years old. Rand activated his magic power to restrain the old woman, making her unable to resist. But he did not attack because he was worried that he would make a mistake and injure the opponent by mistake. Ray looked at Rand from a distance and looked away helplessly, as if he could see the ending. The old woman hurriedly shouted, "Indecent, indecent." The other people in the village looked at Rand with wide eyes and took a few steps back, fearing that they would also be involved. Even the village chief who trusted Rand inevitably had doubts in his eyes. Rand's body trembled and he almost let go. Then he straightened his face again, and just as he was about to explain, he saw a middle-aged man rushing forward with an attitude of sacrificing himself. "Let go of my mother. Don't come over. If anything happens, come to me." Rand looked at the man rushing up. His whole body trembled, and his magic power couldn't help but stop. At this moment, the old woman who was restrained by him took the opportunity to break free and stepped directly into the air. Everyone was stunned except Rand, whose expression changed drastically. The old woman transformed in the air and turned into a man with a blurred face. He sneered, "I don't know how you happened to find me, but you are still too young, Rand." After saying that, his figure melted into the air until nothing could be seen. Rand blushed and rushed into the air but caught nothing. Only then did the other villagers realize that the other party was fake and quickly apologized to Rand, but they didn't actually do anything. Rand let them go because he couldn't bear the mental attack. Rand returned to Ray and wanted to say something, but he swallowed it helplessly. Such a rare opportunity escaped from his hands so easily. Catching the thief is the dream of countless people in the security bureau. He looked at Ray, sighed, and turned away. As a result, he was stopped. Ray stretched out his hand. "Where's the money?" Gritting his teeth, Rand took out his personal money and handed it to Ray. "Why don't you do it?" Ray said matter-of-factly, "It's only 3,000 gold coins to catch him, and you have to go to the royal capital to collect the reward. It's so troublesome and you have to make such a big sacrifice, so I won't do it. After all, the opponent is a saint. If he wants to control the opponent, he must use a method similar to Rand's, and there is no guarantee of success, so he might as well forget it." If Rand hadn't been a little poorer, he would have almost gotten 1/3 of the bounty without having to do it himself. Next time something like this happens, he can ask Rand to come. Rand left with a complicated expression. Ray reminded himself repeatedly not to let go. He just felt that he was not firm enough. After the accident, the villagers decided to move to other villages for 2 days and wait for further news. Ray's group and Rand all stayed here, seeing Tilu clearly giving orders to everyone. "Well, you did a good job defeating the senior magician today." Ray saw the battle and spoke to her gently. Yes, yes. Perhaps it was Ray's rare compliment that made Tilu's face soften. Then she said seriously, "No, this time let us help to restrain the opponent, making it impossible for the opponent to use advanced magic, and Emily prevented him from escaping. Otherwise, we still wouldn't be able to win." Tilu clenched her fists. "Obviously, Master has allowed us all to obtain fairies, but we are still far inferior to Master." Ray didn't seem to hear what she said behind her but called her name. "Tilu, yes. Did you consume a lot of blood in today's battle?" Turu slightly covered the flashing blood in her eyes. After she entered a serious fighting state, she almost consumed all the blood she had sucked. Unexpectedly, Ray noticed. Then consider it as your reward for winning the battle. Do you want to change places to suck blood? Tilu quietly raised her head and saw Ray tearing off the clothes around his neck. She swallowed hard. Although it was not yet the normal prescribed blood-sucking time, the master asked her to do it in advance and still changed the position. An indescribable emotion filled his chest. This feeling has always been there, but this time she was completely carried away like the first time. She raised her head and boldly looked into Ray's eyes. "Master," she exhaled and said in a Finnish voice, "we have to fight tomorrow. If we waste time, I don't care." "Then let's talk tomorrow." The fangs pierced the skin. At the same time, Ray covered Tilu with the quilt and opened the system interface. Receiving hidden rewards 1000 W points reward. Please choose to obtain an ability. Please select combat power, talent, and skill to copy from the special relationship person Tilu. Continue to cultivate connections with special relationship people to obtain more abilities. 1000 W points can be used to improve the skills learned from the dragon soon. This time, the options for obtaining abilities were reduced, which made Ray a little distressed. Tilu was successfully promoted to a senior magician, and in addition to the previous promotion, she gained several more skills. Precognition. There is a small probability of foreseeing what will happen after making a certain choice. Blood inheritance. Designate a specific person as the blood-sucking target. The more blood absorbed, the more permanent all-round improvements will be obtained based on the opponent's combat power rating. He heard Tilu mention the gift of prediction after fighting the vampires. He said that he saw himself being defeated, but it seemed that he did not take into account the improvement of the system. This later talent is amazing. Tilu's realm has improved, and her combat power rating has not only not dropped, but has also broken through to S. But Ray is not a vampire, so it always feels a bit strange for him to drink blood. Bloodthirsty mode greatly improves the body's combat ability and recovery ability, strengthens the power of blood magic, and will not die even if it is fatally injured before receiving a certain amount of accumulated injuries. Magic transformation blood. Convert yourself or the blood sucked into the body into magic power. When the amount of conversion is too much, the current state can be temporarily improved. Ray finally chose the bloodthirsty mode. Combined with his own bloodthirsty fighting and automatic regeneration, he can face stronger enemies. In particular, being immune to fatal injuries prevents him from dying before his magic power is exhausted. Originally, he wanted to clone himself, but it seemed he could only move back. Seeing that the sky was getting slightly brighter, Ray quickly caught up on his sleep. In the end, she overslept and even Tilu couldn't get up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Ray saw dissatisfied eyes. "Miss Emily, didn't the noble etiquette tell you that you need permission when entering?" "Before I talk about etiquette, can you explain that on the day of the dragon attack you didn't get up until noon and you even took Tilu with you?" Of course, Ray didn't explain but asked her back. "I seem to have woken up naturally." "Are you sure you just called me and didn't do anything else? You care about me?" Emily felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at her and left the room after he finished speaking. She didn't do anything else. "I just found that it was rare to see Ray sleeping peacefully, so I just watched it for a few minutes." "You just got up." Rand was really puzzled, so he couldn't help asking Ray questions. At such a young age, Ray is a high-level magician and is said to have strength comparable to that of a saint. In his opinion, talent and hard work are the reasons why Ray can reach this point. Rand spent the entire night meditating, getting up at 4 o'clock to practice skills and 7 o'clock to practice magic. "I thought I could discuss the battle experience with Ray, but in the end I didn't see each other at all. I only found out after asking the elf girl yesterday. Ray's daily routine is more regular than his, no one calls him and he doesn't have to get up to eat breakfast. Today I didn't see him yawning until noon and he didn't seem to be meditating. Doesn't he need to practice? What do you have any objections?" Ray looked at the sky in the distance and there seemed to be something there. "I don't have any opinion, that's all." Just as Rand was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. There are a lot of powerful monsters approaching. Ray drew the Excalibur. Along with the flow of magic power, Liu sat lightly on his shoulder. "What do you mean, do these monsters count as reward?" "I will pay you the price of the Adventurers Guild for the part you solve." Just as Rand was about to rush out, he suddenly noticed an overwhelming and majestic magic power in the distance. "That's Black Dragon." Ray picked up what he said. "It seems we have to get rid of that big guy first." The chaotic magic power fluctuations in the sky gradually approached and others also discovered them. It was a group of gray and red pterosaurs numbering about 60 or 70. Although they are only sub-dragons, they have almost no opponents in the same realm. This might just be useful for people to practice on. Ray looked at the girls behind him who were getting ready. Their combat power was probably only slightly stronger than that of the pterosaurs. In addition, the opponent is a flying monster, so it should be just right to hit one more. Thinking of this, Ray stopped Rand. How about we leave this place to them and we go directly to get rid of the black dragon? Rand heard him talk about taking the initiative, thought about it, and then suddenly realized. This is someone else's village. If it is destroyed, it will be a big loss. I didn't expect Ray to be so kind-hearted and to think of this when facing a powerful enemy like the black dragon. You think it's okay? Of course I have no problem with it, let's go. After Rand finished speaking, Takong left. Ray was confused for a moment, so happy, but even if you are happy you must pay no less. Since Rand doesn't take action, of course all the monsters here belong to him. He came to Tilu, told him the good news and left the sword to Emily. After Liu lodged in the divine sword, now only Ray and Liu can use the divine sword. Liu is a fairy with pure magic power. She can activate the divine sword by absorbing other people's magic power. Although the efficiency is only 1/10, it can still exert power beyond the ordinary saint level. Muse and Liu lurking in the dark, the two saints are here, even if there is any accident, they can handle it. After the arrangement was completed, Ray chased in the direction of Rand. Heaven, Rand looked at the golden light speeding across the ground and worked harder. He flew like a flaming comet in the sky, extremely fast, but he couldn't get rid of Ray behind him. Although Rand has a fire attribute, he considers himself to be among the top in terms of speed. His master once taught him that he must know how to retreat strategically, and he understood the essence. Therefore, many of his companions sacrificed their lives, and only he climbed to the high level of the saint level. Even if it is the thief saint, he only loses to the opponent's concealment ability and burst of instantaneous speed. In order not to lose face, he burned his magic power to his heart's content. Fast, he can be faster. The flames erupted fiercely. Ray was getting further and further away from him. It seemed that the other party was just a high-level magician after all and could not defeat him. The source of magic is a cave halfway up the mountain. When Rand noticed that he had arrived, he couldn't stop his momentum at all and smashed into the rock wall directly. It was like a meteorite falling, directly collapsing the cave. Ray was dumbfounded. This guy said he couldn't beat the black dragon, but when he really wanted to fight, he became extremely fierce. Directly use your own body as a weapon to carry out self-destructive attacks. Not to mention that black dragon couldn't think of it, even his teammate couldn't think of it. As soon as Ray saw Rand crawling out of the rubble, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The breath of the black dragon disappeared. Completely, not a single trace of magic power remained. In the distance, the village is a little too quiet. His heart froze, and his body merged into a ray of light that accelerated several times and disappeared in an instant. Rand looked at this scene stupidly. Ray didn't run seriously before the relationship. Tilu waved her sword, and blood spines suddenly spread all over the ground, stringing together several pterosaurs. Behind her, a particularly strong pterosaur bit at her. Tilu didn't even look back, he only hit its head with an elbow. With a swing of the sword, several rounds of crescent moons hit the pterosaur, peeling off its scales and hot blood gushing out. However, before the blood was spilled on the ground, it seemed to be alive. It turned into a sharp blade and pierced the body of the pterosaur. Tilu watched the pterosaur fall to the ground and clenched her fists, as if to confirm its strength. She had just been promoted to a senior magician yesterday, and she could crush B-level subdragons at will. A C-class pterosaur of the same level as yesterday's own could be killed with a wave of his hand. Her current strength may not be weaker than Emily's. The only change I can think of is sucking blood from the master's neck. No matter what, this is the power that should be used by the master. The only problem is that, as a high-level magician, she can't help her master unless she reaches the holy level first. Just when she thought so, something dark suddenly came into view. It was a giant beast that was taller than a house, and its arms and legs were thicker than the trunk of a tree. It made people feel violent enough to subvert common sense. The scales on its body shine with a pitch-black luster. It has a bloody mouth and eyes as scarlet as a sea of blood. Its eyes looked coldly and contemptuously at everything, and it roared like a king coming. An unspeakable sense of oppression hit everyone. The shock from the magic and the fear deep in the blood paralyzed the body. Dragon, the black dragon that was supposed to be dealt with by Ray and Rand, appeared here out of thin air. Whoa, whoa, whoa. In front of the fighting pterosaurs and girls, the black dragon looked up to the sky and roared wildly. The magic power spreads with the sound waves, and it becomes a disaster just by doing this. Massive sound waves spread throughout the village, and all the houses instantly collapsed into dust. Looking at the terrifying scene and the approaching magic sound waves, Almost no one can recover quickly and use magic to protect themselves. Tilu raised her sword, but she couldn't protect many people now. Back off, a beautiful figure and a sword rushed to the front at the same time. The black curtain spread quickly, covering everyone behind it and absorbing the sonic attack. In a hurry, Muse and Liu joined forces to block the blow. The black dragon is here, where has the master gone? Tilu barely managed to steady her trembling body. She is half-blood and the other party is a real dragon. At a lower level, the dragon's power just now made her body tremble unconsciously. Liu temporarily returned to Emily's side, and through communication between fairies, she conveyed the news that Ray is okay, but cannot be contacted. Tilu got the news and issued orders to everyone. Muse and Liu are responsible for stalling for time, while the others retreat directly and run as far as they can. But things are not that simple. I saw a man's figure appearing in the sky. It was the former thief saint. He looked down at everyone. Sorry, none of you here can run away. For some reason, the black dragon turned a blind eye to the men in the sky and only showed its fangs to Turu and the others. Opposite are also two saints. Tilu's little face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Saint level must be in the same realm to block it. Muse only has the strength of saint level based on Lilia's experience and is definitely no match for the black dragon. If you want to stop the black dragon, you must fully utilize Liu's strength. In other words, there must be enough magic power. Turu immediately understood everything and made a new plan. Muse, I leave that man to you. Muse, no, she is Lilia now. She looked at Tilu and said, I have no problem, but can you deal with that dragon? No problem. Turu affirmed. Everyone cancel the decision to retreat, summon fairies, and transfer magic power to Liu to fight. Yes. Following the uniform replies, the figures of fairy girls appeared one by one. Everyone uses their own fairies as an intermediary to transfer magic power to Liu. Liu received the support of magic power, took a deep breath, then his body grew larger, and he held the divine sword in his hand. The fairy's wings slowly opened behind her, and the majestic magical power completely overwhelmed the black dragon. Seeing this scene, the thief saint's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that among the people who stayed, there were still two saint-level powers. He wants to solve the problem quickly and get the treasure, but it seems that it is not that simple. When Rand comes back and there are multiple saints in the opponent's camp, it will be really troublesome. Thinking of this, the thief saint glanced at the girl in front of him and activated his magic. The senior magician should have been someone he could easily kill instantly. But what he didn't expect was that the other party actually used dark magic and corroded his water magic. Demon, it doesn't seem like you are a demon. What on earth are you? The girl did not dare to neglect and took advantage of the opportunity to speak to increase her magic power to its peak. Want to know? I won't tell you. She is docile when facing Ray, but when facing others, her demonic nature is undoubtedly revealed. The flood fell into darkness without any ripples. Turu and the others were under the greatest pressure. Then what she has to do is not to let the enemy have any chance to take a step forward. The divine sword burned with colorful magic light and fought fiercely with the black dragon. Liu has entered the sword body, using himself as a sword, fully exerting its power. The ground was torn apart by the clash of sword blades and sharp claws. With a swing of the sword, the huge blood moon ate away the magic power and drained away all the magic power around it. With one claw raised, the cyan wind swirled into a tornado, sucking in the surrounding buildings, unwilling to be outdone. The two attacks collided together, causing a sudden explosion sound to be heard in the air, causing countless potholes and cracks. The magic in the air was chaotic. The black dragon's scales were torn open, leaving a hideous bloodstain. It was Liu who had the upper hand. Her sharpness was enough to break the dragon's scales, and the magic worked successfully. This is not considered a success. The aftermath of the attack spread, rushing towards the people behind who were injected with magic power. But there was nothing they could do. If the supply of magic power is interrupted, Liu's strength will be greatly weakened. Fortunately, the goblins still had their hands free. They created pieces of magic barriers to help their masters block the attacks. The black dragon seemed to have discovered their flaw and looked in the direction of everyone briefly. Then the dragon's head temporarily raised its head to the sky. That's Dragon Flame. Angelica shouted to everyone to pay attention, but what can they do? They can't escape at all. The black dragon opened its mouth and spit out fierce dragon flames. The red heat that was enough to melt the ground attacked everyone. Liu blocked the attack in time, and the holy water magic defense was ready. The flames surged in, swallowing up the water curtain and raising a large amount of water vapor. Tilu seemed to be in a furnace being baked at high temperatures. The attack only lasted for a few seconds, and her magic power dropped by 1/3, and it is still decreasing. It's probably the same for everyone else. It's definitely not going to work like this. Among the people present, she has the highest strength, so she must do something. Just as she was looking at the dragon's figure and thinking about a solution, a picture appeared in her mind. That was the result of her choice told by her ability to predict. The result this time was very strange. It was simply the scene she had dreamed of. If you can see that picture, it doesn't matter even if there are risks. Turu made a judgment and cut off the supply of magic power. She left the water curtain from a safe position, then shortened the distance and waved the crescent moon at the black dragon's eyes. The attack is effective. The black dragon felt pain, shook his head, and then closed his mouth. Long Yan's attack was interrupted, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief while looking at Tilu nervously. When the black dragon shook his head, the remaining wisp of dragon flame struck Tilu. I saw blood mist spurting out of Tilu's body. The blood mist and dragon flames offset each other, and it took a lot of effort to block it. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge dragon tail broke out of the ground. The black dragon didn't know when it dived its tail into the ground. Of course, Tilu didn't expect it and was directly knocked away by the sweeping tail blow. Lettuce and Angelica exclaimed, "Fool!" Emily clenched her fists but couldn't move forward. She had to stay and continue to supply magic power. Others also tried hard to search for a certain figure in the raised dust but couldn't find anything. The black dragon's attack continues, and they will continue to fight. After all, the black dragon is a saint-level strongman, and Tilu was shot away before he could react. It looked serious, but in fact she had turned on the bloodthirsty mode and was not injured at all. She is the property of her master, and she will not allow death. But how can we achieve the predicted picture? Just as she was thinking about getting up, her body that was pressed under the gravel suddenly lost its center of gravity and fell. This is obviously the real place, so what's going on? Before she could think about it, she fell into a lake. Is there a lake underground? No, this is not a lake, but something she is quite familiar with. That's right, it's blood, a lake formed entirely of blood. Tilu gradually regained her mobility and poked her head out of the lake. Surrounded by a bloody closed space, there is a small piece of land in the center of the lake. There seems to be something on the land, exuding a strong blood energy connected to the lake and the ceiling wall. Tilu swam over and saw clearly the thing stuck on the ground. It was a sword that looked similar to her own condensed blood sword. The blood seemed to boil with pleasure. She understood that this was what she needed. So, without hesitation, she reached out and pulled out the bloody sword. Without any hindrance, she succeeded and entered bloodthirsty mode uncontrollably. At the same time, the blood lake seemed to have its color sucked away and was completely sucked in by the sword. When Tilu raised his sword, the lake had become clear, and the surroundings had turned into normal-colored rock walls. A brilliant magical power surged into Tilu's body through the blood sword. Finally here, she thought. This is the power she needs, the power that can be useful to her master. The realization of a sword technique came to my mind, blood god-style sword technique. Tilu's aura was rising steadily, and while her body was filled with magic power, she also gained a deeper understanding of blood magic. The next moment, she rose directly into the sky. She knew that the stone wall above her head was just a seal to prevent others, so she flew out without any hindrance. Emily gasped violently. 1.5 minutes from the beginning of the battle to now was only such a short amount of time, but they could hardly hold on any longer. This is the Dragon Clan, the strongest race that despises other races. After Turu left, Liu's attacks could not even cause effective damage to the Black Dragon. Even if the opponent is temporarily unable to spit out dragon flames, they are unable to fight back. Everyone is approaching their limit. When that time comes, they will no longer be able to block the Black Dragon's attack. Thief Saint Blaze merged into the water waves and appeared in another place. He had figured out the methods of the girl in front of him. Blaze can't do anything to the other party, and the same goes for the other party. The realm limits the opponent's strength, and he is not good at attacking magic. Let's not fight. You are so strong. It just so happens that my client is also a demon. How about making money together? I'll stop and go over there to help. Are you willing? Of course not. Then shut up and wait for death. Lilia was a little anxious. The guy in front of her was a saint after all, and the threat to others was fatal, so she couldn't take action at all. On the crowd's side, the Black Dragon whipped up a storm. The girls finally couldn't hold on anymore, and the magic power could no longer be supplied. Liu released the last light and tore through the storm with one sword, but only managed to cut through a few dragon scales. Owner. Liu withdrew the divine sword and turned pale. Without Ray's magic supply, she was able to block the black dragon for nearly 2 minutes. She was already doing a good job. The black dragon's bloody mouth opened wide, trying to roar. Everyone who had lost their magic power took this move, and almost no one could withstand it. However, blood light rose into the sky, and the girl who had left temporarily stepped into the air holding a blood sword. She wielded the blood light and knocked down the black dragon with just one sword stroke. Tilu, step into the holy level. Tilu. Emily felt the completely different atmosphere. Yesterday, I was better than her. At noon, Tilu was no longer weaker than her, and now she had directly stepped into another realm. Where did that girl come from? The thieving saint didn't pay attention to Tilu's appearance at all. He just thought that a powerful saint suddenly appeared. Under everyone's gaze, Tilu raised his sword and struck again. The black dragon was prepared, but he was still suppressed, his body shaking due to the strong force. If Ray were here, he would find that Tilu's strength has improved so much, and his combat power rating is still S. Tilu looked at the black dragon in front of her indifferently. Not long ago, it just roared and it would tremble. Without the protection of the master, nothing can be done, but it's different now. Just like the predicted scene, she has enough strength to stand beside her master. Now it's just the beginning. Her pupils turned into vertical pupils, and all the magic power was concentrated on the blood sword. The secret of blood god flow bloody slaughter. The sky was stained with blood as she advanced, and countless blood thorns pierced into the black dragon's body from all directions. It seemed that even its scales were not pierced. The next moment, the black dragon's body suddenly stiffened. Countless bloody sword lights spread out from its body and slashed towards the surroundings. The huge body was covered in blood and flesh and fell to the ground. Everyone stared blankly dead. Tilu calmly put the blood sword into her body, tilted her head and looked into the distance. A ray of golden light happened to arrive quickly. Noticing Ray's slightly stunned look, Turu stepped forward with a smile. "Master, I have helped you deal with the black dragon you want to hunt. I saw it." Ray looked at her face as usual, a little confused. "What's he doing here?" The thief saint was stunned. Such a big black dragon just disappeared. Although the saint level of the vampire clan is powerful, it is not so exaggerated. He immediately wanted to run away, but Lilia in front of him would not give him a chance. When he raised his hand, there was a huge dark prison. The moment Blaze's body was blocked, blood and golden light flashed before his eyes. Behind him is a powerful demon who is completely unable to break through. In front of him on the left is a vampire saint who killed the black dragon with a few swords. He looked at the front right and saw that the senior magician of the human race was a soft persimmon. Thinking of this, Blaze threw a precious barrier stone to block Tilu, raised his hand and released the torrent to wash away Lilia. His figure merged into the water ripples in the space, and the water ripples spread and turned into several ripples heading towards Ray. Now, no matter how fast the senior magician is, it is impossible to find his true body. But he didn't expect that the other party had no intention of looking for him at all. Blaze saw the boy raise his hand, and just like that, the space froze. The blue frost froze the space and continued to extend outward. The magic power was absorbed crazily, and a huge ice block appeared in the sky. Alarm bells rang in Blaze's mind. That one is definitely a high-level magician. Why can he activate holy-level magic so quickly? I can't even do that kind of thing. One of his legs has lost vital signs and cannot be saved even if he escapes. So he didn't hesitate and instantly cut off the leg with a magic-attached hand knife. At the same time, he burned the magic power and escaped the magical atmosphere in one breath. Just as he was concentrating his magic power to prepare for the gang fight between the three, he looked up and found that the three were standing still and didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing them. The eyes of several people were a little strange, and the young man who was a senior magician looked like he wanted to say something. Blaze's eyes narrowed, preparing to take this opportunity to escape. Immediately afterwards, he noticed another holy-level magic power approaching at high speed. He only had time to tilt his head and saw a brilliant flame streaking through the sky, hitting him hard with its tail flame. In the smoke and dust, Rand sat in the huge pit and patted the flames on his body. He took a breath. He looked old. It was only 2 minutes away in total, and Ray was so far away that he couldn't even see his figure. However, I remember it still hurt a little when I hit the rock wall last time. Why didn't I feel it at all this time? It seems a little soft. Thinking about it, he reached out and touched it. It was really soft. Something was wrong. He jumped up suddenly and found that there was another person under him. Although he didn't recognize the man's face, his aura was unmistakable. He turned out to be the thief saint. At this time, Ray fell on the edge of the pit and said, "Mr. Rand, look, I also helped you catch the thief saint. Do you need to pay more for this?" Rand then noticed that the fallen Blaze had a broken leg and was secretly shocked. He shouldn't have been too late as he was defeated as a saint. Etc. Rand suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Where is the black dragon? Solved. Ray shrugged helplessly. Rand ran out quickly and finally found the black dragon whose original shape was no longer visible. Flesh and blood splattered all around and blood soaked the ground. It was as miserable as it could be. He immediately felt that it was Ray who did it, and his heart was filled with respect for the innocent-looking boy. As agreed before, the rewards of the Black Dragon and the Pterosaur group will be calculated together. As for this guy. Rand looked at the thief saint with a somewhat complicated look. If he didn't hesitate, the credit would be his. Ray noticed his look. I can give it to you directly, just give me the bounty. Real? Why are you lying to me? Just satisfy me with the remuneration you want to pay. Rand felt something was wrong. How much? 5,000 gold coins. Rand almost choked. Is it so easy to make money? He didn't even have 1,000 gold coins in his family. The maximum is 4,000, and that will only happen after I get the bounty. Seeing how shabby he was, Ray stopped raising the price. After all, Rand is a saint, so he can make a lot of money even if he goes to the dungeon. As a result, I worked in the security bureau and had no savings at all. After writing the IOU, Ray saw Rand looking at the ruined houses and said, "That was destroyed by the dragon, it has nothing to do with me." Rand's eyelids twitched. I know. Why he thought Ray was kind-hearted before was really incredible. Before Ray handed over the thief saint, he interrogated him about what happened. Under the dark magic of him, Lilia and Lilim, they successfully got the words. The reason was that a certain demon commissioned Blaze to obtain the village's secret treasure. The seal of the secret treasure cannot be opened by ordinary saints, so he chose to borrow the power of the Black Dragon. The thing the Black Dragon is looking for is actually its own thing, which was stolen by Blaze and led to the village, hoping that it would break the seal. But Black Dragon was very principled and rational and did not launch a direct attack. So Blaze continued to use a special scent on the Black Dragon to make it violent. After learning that his information was leaked, Blaze arranged a magic circle to disguise and conceal his aura. Finally, he lurked among the villagers, waiting for the seal to be broken. It has to be said that he was well prepared, but he failed to succeed and even lost money on himself. The secret treasure was finally taken away by Tilu, and the Black Dragon was killed by her without even the need for Ray to take action. What the Black Dragon is looking for is a dull-colored stone. He doesn't know what it is used for, so he keeps it first. After weighing the weight of the storage ring, Ray showed a satisfied smile. The fastest way to make money is by licking the bag, and the gold coins alone are more than what Rand owes him. Although this incident was an accident, many people experienced a sense of urgency on the verge of despair, which was something that daily training could not bring about. After this, everyone's strength will be improved. The one who has improved the most is of course Tilu. Her race has become a complete vampire, and with a combat power rating of S, she will probably not be weaker than Ray now. Ray came to an open place and took out a black magic stone with strong magic power. The magic stone of the Holy Dragon tribe can probably be sold for 5,000 gold coins. This kind of magic stone, which is very precious whether it is collected or used as a wand, is just a one-time consumable for him. Ray wrapped it with magic power and the magic stone suddenly shook. Under the pressure of magic power comparable to that of a saint, the magic stone gradually cracked and turned into powder. Dragon Magic Perfection, 2,000 W points. Dragon Language Magic. Every word and deed of the dragon can form powerful magic with dragon power. As long as you understand enough magic and magic, you can instantly cast special dragon magic with enhanced power, instantaneous. For Ray, it means that he can instantly construct holy-level magic. Coupled with the composition of magical imagination, he can even use holy-level fusion magic. Next, it's time to improve. The moment the magic stone shattered, Ray had completely copied the Black Dragon's magical properties. He completed the transformation instantly and then wrapped his body with magic power. The next moment, an unparalleled sense of power filled his body. This body could not suppress the power and gradually expanded. Ray felt that his field of vision became higher and his body continued to extend outward. Immediately afterwards, a thick dragon tail swept away, leveling the ground behind it. The wings spread out behind him and he flew directly without the need for holy magic. A black dragon with golden eyes appeared on the spot, and it didn't look much different from the previous one. The power of the dragon clan is fully unleashed in Ray. In this state, he can use not only all the abilities of the black dragon, but also his own original methods, becoming a true saint. Ray was originally worried that the magic power consumption would be severe, but in the end there was no such problem. The dragon's skin can automatically absorb magic power and store more magic power than his body. He can even maintain this appearance forever. It's a pity that the dragon's skills cannot be brought back to his body. Just when Ray was about to try out his skills, he heard a certain message coming from a distance. It seems to be calling him. Ray noticed another powerful aura that suddenly appeared. I don't know what to think, but I haven't changed back yet. A white shadow flashed before his eyes and a slender white dragon appeared in front of him. Beilong nodded slightly to him. I finally found you, Aofu. Although he didn't know why another dragon appeared, he could understand what she said. Let's see what happened first. Ray raised his head pretendingly and said in a low tone, what's the matter? Beilong was a little impatient. What else are you asking me about? Do you know how long you slept for? Ray recalled it and remembered that the village chief said decades, but the specific time was not clear. A few decades. You still know, then why don't you go back? Beilong glared at him fiercely and then thought of something. Let's not talk about it for now. You haven't lost the magic sealing stone. Come back with me. The white dragon rose into the air. Seeing that Ray didn't move, she stretched out her claws and pulled him to take off. Follow me. Ray was a little confused. It's so sudden I haven't thought about it yet. He didn't know what the demon sealing stone was. And he was not the black dragon Aofu who had slept for decades, had his things stolen when he woke up, was confused by others and was finally killed inexplicably. Don't think about it. The speed of the white dragon is extremely exaggerated, and he is probably one of the dragons who is good at speed. She is a saint herself, so unless Ray attacks her directly, it is really difficult to escape. He also wants to know what happens next. Having no other choice, he hurriedly used magic to leave a message to Tilu and the others, and then followed the white dragon's rapid flight into the sky. Being dragged by a person, no, by a dragon to fly in the sky. You don't need to use your own strength. It's quite comfortable to blow in the wind. Ray looked at Beilong and wrote down the route, not to mention how leisurely it was. But not long after, he saw a dark vortex appear in the sky, and the white dragon plunged into it without slowing down. Consciousness briefly fell into a trance. Ray came back to his senses and suddenly found himself in a huge forest. He was as tall as a house now, and he couldn't even see the tops of the surrounding trees. Are these trees tens of meters tall? Just as he was thinking about it, Ray noticed that the concentration of magic power around him seemed a little strange. Not too little, but too much. His body seemed to be bathed in a sea of magic power, and he could feel the magic power slowly increasing with every breath he took. This is definitely not a maze city, and he instantly realized the answer. And the answer was soon revealed. A group of elves dressed in green clothes fell from the branches in front of them. The leading elder bowed slightly and said, Master Long, welcome your arrival. Ray raised his head indifferently as if he didn't notice them. As long as I don't meet my gaze, no one can come and talk to me. But Beilong nodded to them. You're welcome. Has your queen woke up yet? The elder elf replied, I'm awake and talking to Lord Holy Dragon. Lord Holy Dragon. Beilong was a little excited. It turns out that Lord has also come out. The elf elder was not like her. Instead, his expression was a bit bitter. Yes, this time the situation is more serious than before, so in addition to notifying the dragon clans everywhere, the queen also specially called the Holy Dragon to take action. After hearing what he said, Beilong's mood also cooled down. That's it. I hope I can get through it safely this time. The Elf Queen and the Holy Dragon represent not only the leaders of the two major races. At the same time, it also represents the pinnacle of strength. After the simple conversation ended, a group of elves took them deep into the forest. Ray just flew forward a little and found that he had passed through a layer of barrier. The scenery in front of me changed instantly. The tall trees are no longer dense, but a clear stream is left. There are wooden houses and bridges built on the trees, connecting all the houses together. At a glance, I saw at least hundreds of elves. While Ray was sighing, Beilong suddenly spoke to him. Why are you so quiet this time? Ray thought for a moment and said seriously, I'm aloof. Beilong was stunned for a moment. I know you usually talk little, but don't you talk a lot to me? Beilong thought to himself that in the past, although she and Heilong Aofu often met only once every few decades, the other party was also very arrogant. But he has been pursuing himself since he was a child, and he has been constantly courteous when facing himself. Not to mention, the other party's attitude was even colder than hers when they met this time, and she was not used to it. Don't worry. Ray uttered a sentence coldly and walked ahead, but not long after he followed Beilong obediently. There was no other way. The elves only brought them here. What they should do next, he could only follow each other. However, hearing what Beilong said, did the black dragon originally have a crush on her? Ray looked at her a few times. Compared to the majestic and powerful black dragon he turned into, the white dragon does indeed look much slimmer, with graceful muscle lines. The problem is his aesthetics are normal. No matter how beautiful the dragon clan is, the most he can do is admire it. Unless the other party turns into a human form, it's almost the same. Just when Ray thought this, he saw a burst of white light shining. Bailong's figure quickly shrank and turned into a tall beauty with short white hair. Well, this suits his taste very well. But he was really just thinking about it, and he didn't expect that the other party could really turn into a human form. I seem to have this skill now. However, if he turns into a human form, will he be the black dragon or himself? This is a question worth exploring. Why are you still acting like that? Come with me and get ready to meet Lord Xinglong. Ray broke out in cold sweat on his black dragon body. If Ray knew what the black dragon looked like when it turned into a human form, he could still use it to disguise himself, but there was really nothing he could do now. Neither the white dragon nor the elves noticed anything wrong. Too much cover-up will only arouse suspicion. Ray's figure quickly shrank and stood next to the woman transformed by the white dragon. What is the result? He glanced at his reflection in the creek. Tusk, you really have that damn handsome face. Ray pretended to be calm and looked at the other person's expression, but found that the other person's face was slightly red. If you don't speak, what's going on? Bailong noticed that he had been looking at it for a little too long and turned his head, a blush appearing on his face. Okay, I apologize for saying you had no taste when we last met. It turns out you know that I like smaller ones. You did a good job this time. Seeing her pace quicken, Ray followed her. It seems to be a safe pass. When one person and one dragon reached the largest wooden house, Ray learned from other elves that this was the forest of elves he thought of. In other words, Angelica's home should be in a village here, right? As soon as I entered the door, I saw several holy dragons who had arrived. Feeling carefully, although the aura of the elves who entertained them was not easy to detect, they were also saint level. There are exactly 10 saints in one room, and they are all extremely powerful. Ray, a senior magician, shivered when he saw it. However, after he became a black dragon, his normal state was completely on par with the dragon's saint level. If it breaks out, the fight should still be worthwhile. Seeing them come in, the only female dragon in the room came up to them. Fino, this person is... Hey, who are you? Could it be off? Bailong Fino explained. He is Aofu. Does he look different? Well, the female dragon approached Ray. The face is very white and young. It looks like what the human race calls a pretty boy. Ray glanced at her. Are you polite? When he said this, the woman tilted her head, her red hair falling down, and her eyes showed doubts. Has Aof's personality changed a bit? A sitting male dragon smiled. No, Millie, he still only follows Fino. At other times, he either sleeps or has a cold face. Isn't it the same as before? That's right, Millie nodded. The 2 men and 2 women from the elves smiled politely at the newly arrived Rays. Seeing that he was not exposed, Ray greeted them politely. Seeing that there was an empty seat on the sofa wrapped with vines, I sat on it. Hey, that's my place. Millie called out immediately. Ray glanced at the 4 elves opposite him. He was surrounded by 4 male dragons, including himself now. Isn't it quite neat? It's just full. Ray was a little confused. Your name is written on it. Millie shook her head simply. That's not true. Does that mean anyone can sit? Millie thought for a long time and said, it seems so. After saying that, she felt something was wrong. Seeing Ray sitting comfortably, she suddenly became angry and said, no, I have to sit there. Seeing that Ray was unmoved, Fino went up and pulled him. Forget it, Millie is still young, just let her sit down. Ray was a little confused. How old is she? Millie put her hands on her hips and said, 18 years old. Ray stood up instantly and helped Millie onto her seat. Respecting the elderly and loving the young has always been his good style. Millie always felt something strange, and she couldn't sit comfortably no matter how hard she sat. But immediately the elves began to talk about the seriousness of the matter to the newly arrived Rays, and they became quiet. This event is a once-in-a-100-year effort to strengthen the seal. The gods had sealed away not only the final beast in the dungeon, but also other evil forces. The result at that time was, the god sacrificed himself and sealed the beast of ending in the deepest dungeon. He left the world tree behind and suppressed the rest of the powerful evil under the world tree. In fact, it has only been more than 70 years since the last seal, but recently the fairy lake has been opened, and the magic power has been too concentrated, causing the seal to loosen early. Therefore, the 2 major races, the elves and the dragons, who have long lifespans and still remember the promises left by the gods, will join forces to strengthen the seal every 100 years. The elves and dragons are each responsible for keeping a magic sealing stone, and the dragon's stone is just the turn of the black dragon to keep. The male elf looked at Ray kindly. Lord off, your magic sealing stone should still be intact, right? Certainly. Ray was a little frightened. He didn't know if it was the black stone that seemed useless. Thinking of this, he deliberately took out the things and played with them casually. As if unintentionally showing it to everyone, the elves' expressions suddenly changed. What are you doing? Stop it. Other elves and dragons also retreated. Ray was a little confused and handed him the stone. Unexpectedly, the elf shrank. Millie shouted, that magic sealing stone has sealed the time magic of the gods. Don't touch it casually. Time magic. Ray was shocked when he heard this, and at the same time he was sure that he was not mistaken. Seeing him putting things away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Is it so dangerous? Just as he was thinking this, the power of that thing is very unstable. Only the Queen and Lord Holy Dragon can use it, and there is a price to pay. When it is turned on, other people will turn into fly ash when touched. Too scary. The stone has been exposed since the thief saint stole the thing, and Ray didn't care. Who knew it would be so dangerous? Although someone can use it, Ray still doesn't know how strong the Elf Queen and the Holy Dragon of the Dragon Clan are. Seeing how respectful they are, the Dragon Clan is a race with supreme strength. Those two should be legendary magicians, right? Millie glared at Ray. Don't do such dangerous things, okay? I'm still young and I don't want to die with you. Sorry. Seeing that Ray really apologized, Millie blinked as if it was incredible. You've really changed a lot. That's right, he's off, the smell is the same. A male voice suddenly came from behind Ray. Ray was shocked. What happened to this guy? Even if he was distracted, he wouldn't have missed him, right? The realm is clearly saint level. It seems that even if you can see through the enemy with your magic eyes, you can't underestimate the opponent. When the elf male was about to say something, he couldn't help but silence himself in advance. Everyone suddenly became quiet, not to mention their voices, even their bodies were motionless. It was just an intuition, as if moving one's body without permission was an offense to the other party. A terrifying aura suddenly descended. Ray reluctantly moved his stiff head and turned his head to look at the door leading to the back of the room. The breath came from there. Just a small wisp made him unable to resist at all. That is not only a crushing of realms, but also an absolute contempt at the biological level. It's like completely transcending the shackles of the mortal body. Legend, no, that's something more exaggerated. He didn't know what state it was, but he could understand his own powerlessness. Ray held his breath and looked intently. The door opened slightly, and a childish little girl with a pair of horns on her head jumped out. She said with a foreign look, "Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry." The moment they saw that figure appear, everyone stood up instantly. Lord Holy Dragon. Ray followed the surrounding dragons and bowed their heads to show respect, not daring to relax at all. The other party is a completely unknown existence, and it is not surprising that he has any means. As soon as the girl sat down on the bench, the elves placed the meat, which seemed to have been prepared in advance. The elf male bowed deeply and said, "Lord Holy Dragon, please use it slowly." The girl sent him away casually, not caring about other people's eyes, and started to enjoy the meal. Somehow a large piece of meat was stuffed into her mouth, and she swallowed it without even chewing it. The others waited quietly for her to finish their meal without speaking. Even Millie, who could barely stop talking just now, stayed calm. It wasn't until several rounds of meals were served and the girl burped that she shyly stepped forward. "Lord Holy Dragon, do you still remember me?" The girl squinted her eyes and seemed to think carefully. "Little Millie, right?" Millie suddenly beamed with joy and looked well-behaved. "Yes, it's me." "Yeah," the girl nodded and opened her hands to draw a big circle. "I hugged you when you were so old." "I can't remember how long ago it was." Millie quickly added, "It was 1800 years ago." Seeing this scene, Ray always felt that it was somewhat similar to when he visited relatives in his previous life. There is a big difference in age and appearance. Other dragons also came forward to say a few words. When it was Ray's turn, he was about to show off his acting skills. As a result, the girl glanced at him and said, "My back happens to be a little sore, please give me a slap on my lower back." Ray raised his eyebrows, treating them differently, right? Fortunately, he always respects his elders, otherwise he would really be dissatisfied. "How much force do you think it takes?" "Full force." "Okay, Lord Holy Dragon." Ray swung his fist and worked hard, and his fist made a continuous sound of breaking through the air. Before falling, he looked at the thin body and subconsciously stopped his strength. The girl looked unhappy. "Have you not eaten?" With 80% of his strength, the fist of the dragon body turned into thunder and kept falling. Too light. With 100% strength, the blood of the black dragon is boiling in the body. Ray's pupils turned golden. With one punch, even the magic power in the air was emptied. Not enough. Dragon power blessing. Now Ray's power has completely surpassed that of the holy dragons. Almost. Ray quietly used the super strengthening of his body, and the majestic magic power was quickly converted into muscle strength. Well, barely. Ray stared dumbly at the motionless petite body in front of him just when he was about to use his limit breakthrough. The girl turned around and glanced at him appreciatively. "That's enough, you did a pretty good job." She reached into her clothes and took out something white. "Here, this is your reward." Ray took it curiously. It looked like scales. As soon as he thought this, the scales disappeared in his hands. Usage Dragon Power. The intensity of the use of monsters or beasts is increased. Currently increases the host's combat power by 10%. In other words, Ray's current combat power is 50-50, and he can forcefully use monsters with a combat power of 55-55. Not much has changed so far, but... Ray showed a clear smile. "Lord Holy Dragon, do you think there is anything else you want me to do?" The girl stretched her waist, jumped from the bench to the ground, and walked out of the wooden house. No need now. Ray watched her leave with pity. The remaining dragons stared closely at Ray. Why was he the only one who could get the reward? Millie was obviously dissatisfied, glared at Ray, and then chased out. In fact, Ray doesn't quite understand. He doesn't know what to do now, and no one has said when to start strengthening the seal. A voice sounded at this time. "Excuse me, this guest, can you talk to me?" A fragrance suddenly emitted from the room, and a woman with long green hair appeared out of thin air. She was wearing a dress decorated with different flowers, and her eyes were emerald. The elf woman who appeared exuded a soft aura, which made people unable to bear any hostility and discomfort. "My queen." This time it was the elves' turn to show respect, and the other dragons still in the house were silent. Ray saw her looking at him and knew that the previous words were meant for him. Sure, the other party might have discovered something. Just like the holy dragon in front of her, she is also unpredictable. The difference is that her breath is as comfortable as nature, and Ray can't regard her as an enemy at all. From a certain perspective, that is a very terrifying ability. "Then come in with me." After saying that, the two walked into the room where the girl came out just now. The others watched the two people leaving and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. The elves don't understand why the queen is interested in the dragon clan. The dragons also couldn't understand why a lazy and indifferent fellow could have different attitudes from the holy dragon and the elf queen. But the actual situation is that Ray is not happy at all. Because as soon as he walked into this green room, the woman in front of him said something. "You are not a dragon, right?" Not a question, but an affirmation. Ray suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Transformation allows him to completely become a black dragon, and he can even possess talents and skills. The only difference is that the black dragon he transforms into will have some slight changes based on his own combat power rating and skills. Generally speaking, even people who are very familiar with it cannot tell the difference at all. But the elf queen in front of her was obviously not within the normal range. Perhaps it was because Ray had been silent for a long time, but the woman showed a gentle smile. "I know you are not an enemy, and neither does Christina, otherwise she would have slapped you flat." Ray's face was a little stiff. Who is Christina? Now that it has been exposed, it is better to ask boldly. He just wanted to see what was going on, but something terrible happened. The woman looked at him strangely. "Of course Christina is the holy dragon, you don't even know this. How on earth did you want to sneak in?" It was indeed the little girl. Ray was a little helpless and simply told what happened. The woman listened with interest and had no doubt at all. "So you probably don't know me either. I am Alukalu, just call me Elu. As you can see, I am the queen of the elves." "Hello, Elu." Hearing Ray call her nickname without any grudge, Elu curled her lips. The human race has always been an interesting race. Some people will treat her with respect like a subordinate, while others don't care about each other's identities. Forget about restoring the ancient covenant. It would be fine to just be friends with individual human beings, but that will have to wait until the matter is settled. Then she smiled slyly. "Mr. Ray, please continue to act as a dragon." "That's right." Hearing what Elu said, Ray was a little confused. "I don't understand. With the power of you and that holy dragon, you shouldn't need the power of others, right?" "No," Elu denied him. "Christina is the main force. I must be responsible for containing it, and your saint-level power is the key to victory." Elu then told Ray what the seal would do specifically. What they have to do first is to open the seal, defeat the gradually expanding evil power, and then re-reinforce it. No one knows the specific source of that power. It looks like a faceless mixture of darkness, capable of contaminating and absorbing magic power, and is extremely difficult to deal with. The inside of the seal is a huge void space. The holy dragon is responsible for fighting the enemy and delivering the final blow, while Elu is responsible for preventing the inflow of magic power and inhibiting the enemy's growth. The other holy level dragons and elves want to sneak into the enemy's body and destroy something similar to the source of power. Only the holy level can survive in the body of evil power, and there will be powerful guardians at the source of power. The legendary magician is too powerful and will be noticed by the enemy and will be targeted before entering the body. Therefore, every saint-level power is indispensable. Every time the holy level destroys a source of power, the evil power will become ineffective. If you are attacked by the holy dragon again, you will become weak. The last step is to seal the weak power. They have been doing this for thousands of years. Ray was a little confused and he asked Elu specifically, and the result was that the evil force did not have autonomous consciousness. At most, there is only an instinctive reaction similar to an irrational beast. I understand. Now that I'm here, I will help. Ray didn't hesitate at all after understanding the situation. Neither of the two strong men of unknown strength were hostile to him. He helped, and he could obviously gain friendship and recognition. If you don't help, there may be another outcome. That would be perfect. After Elu finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and looked a little hesitant. I said it so fast that I forgot. There is a limit on the number of people who can enter, otherwise you will be noticed. You have to pass a round of selection and... And what? Ray looked at her. Elu acted a little hesitant, not at all like he was relaxed at first. People killed by that power cannot be resurrected with the fruit of the world tree. Ray's body froze. You said resurrection. Can the fruit of the world tree resurrect people? Don't you even know this? But it can only resurrect people who have been dead within one day. Are the things in this world so powerful, including resurrection? He has only been here less than a month and he knows where to go. Elu looked at Ray seriously. You are just an outsider after all. We will not force you to participate, but you cannot leave the elf forest until the matter is over. She once again left the choice to Ray, but the latter did not answer first but asked, how can I obtain the fruits of the world tree? Well, that thing is very precious. If you can destroy a source of power, I can decide to give you one. Ray chuckled. What if I destroy all 5 sources of power? Of course I'll give you 5. Elu knew the answer from his question and warned, although the fruits of the world tree are precious, your own life is the most important. I hope you will not take too many risks. Well, of course I know. Ray knew, but there was no need to risk it. The evil force he has to deal with is only at the holy level. As long as he is not careless, he cannot lose. He wants all 5 world tree fruits. Before leaving, Ray suddenly remembered and asked, Elu, how did you discover my identity? Well, I can see through the essence of living things. You are a dragon on the outside, but you are a human on the inside. Do you understand? Ray thought it was probably similar to a soul, but didn't go into details. By the way, do you know Angelica? Elu opened her red lips slightly and showed a surprised expression. Her eyes were a little complicated. You met that child. Her natural talent is higher than mine. How is she now? In Labyrinth City, with you? Yes, I see. Then I'll ask you to take more care of her. Elu thought of something and nodded in understanding. After sending Ray away, a branch was stretched out in front of her, and Elu grabbed the branch as if shaking hands. Connecting to the world tree, her spirit that had been too tense during this period was relieved. The human race that accidentally broke in was another person recognized by Angelica. I don't know if it will bring any unexpected changes. However, this time things are already more troublesome than before, so it would be better to have fewer surprises. As the only supreme leader of the elves, Elu sighed deeply. When Ray came out, there was only one female saint from the elf clan left here waiting for him. Others have gone to the open space in front for simulation training. Anyway, it was okay. Ray went there with the elves. Coming to an open space, 2 giant dragons were wrestling in the magic shield built by the elves. Both dragons were gray, and in such a state, Ray couldn't recognize who was who. After he went in to talk, 2 more unknown guys appeared in the dragon clan's team. Off is here. As soon as Ray walked over, he noticed that a group of dragons all looked at him with pity. What happened? Hearing him ask this, Millie jumped out of her skin immediately. Tusk, 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 it's a pity, you have to go directly to the resurrection match again this time. Ray didn't understand at all what resurrection match. Millie said proudly, that is to say your first opponent is Fino. How about it? Is it uncomfortable? Fino, he remembered the name of the white dragon. It seems that the opponents for the selection competition have been selected. Others did not know that he was fake, so they directly signed up for him. What's so uncomfortable about this? Still pretending, Millie laughed deliberately to show him. It seemed that she remembered what happened before. You have never defeated her before, don't you know why? Ray glanced at the other dragons and seemed to have confirmed the result. Fino frowned and said, don't let me offend you this time. Ray paused and looked at her seriously. Are we going to turn into dragon bodies and fight? Of course, don't be so obvious about your betrayal this time. Are you going to fight Fino like this? After Millie finished speaking, Fino also nodded and said, I will fight with all my strength and I hope you can take it seriously. I will. After confirming the answer, Ray was very satisfied. If the other party was a human being, it would be difficult for him to hit him. If it's a dragon, there's no problem. Ray didn't participate in the training match. The black dragon seemed to be the strongest among the dragons. Most of the decisions between dragons were made in hand-to-hand combat, and he had no interest in it after just one look. On the contrary, the battles of the elves are very entertaining, and various magics emerge in endlessly. The saints in the human race all have a single attribute, while the elves mostly have 2 or 3 attributes. The food the elves entertained them was quite sumptuous, and the plates alone were as big as the dining table. The girl I hadn't seen for a long time was even more exaggerated. The food she ate was transported directly on a cart. At night, Ray sneaked out of the arranged house. He missed Tilu and the others a little. It would be fine if Tilu warmed his bed. Several dragons who lived with him in the house were directly stacked on top of each other, sleeping in a large font, snoring like thunder, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. He will definitely change rooms tomorrow. Ray walked to the stream and unexpectedly saw a petite figure on the stone. Christina swayed her little feet leisurely without looking back. Have you got anything to eat with you? There's only dried meat, do you want it? Oh, the current space really can't store living things, so that's okay. Ray kept handing out his food reserves and the girls ate them all. After she finished eating, Ray asked, How do you know that I am not a dragon? There was no food in Christina's mouth, and she looked a little unhappy. Looking at the bone age, an adult dragon species under 100 years old is too fake. If Ray wanted to say anything else, she had already jumped to the ground. You don't have the smell of my clan's blood on you, which means you haven't killed any dragon species, so of course I have no reason to attack you. With that said, she reached out again and took out a piece of white scale. It's an exchange of food. After Ray took it, she left. Ray stood briefly. Fortunately, Tilu got rid of the black dragon before him, otherwise the other party might not be so friendly. He couldn't understand what this holy dragon was thinking at all. Forget it, just go back as soon as you solve the problem and get the fruit of the world tree. The compulsion to use monsters once again increases by 10%. Seeing that the surroundings were quite safe, Ray lay down directly on the spot. Off you came so early specifically to wait for Fino. Several of last night's bedmates were obviously sleeping soundly and chatted happily to Ray. Yes, I already want to end everything quickly. Ray's face was a little numb. A night without sleep means nothing to him now, but a night without anything to do and being unable to sleep is really torture. Meditation practice, what is that? Ray never bothers to do that kind of thing. It can be seen that you really like Fino. Alas, it's a pity that if you enter the resurrection match, you won't be able to meet me. I still want to have a sweaty battle with you after a long time. Ray immediately shuddered and recognized this male dragon as the one who snuck up behind him yesterday. He calmly distanced himself and approached the female dragon. Hey, what are you doing? Millie clearly didn't welcome him. Ray silently felt sad for the dead Ao Fu who was so hated by the dragon. Fino glanced at Ray and said, Let's go, I will fight with all my strength and I hope you will too. It was strange that the other party didn't pester her yesterday. She had already thought of her words, but she kept waiting and was depressed for a long time. Doesn't this mean that she has been thinking about him? She quite liked Ao Fu's appearance. However, the dragon clan aspires to be powerful, and the more Aof gives way to her, the lower her evaluation of him will be. It's a pity. If you win, I can show you how powerful I am. After hearing what Millie said, Ray looked at her. If I win, will my next opponent be you? Yeah, it's a pity that you can only enter the resurrection match. That's it, then I'll look forward to seeing how powerful you are. Millie felt a little uneasy when she saw Ray's smile. The opponent is actually very strong. She has only just grown up. Although she is talented, she will definitely not be able to beat him. One person and one dragon walked into the magic shield. No one announced the start, and Fino turned into a white dragon as she said. Ray also transformed into a black dragon and rubbed his huge fleshy palms. What is he doing? Is he going to fight seriously this time? How is it possible? He will never give up. In the sight of all the holy dragons and elves, the white dragon suddenly disappeared. Fino's speed was her advantage. Seeing the black dragon in the field motionless, the other dragons thought he had given up resistance. At this moment, Ray suddenly swung his tail. The thick dragon tail stirred up a storm and swept away the white dragon that was rushing toward him. The white dragon screamed and hit the shield with its whole body. Its huge wings flapped for a long time before barely falling to the ground. Millie's eyes widened. She just heard that Ao Fu would lose to Fino every time. The blow just now seemed to hurt. Could it be the result of showing mercy? Thinking of the provocation she had just made, she couldn't help but regret. The dragon clan who said he was reluctant to part with him opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. Of course, a simple blow cannot render a giant dragon incapable of fighting. Ray flapped his wings, instantly shortening the distance to 0. He used his own skills and grabbed wildly. Countless claw shadows tore through the air and landed on Fino's dragon scales. This blow looks majestic, but in fact the claws cannot break through the opponent's dragon scales. Fino was hit hard and retreated to the edge of the shield. Just when he pulled away at high speed, he saw Ray's charged punch shaking the shield. It turned out that the other party was so intimidating when he was serious. She regretted letting him use all his strength. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it would be good for a powerful dragon to just be gentle and gentle to her. But before she could finish her thoughts, she saw Ray opening his bloody mouth, burning the magic power with a mouthful of dragon flame, melting the earth and spewing towards her. In desperation, she could only spray out dragon flames to fight back. Under the impact of the two hot forces, a burning sensation enveloped Fino's whole body. She was no match for Ray in a head-on confrontation. From the moment she failed to use speed to gain an advantage, the outcome of this battle was already doomed. Fino wanted to admit defeat but couldn't. At this time, she actually saw dragon flames spraying from the black dragon's mouth, and its footsteps gradually moved towards her. What kind of fighting method is this, and why can he still move when he spits out dragon flames? Ray suddenly raised his head after approaching, sending all the heat of the dragon flames into the air. His body also arrived in front of Fino, sweeping her down with one tail and then pounced on her. Dragon fist. Admit defeat, I admit defeat. Fino gave a weak cry. Ray returned to his human form, sighed and shook his head. All the dragons shunned him, and the one who invited the battle before didn't even dare to look at him. Noticing Ray's gaze, Millie turned pale. I'm not strong at all, don't beat me. Ray was helpless. What was he afraid of? He didn't eat dragons. Where Ray walked, other dragons did not dare to approach. He didn't care and watched the game quietly. The elves have a 4-attribute holy level who is quite powerful. He uses a variety of mixed magics and even beats a giant dragon to retreat. Soon it was his turn to play again. What surprised Ray was that although Millie acted very timid, she still looked like she was going to fight seriously when the game officially started. She also had a complicated look on her face, which gave Ray a premonition of trouble. "Officer," Millie addressed him suddenly. "I'm sorry for what happened before." Ray didn't quite understand. "What's the matter?" "It's just that you have always been only good to Fino, and are very cold towards other companions, including me, and you only sleep most of the time. Therefore, I presume that you are useless and will deliberately find trouble every time we meet for dozens or hundreds of years." Ray listened to her mumbling a lot but didn't understand anything. Millie continued to chatter, "But you are also wrong. I obviously felt handsome when we first met, but then I saw that you were only courteous to Fino. I was like air next to you. We are not strangers. You don't have to ignore me all the time, right? What do you want to say?" "That is to say, if you didn't just look at Fino, I wouldn't have to trouble you all the time." This meeting became a lot strange again. You even asked me how old I was, and it was also disappointing to have Xinglong look at me differently. He is very angry, but he is obviously just a lazy and infatuated useless dragon. Ray thought for a moment. "You like me?" Millie's voice, movements, and demeanor all stopped abruptly, and it took her a long time to reply, "That's weird." She took a few steps forward and then turned back. "Don't interrupt. What's your answer, to forgive or not to forgive?" This was the first time for Ray to see such an overwhelming way of apologizing. "But I forgive you." The person she was causing trouble for was Ao Fu, not herself, so she should be more generous. "You know the truth." Millie nodded with satisfaction and then thought of something. "By the way, don't let the fight wait. After so many years, I have grown up, and I am no longer the young dragon that needs you to save. Satisfy you." Seeing Ray clenching his fist, Millie suddenly felt a chill in her body. "Did you really fight Fino with all your strength just now?" Ray said flatly, "How can I use my full strength? I don't want to bear the charges of the dragon clan. Wouldn't it be enough to slay the dragon with all his strength? The girl who was the holy dragon would not be polite to him." After hearing this, Millie looked a little unnatural. "Then you'd better put some water in it, but don't make it too obvious." She wanted to save face, but she didn't want to be beaten too badly. The battle didn't last long. Millie's advantage was the agility brought by her petite size and the magic fast attack she mastered through training. Whether it's close combat or magic combat, Ray is at an absolute advantage. The next battle will be against a strong man from the elves, and he just wants to test his magic level. "Fino, are you okay?" Since the end of the battle, Fino has always looked a little dull. The woman next to her is a light dragon. As a rare dragon who is good at healing, she is qualified without even having to fight. Well, I'm fine. Fino replied to Millie that she only suffered some minor injuries, and some internal injuries were healed by the light dragon around her. But she still looked distracted, and the fact that Ray didn't hold back seemed to hit her. Millie got a little angry when she thought about Ray. They agreed to let her go, but the guy actually punched her in the face. Such a big fist really frightened her. She comforted Fino and said, "Don't think too much, that guy is merciless to me, but it turns out he is so strong when he is serious." When he heard the mention of Ray, Fino suddenly came back to his senses. The dragon clan advocates strength. Isn't Ray that powerful dragon? Maybe it was because the other party's posture was too low, so she didn't pay attention. Now that Ray didn't pay much attention to her, Fino suddenly woke up. He did change a bit this time. Maybe he made the change just for her, otherwise why would everything be in line with her preferences? Even during this day, she only thought about each other. It's not bad to agree to his feelings. Fino's eyes flashed brightly and he was no longer confused. She immediately told her two companions about this. The Guanglong woman was obviously very supportive. "Okay, he has been chasing you for so long and it seems that it is finally over. Congratulations on becoming the first couple of our generation. Does Millie think so too?" Millie obviously hasn't accepted the news yet. She thought for a while and unconsciously uttered bad words about Ray. "He's not very good, he's lazy and indifferent, Millie then remembered that laziness and indifference were only for other people, so she changed her direction. Look, there must be a reason for Fino to keep rejecting him. Although Fino felt that Millie looked a little unnatural, she didn't think much about it. In the past, she did think that the other party had many shortcomings, but if it were him now, she found it acceptable and even liked him. Thinking of the battle not long ago, the fierce attack fell on her body, which made her feel numb all over when she recalled it. The past was before and the present is now. After saying that, Fino showed a look of realization. "But what are you going to do? That guy hasn't come to you recently, right?" "That's right, I don't know what he is thinking now." Millie frowned as she watched the two discussing countermeasures. She slowly realized her true thoughts. She didn't want to bless them. "Is it really like what that guy said before?" Millie tightened her face and quickly denied it. She was just unhappy with the other party's attitude. In this case, it's okay to wish them well. Just as she was thinking about it, she suddenly smelled something and shouted coldly, "Who is hiding there at the door? Come out." Under the gaze, a female elf nervously walked out from behind the door. She looked panicked. "Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just happened to come in and heard part of it." "I don't know what to do." The elf was carrying a huge food plate. It seemed that he was here to deliver snacks and he was also a saint-level powerhouse. In other words, if she wanted to hide her aura, it would be really difficult for others to spot her. Fino said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter, it's not something that needs to be concealed." The elf looked a little apologetic. "I just heard your conversation, but I actually have an idea." What she meant was to find an open place and create a sufficient atmosphere, and the two of them would naturally be together. As an apology, she can help them with her elven companions. Fino thought thoughtfully, "Are you going to ask him out alone?" Millie covered up the complicated thoughts in her heart and smiled. "Let's do it, there's still time tomorrow anyway, right?" While the three female dragons were having an excited conversation, the elves quietly left the room. She walked to a hidden dark place and a strange purple light flashed in her eyes. "Lord Jaisi, I have found a way to contact that key dragon." I don't know whose ears the words reached. Have you practiced secretly and actually defeated the elves who are most favored by nature in the field of magic? Every time you say you've been sleeping for hundreds of years, in fact you haven't stopped practicing for a moment, right? How do you practice? Do you have any tips? Although the dragon clan is good at all fields, in terms of magic, it can only be said that the attack power is strong, but it cannot be said that it is better than the elves. Compared to the changes and fusion of magic, as well as the use of multiple attributes, the elves are definitely stronger. But Ray defeated them in the area where the elves are best at, and did not even rely on the body that the dragons were proud of for close combat. Ray casually pressed his hand, signaling the dragons to quiet down. "I won't lie to you, I never practice. This is my principle." The words just fell. "Tusk, if you don't teach, don't teach. I look down on you, a dragon who is sleeping on the surface but is practicing more seriously than anyone else secretly." Not only the dragons, but also the elves who came forward to listen to the information expectantly left in despair. Ray was also helpless. He had deceived everyone so much that even his identity was fake. The only thing he said could never be true again, but no one believed it yet. At the end of the day's competition, Ray successfully moved to a single room and was finally able to have a good sleep. He even made a special trip out in the evening. This time he didn't meet the Holy Dragon. Instead, he met Fino when he went back. She came to invite him out, saying that she would grant him a dream wish. There is such a good thing, Ray agreed directly. The next day, Ray ended the game easily and rushed to the agreed place. Under a particularly lush tree, Fino stood there waiting for him. When Fino saw him, he smiled gently. "Do you have anything to say? I can promise you now. Anything is okay." Hearing Ray ask this, Fino hesitated slightly but didn't think much about it. Anything is fine. Ray thought about it seriously. He and Fino had known each other for 2 days. If there is any friendship, I just beat her up. The relationship between Black Dragon and her should be regarded as friends. She said that in order to realize her wish, of course she can't ask for it, but she must also consider the other party's conditions. If there is anything a dragon has, it is treasure. He didn't find the Black Dragon's belongings. "This white dragon must not be poor, right?" Ray said. "Then you can give me some of your collection or something." Fino felt that this was discussing future financial matters. "You can have everything you want." So generous. "We can just put the collected things together. It is a common property anyway." Ray's eyes widened. "Why is it shared property? What's mine is yours and what's yours is mine." "No, what's mine is mine." One person and one dragon started to quarrel. Not far away, Millie was hiding behind a tree, feeling a little uncomfortable watching the two of them lively. She didn't know why, but she followed him and hid secretly. But is this okay? As she was thinking, she suddenly noticed something covering her surroundings. It is a dark barrier that directly cuts off a large space. She, including Ray, were all enveloped. Demon Clan. Millie was shocked. Her breath immediately escaped, and she felt 2 familiar breaths at the same time. Ray and Fino naturally noticed it and discovered Millie and the remaining 2 dragon women. "What's going on? It's a trap from the demons, but this is the Forest of Elves, and why are you Millie here too?" When asked by Fino, Millie hesitated and couldn't speak. Glancing to the side, he found that the companion next to him was also like this, and he immediately understood the reason. Fino obviously thought they were here out of curiosity and included Millie. None of that matters. The question is, why would the demons set a trap here? Logically speaking, everything that happens in the elf forest is under the control of the elf queen, and the demons cannot even pass through the outer barrier. What is certain is that there must be a big problem with the elf queen. Ray had noticed Millie and the others a long time ago, but he didn't expect that he would also fall into the trap. "Here they come." He said this, and Silong followed his line of sight and saw the crowd slowly showing their original shape. That's an elf. About a dozen elves appeared in front of them. All of them were saints without exception. "I don't think I've seen them before," Fino murmured. It was the other person who answered her words. The leader of the elf showed a sarcastic smile and his eyes were cold. "Don't compare us with those weak guys, noble dragons. As long as you hand over the demon's sealing stone, I will spare your lives." "You are the elf from yesterday." Millie recognized her. It was the shy elf from yesterday. The other party's crazy look now makes it completely impossible to see his appearance from yesterday. Speaking of this, Guanglong, who was in charge of treatment yesterday, suddenly thought clearly. "You can enter the elf forest by disguising yourself as elves. Are you the dark elves?" The elf opposite nodded approvingly, his pupils flashing with Ryuan purple light. "As expected of the Dragon Clan, we have been hiding for so long, and yet we can still directly guess our origins. Yes, we are the Dark Elves." As the words fell, a layer of black mist fell from all the elves. Their hair turned into a dull purple-gray, their eyes were a deep purple, and their skin was dark. They obviously have similar looks to elves, but they exude completely opposite auras, like wild beasts that choose people to eat. The leader of the Dark Elves looked at them and said, "Say it again, hand over the magic sealing stone and I will spare your lives." "If you're afraid, and you can say it so nicely. I'm afraid your queen doesn't dare to let you take action against us, right? The Dragon Clan values dignity the most, so it is naturally impossible for them to take the initiative to hand over things." Millie even fought back directly, completely ignoring that the number of people on the other side was about 4 times theirs. "You." After being told the truth, a dark elf showed a destructive gaze and was about to charge forward. "The holy dragon of the Dragon Clan has overwhelming strength, no matter who it is against. Therefore, without absolute strength, no one dares to take action against the Dragon Clan. Ray only thinks about slaying the dragon because she has no idea." The leader stopped the elf. "Don't be impulsive. After all, the opponent is the strongest race. If we attack directly, even if they can't beat them, it will be difficult for us to kill them. And their time is actually limited. The queen is still trying her best to delay, and they must take away the demon sealing stone that Ray saved during this time. The leader looked at Ray with gloomy eyes. The dragons don't know how to fight in groups. As long as we attack together, we can quickly capture them. You can give it a try. After hearing what she said, Ray just shrugged. HMPH, so what if you don't know how to fight in a group? A strong person doesn't need that kind of thing at all. Millie said arrogantly, even more arrogant than the other person. She is an adult dragon. Even if she cannot defeat Ray, can she still be abused by other races? Although there are elves who can defeat dragons in the battle match, winning and being able to kill are completely different concepts. Millie was the first to transform back into a dragon body. Just as she was about to howl, she retracted into her human form. Fino and the others vaguely sensed something was wrong but couldn't find the reason. Seeing Millie change back, she quickly asked why. Millie's face turned pale. The magic power is consumed so fast and it can't be replenished. Only then did the other dragons understand the reason and what had been wrong all along. Their bodies are slowly leaking magic power, and they are in a state where they can only go out but not in. This feeling is very subtle and can only be felt by actually using magic power. Dragons' magic power will automatically converge when they are in human form, so there will be almost no impact. But once they regain their dragon bodies, their magic power will be in a radiating state and consume a huge amount of energy. No matter what kind of creature it will become weak when its magic power is exhausted. Seeing their ugly faces, the leader of the Dark Elves spoke up. Powerful, where is your power? Show us, Dragon Clan. Despicable, capable of a head-on duel. We have never said that we are above board. The person who wins in the end is not necessarily the strong one, but the one who stands to the end at all costs. Millie and Fino were speechless because they knew what the other person said was right, at this time. Ray slowly walked to the front. That makes sense, but unfortunately, the one who can win this time must be the strong one. When he heard what he said, the eyes on the other person turned cold instantly. Taking advantage of the conversation just now, they had already accumulated enough magic power. Even the Holy Dragon Clan cannot resist the combined magic of 20 saints. At a certain time, the closed eyes of Elf Queen Aluk suddenly opened. The emerald eyes seemed to reflect the entire elf forest. Something's wrong, she thought. She raised the branches of the world tree and was planning to have in-depth communication. A layer of purple light spread out, and the branches that came into contact with the purple light instantly fell to the ground weakly. It's true. Since the power of the world tree has become so weak, you won't find me just now, will you, Alu? Purple light emerged and a woman quietly appeared. She was wearing tulle with a large area of skin exposed and a crazy smile on her beautiful face. Elu's voice was cold, Jis. As if unaware of her hostility, Jai-Si found a place to sit down on her own. Tell me, how long has it been since we last met? Have no idea. Hey, it's so cold. We obviously had such a good relationship before, but our camps are just different. Elu was unmoved at all. What are you doing here? Of course it's for that Lord's seal, so I need the demon sealing stone in your hand. Jai-Si scanned the room with her eyes, seeming to be looking for something. Hearing what she said, Elu didn't take any chances anymore. It was a coincidence that the other party came at this time, and it turned out to be about the seal. Her expression suddenly changed and she looked to the other side. I saw a big hole opened in the wooden house at some point, and a skeleton wearing a cloak stood there. The king of the immortal. Elu read out his origin. Jissi smiled and said, how about it, Elu? I value you very much. I even called this indestructible monster. Without the help of World Tree, you shouldn't be able to deal with us at the same time, right? It seems that World Tree is indeed in a weak stage. The skeleton said eerily, Elven Queen, just hand over what she wants. Elu breathed out, King of the Undead, can you explain the reason why you helped her? The skeleton did not hide anything and said directly, she said she could let me see the power of death that is more terrifying than me, so I came. She lied to you, Elu asserted. Jissi retorted, I really didn't lie about this, please don't slander me. That's not what I'm talking about. Elu raised his eyes slightly and the strongest ally was here. What I'm saying is that she's just here to let you delay. She wants to achieve her goal and doesn't need to grab the demon sealing stone. Gugu didn't quite understand, what do you mean? The next moment his body was penetrated. A small pink fist penetrated from his cloak. The girl's voice sounded behind him. It means that as long as she deceives you to come here and get beaten, her goal has been achieved. Holy Dragon, Skeleton looked at her in horror. He didn't know about the seal, and he really couldn't understand why the Holy Dragon appeared in the elf forest. Otherwise, he would not come even if he was beaten to death. No, it seems that he cannot die, but the other party can definitely turn him into a pile of dust, and he will not be able to regain his strength for a long time. He looked at Jai-Si, but found that the other party was also stunned. Obviously, this was not the scene she had imagined. Of course, Jissy didn't know. All she wanted was to hold Elu back and then steal the Dragon Clan's demon sealing stone. When the Holy Dragon comes, there will be no way to save it. But why was the Holy Dragon already there, but wasn't it always there before? The Dark Elves were originally the same race as the Elves, but at one point they were infiltrated by evil, and then turned into a demon race that believed in evil power and separated from the Elves. This is also the reason why they can enter the Forest of Elves, and the King of the Undead is because he has no breath. The World Tree can detect their intrusion from a long distance, but the World Tree is weak, so Elu waits for Jissy and the others to get closer before discovering it. The Dark Elves have been hiding for so many years because they are no match for the Elves in a head-on fight. With great difficulty, Jissy contacted the evil power under the seal of the World Tree through the evil power imbued in her body. Through visual sharing, she knew the fighting power invested by the Elves every time. The Elves will cooperate with the Dragon Clan, and Elu will be the main force. She had endured it for hundreds of years and had seen this result several times. But why did the Holy Dragon also join the war this time? What is the point of her holding back until now and planning for so long to win over the King of the Undead? With Elu's power alone, neither she nor the King of the Undead could kill each other. Coupled with the Holy Dragon, the game will not be finished directly. Elu touched the World Tree and found the location of Ray and the others, and she told the Holy Dragon about it. The girl was crushing all the bones that had summoned a sea of skeletons in the sky with one punch. Even though he withdrew his strength, the treehouse, ground, and stream below were still in a mess. The King of the Undead also took the opportunity to slip away. The girl said nothing and disappeared. Under the stunned eyes of several dragons, Ray threw the Dark Elf who was knocked unconscious by the last blow to the top of the crowd. He clapped his hands and said, "I just say that only the strong will win in the end." Fino nodded dully, and Millie completely understood the meaning of not using all his strength. How can any dragon in human form resist the combined magic of 20 saints? They don't have to take action at all. At this time, a clear sound of shell breaking came from the dark enchantment. A small white hand stretched out and she opened the barrier directly. Glancing at the towering crowd, he asked, "Am I late?" "Not too late, just right." Ray stepped forward with a smile on his face. If Christina hadn't broken the barrier, Ray wouldn't have been able to get out. As soon as he came out, he felt the vibration of the space. There seemed to be a war of the century in the distance. The magic power of the entire elf forest is quite chaotic, and it all converges to one place. The exciting magic collided countless times in an instant, and the terrifying impact directly flattened the ground. Ray looked at the girl and found that she was quite calm. Alukalu can handle this little thing on her own, but you guys, why do you go so far? For a trivial matter, Ray felt that the elf forest was going to be destroyed into a wasteland. As for her question, Ray wasn't very sure, so he looked at the other dragons. Unexpectedly, Fino blushed slightly and ran over to hug his shoulders. "We came to talk about the future. We had already decided to be together, but we were deceived by those cunning dark elves and fell into a trap." Ray blinked innocently. "In the future together? No," did he agree? Why did the topic jump so quickly? The two dragons who were joining in the fun looked excited, surprised, and encouraged by Fino's initiative. Millie just stood aside and watched with some confusion. The girl obviously didn't care. "As long as the things are not lost, try not to cause any more trouble while the seal is being completed. Just follow me for the time being." The last words were to Ray. "Yes," the other dragons agreed. Ray was a little confused. "Wouldn't it be better if you just keep the demon sealing stone?" The girl answered him directly, "I can't touch that stone, otherwise something terrible will happen." Seems a little impatient. Although Ray didn't quite understand, he still followed. The remaining dragons discussed in a low voice. "Have you forgotten that the Holy Dragon doesn't want to touch the demon sealing stone? Isn't it because you've been sleeping all this time that you're confused?" Fino looked a little unhappy. His strength has become so much stronger. He must be practicing seriously. At most, he is just a confused person. "No, you defended him so quickly." Millie listened to their conversation in silence, feeling a little out of place. Jissy's body seems to have no entity. Once attacked, it will turn into mist and then take shape again. It seemed that Elu had no way to deal with her, but in fact she had been tightening her nerves and not daring to slack off at all. As a dark elf, Jissy possesses the dark attributes of the demons, which are superior to ordinary attributes. Theoretically, she should be stronger than Elu. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The thick branches of the trees came overwhelmingly, with no space between attacks. The reason Jissy kept avoiding him was because she couldn't find a chance to fight back. As long as her magic transfer can't keep up, she will face a devastating blow. This was the result she had known for a long time. She was no match for Elu, otherwise she wouldn't have asked the king of the undead for help. If she just ran away, she could do it before the holy dragon came, but she was not willing to let her years of preparation fail like this. Therefore, one must take risks. The root of the tree was like a sharp spear, thrillingly passing through Jissie's face. She patted her heaving chest with a grin. Elu, you are really merciless. Elu stood high in the sky with trees extending outward from her body. All the magic power of the elf forest gathered here and was absorbed by her. The terrifying magic power fluctuations continue to rise endlessly. Since you were eroded by that power, we have nothing to say. Evil forces completely tamper with the thinking and cognition of living creatures. Jessie knew exactly what she was doing, but she didn't feel it was wrong at all. This was the scary thing. Tusk. Jessie knew that the other party even had the power to protect other elves. The longer time delays, the worse it will be for her, but she can't stop delaying. His subordinates had already lost and only succeeded in making a mark. The Holy Dragon is on the way over, and the Dragon Clan's goal is also together. That was her only chance. At this time, Elu's emerald eyes shone brightly, and she stretched out her slender palm. As she raised her hand, the boundless greenery spread. This time I won't let you escape again. Elu paused, and at the moment when the resonance of magic affected the space, she made a declaration. Forest realm. In an instant, the appearance of the world changed. The surrounding ground destroyed by magic grew more lush trees, and all kinds of plants spread across the land. Those plants seemed to have vitality, and they all contained frightening magic power. Looking around, the green plants in front of you are all made of magic. The expression on Jissie's face froze. The darkness formed a circle around her, forming a divided space. Countless plants attacked her with their claws and fangs. Jessie dodged the powerful part and used the space created by magic to corrode the weaker plants. He didn't even have time to breathe. Her magic was torn apart and she could only move and flee. As soon as Jessie landed on the ground, the grass on the ground stabbed her. The plants formed by magic were so sharp that they cut her skin. Jessie wants to use large-scale dark magic to destroy everything around her. It was then shockingly discovered that there was almost no dark magic in the air. In the forest realm, this is the space controlled by Elu, and she has already drained most of the dark magic power. The blazing fire ignited, temporarily forcing the plants back. Jessie was on fire. As a former natural elf, she was also good at many attributes, but she soon felt a chill. Looking up, AI Lu in the sky stretched out her bow and arrow, and the sharp point was already aimed at her. Unable to dodge, the opponent wants to kill him with one blow. Jai-Si realized this. She clenched her fists, and at the same time she noticed the approaching aura in the distance, showing joy. It's finally here. She no longer hid, a touch of darkness covered her body. The next moment, a stream of light flashed. The silent air was broken, and the dazzling white light left a distinct trace covering Jai-Si. The three attributes of wind, fire, and thunder exploded, but this magical conflict that was supposed to destroy everything did not spread. Instead, it concentrates on one point and continuously entangles it to maximize the destructive power. Elu in the sky frowned slightly, always feeling that it was a little too simple. Ray followed the girl to the place where the battle was taking place, and Fino and the others also followed. This was the first time he had seen a battle of this level. While the invincible boss was still here, he planned to observe and observe. Just a fight created a huge space which really opened his eyes. But before he could take a serious look, Fino, who was following him, hugged his arm. How could this make Ray concentrate? So he asked, "What do you like about me that your attitude has changed so much?" Fino's face looked a little intoxicated. "You are so strong and you have always allowed me, which is indeed very happy. But I found that when you hit me, your merciless look made me even more excited. Is this wrong?" Ray thought he heard wrongly and felt a little dazed. I also seemed to see a dark elf suddenly appearing. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding area became a little darker. Wrong. As soon as he thought this, his body was thrown away. Xinglong stood in front of him with cold eyes. There is no magic aura in the holy dragon's body. The barrier in front of Jai-Si's eyes made her temporarily stop her movements. The girl frowned. "I didn't expect you to be able to use part of that power." Jai-Si's body was coated with a layer of darkness. It was not the dark magic power, but the evil force. She used this power to barely take over Elu's breath, completely eliminated her figure, and appeared in front of Ray. But the holy dragon noticed it. Jessie raised her hand, and the surrounding area was instantly absorbed by the color, and the dark space surrounded the holy dragon. Then she saw the girl in front of her clenching her fists and whispering something. "It's just that you are still too weak." With one punch, a hole seemed to be formed that swallowed everything, and both the magic power and Jai-Si's strength were absorbed into it. just like what happened to the king of the undead before. The fist wind left a hole in Jissy's body and all the blood was evaporated. Exaggerated, simply incomparable, Jisy thought, but her bet paid off. After leaving Elu's forest realm, she can use dark magic. A frontal attack with murderous intent will be detected by the holy dragon, but what she wants to use is mental control. A pitch-black arrow shot out of the ground and shot at Ray, who had just stood firm. The girl turned back suddenly and opened her mouth slightly. The deafening roar of the dragon resounded, roaring the arrow until it almost disappeared, but it still shot towards Ray tenaciously. Jisy breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to escape with her seriously injured body. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Ray had reacted to the attack but was still shot. It almost scared her. Even if the holy dragon's reaction was exaggerated, looking at this dragon's movements, she thought she couldn't even handle the holy level. When the girl saw Ray falling to the ground, she hesitated for a moment, and then Jisy slipped away. She stepped forward and touched the place where she had just been shot, feeling a little confused. Only then did the other dragons react and hurriedly surrounded him. "Lord Holy Dragon, is he okay? I don't know, you have to ask Alukalu." As soon as the female fairy voice finished, the green-haired woman appeared here. As soon as Alu appeared, she said, "I was careless just now and let Jisy slip out. You." As she said that, she noticed Ray, who fell to the ground, and Fino and Millie, who looked ugly around them. What's wrong with him? Attacked by dark magic. Alu quickly approached Ray and touched his face with both hands. The green natural magic passed from her body to Ray. There is no reaction. It is possible that the magic has taken effect. I don't know what the magic is, it seems to have no effect on his body. After the seal is completed, you can ask the world tree to help him heal. Millie was a little nervous. Will he die? No, the most troublesome part of dark magic is the power of curses and attacks. The curse cannot be lifted temporarily, but there is no problem in suppressing it for a period of time. After hearing what Alu said, Fino, who happened to see the scene where Ray was attacked, said, "Didn't Lord Holy Dragon use Dragon Roar to weaken the attack?" The girl felt a little irritable. While she was watching, something happened to Ray under her nose. She said coldly, "No matter how weakened the attack is, it is not something you as saints can resist." As soon as they finished speaking, they all noticed the movement and Ray woke up. Ray felt that his mind was in chaos, as if he had experienced a war in the spiritual world. He looked at the figures surrounding him and felt a little puzzled. Several beautiful faces gathered together, seeming to be discussing something, and they were very close to him. An attack just appeared quietly, startling him. In desperation, he quickly launched the absorption rebound, but was instantly robbed of consciousness by a strong conflict. Doesn't it mean a neutralization attack? He rebounded successfully and almost ran out of magic power, but he still fainted for a while. However, there seems to be something extra in the body. Let's take a look when we have time. You're awake. Almost at the same time, Fino and Millie came closer. Wait a moment, Alu said, take him to the world tree to check first. If there is anything wrong, the current world tree can still find it out. She suddenly thought of Jisy's reason for taking action against Ray. Mind control is not impossible. The girl met her eyes and nodded as if she had thought of the same thing. Ray hesitated. I don't seem to be hurt. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was swept away by a huge force of magic power and arrived at Elu's wooden house in an instant. A branch of the world tree came into contact with Ray, and Alu pursed her lips and gave a soft then. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him. Ray spread his hands and said, I just said I'm not hurt. The other dragons ignored him. Fino, Elven Queen, please check it carefully again. Millie, could it be hopeless? You are comforting us. Girl, no way, I saw him being attacked. Listening to Long saying this, Alu also thought it was impossible, so she scanned it carefully again. Ray sighed and stopped talking. Whether it was strength or the ratio of men to women, he had no say. Of course, the result is still, everything is fine. The girl's face became solemn. I didn't expect that after such a long time, dark magic has developed to this point and I can't see any problems. I really underestimate her. Elu nodded thoughtfully. No problem is the biggest problem. The attack was clearly hit, but nothing happened to him. Jisy's magic has indeed improved a lot, but it's just that it's too perfect. People find flaws. Could it be the influence of that force? No, Christina, World Tree is the most sensitive to that power. I am sure that this is definitely pure dark magic. The two of them showed solemn expressions, paying respect to Jisy, who was seriously injured and escaped. Ray opened his mouth but finally gave up. Alu thought for a while, take him to see the true form of the World Tree. Although there is no way to cure it now, at least we can see where the problem is. The girl looked at the people around her and started a private call with Elu. I have no objection, but don't you mind taking the foreigners closer to the World Tree? He was targeted only because he was willing to help, so I judged that he was a trustworthy person. After the two of them finished speaking, they took only Ray with them this time, crossed the space, and came to an ordinary tree. Walking in, there is a path covered with fluorescent lights, surrounded by plants which seems to be a cave. Ray couldn't understand the changes in space at all. At the end of the trail is a small lake. They jumped in with him and then came to a vast white space. There is only a piece of grass here, and a huge tree that occupies the entire space, the world tree. Looking at the giant tree, Ray looked a little strange. Because the magic power fluctuations emanating from this tree are surprisingly at the same level as Alu and the others. Ellie bowed lightly and then told what happened to Ray. The main body of the world tree branched off a branch and placed it on Ray. At that moment, Ray seemed to feel some emotion. Immediately, Elu got the answer and her body froze. The girl frowned. What's wrong? Elu said the answer for the third time. He's fine. Completely, completely, absolute, absolute. After asking several times, the girl accepted the answer. Ray ignored them and looked at the trees in front of him with interest. It seems to be breathing, and every time it inhales, it produces a large amount of magic power. Before he could take a few more glances, his body was taken away again. In an instant, he was back in the cabin. The girl was completely cold-faced, put down Ray and left. Ray naturally followed. She tilted her head slightly. Why are you following me? Ray was a little innocent. Didn't you ask me to follow you temporarily to avoid accidents? I changed my mind. Seeing the figure in front of him disappear instantly, Ray opened his mouth. Well, he obeyed. Seeing them coming back, Fino and Millie quickly asked about the results. Alu said with a wry smile, he's fine. That doesn't mean that Lord Xinglong made a wrong judgment. Can Lord Holy Dragon also make mistakes in judgment? Of course there will be mistakes. Alu took a deep look at Ray, so nothing is absolute. Jissi didn't do anything, Elklu didn't think so. Looking back, Ray had already firmly said that he was fine and had always looked calm. This human race is really not simple. She believed that Christina thought so too, so she left him alone. The next thing is what Alu needs to worry about. Ray finally got rid of Fino, who wanted to follow him no matter what, and Millie, who didn't say anything but just wanted to follow him. Return to the cabin where you live. This place was rebuilt again under Elu's super large magic. It has not been restored to its original state yet, but it can only be said to be habitable. He was convinced that he had used the absorption rebound, and when he woke up, there was indeed something in his body. Ray probed carefully and found that it was a spell of dark magic. It was definitely harmless and had not been activated, so it was not found by World Tree. He needs to use dark magic to activate it, but he doesn't know what it is used for. Judging from his holy level magic level, he cannot directly figure it out through incantations. Only by using it can he know. But now he is in someone else's territory, and there are two people around him who can tell at a glance that he is a fake strong man. Therefore, he has not used the divine sword or summoned Lilim so far, so naturally it is difficult to use dark magic power. Do you have to wait until you leave before you can try it? Just as Ray was thinking this, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Jissi has sworn absolute loyalty to the host and has joined a special relationship person. You can check Jissi's personal attributes. Ray's face was suddenly filled with questions. No, who are you? If I know you, you will become a special relationship person. Jissi, he had never heard of this name. Is it a little fangirl who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? He couldn't figure it out, so Ray opened the other party's status bar and checked it. Then he froze completely. Name Jissi, race elf. Combat power 140,640 rating. A. Occupation magician, conjurer, talent, virtualization, parallel thinking. Skills: wind, thunder, ice, water, fire, light, earth, dark magic, magic manipulation, magic compression, compound magic, delayed magic start, high-speed magic recovery, reduced magic consumption, improved spiritual magic effect. Status: seriously injured, a 6-digit combat power value. What kind of realm is that? Moreover, the talents and skills are all extremely powerful. When Ray saw her race and serious injury, she instantly thought of the dark elf from before. No wonder he instinctively felt that Xinglong and Alu couldn't be offended. Those two were stronger than Jai Si. Now he is still in the middle of 4 digits, and 5 digits is the threshold for saint level. It seems that we must quickly improve our strength. Ray felt the extra spell in his body. Could it be the influence of this thing? Otherwise, the other party can't just come and do some bad things, and then take one look at him and fall in love at first sight to the point of full loyalty. Others who have a special relationship with him are loyal to him from the bottom of their hearts. Although he doesn't quite understand this Jai Si, she will not be an exception. She might be waiting for him outside the elf forest. Ray thought about it, lay down to sleep, and waited for the time to seal. The moment Jesse's mind control magic hit Ray, something happened to her. She didn't pay attention at that time, she just wanted to run away desperately to escape the holy dragon. After finally escaping the elf forest in one breath, she breathed a sigh of relief. If the magic works, it must be successful. The other party is only at the saint level, so it is impossible to resist. The only problem is that I hope Xinglong and Alu won't notice that he is controlled by them. She deliberately mixed a bit of curse into her mind control magic. It's not serious, I just vomit some blood from time to time, then go into heat and so on. However, it is precisely because the curse is not serious that it is particularly difficult to solve. She has specially studied it and cannot remove it herself. She estimated that the world tree would definitely be able to lift it, but she couldn't discern the effect of the curse. This can confuse Alu and the others and make them regard Ray as a victim. And Jissy herself controlled Ray to do some tricks on the demon sealing stone in secret. Thinking of this, she planned to heal her injuries first and then determine the situation on Ray's side. At this time, her mouth felt sweet and a mouthful of blood spurted out. What happened? Did she suffer other injuries? Jissy soon felt hot all over her body again and unconsciously thought of Ray's figure. No, why would she think of that guy? And this feeling of heat combined with vomiting blood was almost like her own curse. Jissy just relied on her intuition and subconsciously glanced at the spell that appeared in her body, and then she was dumbfounded. This is her own magic, there is nothing wrong with it. But why is she the one being mentally controlled? The controlled party will treat the other party as everything without noticing anything strange at the moment when the magic takes full effect. Her thinking has begun to change. Jai Si tried her best to resist the mental control, and then another mouthful of blood spurted out. The uncontrollable heat all over her body was unbearable. It was a feeling she had never felt before. This curse seems to be an enhanced version of the curse she created herself. Moreover, the power of mind control is far beyond her imagination, lasted for dozens of minutes. Under the influence of all factors including severe physical injuries and curses, she fell. Ray's figure appeared in his heart, and his emotions finally found the only outlet. Master Master. At this moment, her loyalty was unquestionable, and she completely became a member of the special relationship. She didn't know that everything that achieved this result was caused by various coincidences. Jai Si's mental control was weakened by the holy dragon to the point where Ray could just double his rebound. This was her own magic, so Jissy didn't resist and just focused on escaping. And because of the doubled curse, it affected her already seriously injured body. The unprecedented mood made her have a deeper impression of Ray. The end result is, as a senior magician, Ray issued a mind control spell of the same level as her, and it took effect. Ray replaced the evil force and occupied the most important position in her heart. Fino, please come with me this time. I will try my best to take care of you. A burly and masculine man looked at the female dragon in front of him and said so. His name is Otto. He is a rare thunder dragon among the dragon clan, and he is also the strongest among the holy dragon clan with both speed, strength, and magic. At the same time, it is also the only dragon clan that can qualify without a competition. He came on the last day. The strong ones always come on stage at the last moment. This time his companions looked at him with admiration as before. Well, why not? Otto immediately remembered that Lord Holy Dragon was also here. That lord was indeed more powerful than him, and he could understand. He looked at Fino and the others with a confident smile on his face. No dragon would reject him, he believed it. Unexpectedly, Jailong just glanced at him and said without interest, "Thank you for always helping us. You are such a good dragon, but this time we have to go with off." Seeing that he had indeed contributed in the past, Fino and the others seriously rejected him. As for Millie, who had no friendship with him at all, she didn't even say a word. Otto was stunned for a moment. He was rejected. No, there can be no such thing. Maybe I was a little confused because I slept for too long. They did say something about off and seem to have called him by the wrong name. However, it seems that there is indeed a dragon named Ao Fu who is very lazy and is just like a follower. Just when he was about to say something, the surrounding elves and dragons started discussing excitedly. Off is here. I heard that he defeated more than 20 holy-level dark elves in human form and also blocked the magic of the dark elf queen. Why did I hear that I won more than 60 people? Idiot, there are more than 60 saints. Aren't they the same as us? The dark elves don't have that many strong men, but they fought a fierce battle with their queen. This version is more realistic. Listening to the sounds around him, Otto had no idea what was happening. He stretched out his hand, ready to ask Fino and the others. He saw that they had already trotted out without noticing his movements at all. Fino walked in the front, looking at his friends beside him with an annoyed look on his face. We are the only ones who know what happened yesterday. Lord Xinglong and the others will not talk nonsense. Who are you who exaggerated the facts? A few dragons are somewhat innocent. When I said that, I just added a few more dark elves. You see how easily he beats him. A little more or a little less is not much different. I also added a few. Fino thought about it and it seemed that there was really no difference. Then who said it was about fighting the Dark Elf Queen? This is too exaggerated. Seeing that none of her friends responded, Millie, who was silent on the side, slowly blushed. Under the pressure of her gaze, she whispered, "Didn't Off receive a spell from the Dark Elf Queen?" I think there is not much difference between one move and several moves, so I will say a little more. It's a big difference, isn't it? Fino felt that Millie had changed a bit recently, but he didn't pay much attention to it. She has already thought about her future, which is to follow Off, lay a nest of dragon eggs, and then become a house dragon with him. She has become more enthusiastic recently, but Aofu doesn't pay much attention to her. This feeling seems good and the other party has a firm grasp of her preferences. Thinking about it, she smiled at the person in front of her. This time he showed an impatient look, which made her even more excited. Ray glanced at the elves and dragons gathered together, feeling a little uncomfortable. Forget about women, we are all men, at least male. What do you mean by approaching me with such enthusiasm, especially the dragon whose eyes were flashing with thunderous lightning? They don't know him either. Ray avoided Fino with a look of impatience on his face. The methods of the two strong men here are too exaggerated, as if they can't hide their secrets. He can't let go, so it's better to restrain himself. Ray saw the burly man walking towards him with long strides and was about to stay away. The petite body descended quietly and with her was Elu the Elf Queen. Ray suddenly smiled. Lord Holy Dragon, what are your orders? Jai Si's level of combat power was actually punched through the body by this guy. The combat power of the Holy Dragon became more intuitive in his eyes and his attitude naturally changed. The girl wrinkled her face and said, "You are the main force in sneaking into the battle. If you do a good job, I will reward you." Elu pursed her lips and smiled. It's the same here. I see. Ray nodded. What Elu has here is the fruit of the world tree. The Holy Dragon is on the same level as her. You can't be stingy, right? After hearing Ray's promise, Elu glanced at the gathered saints. The number is 50, more than 30 holy dragons and more than a dozen elves. She took out a white stone from her arms, then looked at Ray. Take out the demon sealing stone you kept. Ray carefully took it out. The moment the black stone appeared, the two stones were like magnets, attracting each other and colliding in the air. A hazy psychedelic color appeared and he saw the girl jump in. Didn't it mean that if she touched that stone, something terrible would happen? Then he saw a pair of slender arms and legs stretched out, the petite body grew exquisitely, the clothes were torn, and a strange holy light blocked all the scenery. She fell gently to the ground and the magic light gradually faded. It was a beautiful girl with long pure white hair that almost reached the ground. She was wearing a gauze as light as water, which seemed to be sensational, but in fact it was completely covered. Her mature face and figure are completely different from the previous girl. Only the slightly unhappy expression could be said to have not changed at all. Okay, let's start sealing. Seeing the girl with a cold face walking in front, Ray couldn't help but ask, can I ask, where is the scary thing? Hearing that the demon sealing stone had a lot of background, he thought that a disaster that would destroy the world would happen. But wasn't it a good thing? From a girl to a beautiful girl, this is a good thing. The air suddenly solidified. Not only was the magical pressure on the white-haired beautiful girl, but the others around her were also strangely silent. Ray noticed that the other dragons looked away indifferently. Even Fino, who said she wanted to be with him, buried her head deeply as if she was afraid of getting into any trouble. Elu said softly, "That's Christina's personal regret. You can't ask casually." Who said it was a pity? The beautiful girl's tone was rather gritty, and she stared at Elu with a rather unkind look. No, why does the line of sight seem a bit low? Ray followed his gaze and saw the shaking and turmoil on Elu's body. Then he looked at the white-haired beautiful girl. There was no ups and downs, no different from before the change. It seems indeed quite a pity. The next moment he felt the cold light turning into substance. For the first time, Ray saw a clear change in Christina's mood. At the same time, I hope it is the last time. Green appeared on Elu's body. The branches of the world tree grew from the ground at her call, forming a huge portal. The door was surrounded by magical mist, and the surrounding scene was constantly changing, as if it did not exist in this time and space at all. As she opened the door, everyone followed her and the holy dragon and stepped in. There is only black void space inside, and you can't even feel any magic power. Logically speaking, when the door is opened, the two spaces are connected. The magic power in the air will flow from one side to the other until the magic power on both sides reaches a balance. That evil can swallow up magic power and strengthen itself endlessly. When the strength reaches a certain level, it cannot be sealed again unless the god reappears. But if the door is to be closed, it can only be sealed, and they cannot do this before weakening the evil power. So Elu must spend a lot of energy to stop the flow of magic. In the past, she had sealed that power while being multitasking. It wasn't until this time that the opponent was too powerful, so she had no choice but to call the Holy Dragon. The true nature of the evil force was revealed, which was a dark substance with no fixed form. It sensed the presence of outsiders and suddenly came overwhelmingly, as if it wanted to engulf them. Christina stood at the front. She put her fist into her lower abdomen and punched out, causing an indescribable shock wave that destroyed everything in its path. It seemed no different than what she had done before. But she put on a serious expression and said, "Alukalu, you are right, this guy is too powerful this time." As soon as she finished speaking, dark matter appeared and gathered. In this dark space, it is impossible to see its full picture. Ray and the others are always in Elu's barrier, holding a green leaf in their hands. It is said that as long as you step out, you will be deprived of all feelings and will be unable to resist. The leaves of the world tree can protect them for a period of time, and they have to destroy the source of power within a limited time. Coming. Ray instinctively felt something scary approaching but couldn't see anything. In his sight, Christina seemed to have made some movement, and then she was staggered. A layer of darkness enveloped her body as if it was about to swallow her up. Go away. She opened her mouth slightly, and layers of air waves spread out along with the dragon's roar. What surprised Ray was that the sound waves of the dragon's roar that gave people chills just by looking at them quickly dissipated in the space. However, it was not completely ineffective. There was a behemoth so huge that the edges could not be seen, and his gray body appeared. It was a monster with countless tentacles. Its body is cylindrical and covered with huge red eyes. "Let's get started," Christina said so. Elu rose into the sky, and countless thick branches emerged from her body, which was the body of the world tree. The branches all over the sky grow wantonly, as if they are dividing this dark space with evil forces. In just an instant, the entire space changed its appearance and became densely populated with trees. The branches and tentacles are intertwined with each other and are stuck in a stalemate. Seeing this, Christina opened her slender arms. The pure white magic power continued to compress and condense around her. She showed a heroic smile that was completely different from that face. It was the style that the only tyrant in the sky should have, declared, Advent. A strange pulse shook the space. Under the battle between Elu and the evil force, the space that had never shaken was trembling. Ray suddenly felt his heart beating. The dragon's blood in his body was cheering, seeming to be excited about the appearance of some kind of existence. All creatures were unable to move, including Elu and the force opposite her. They all felt a vast aura, and Christina's aura and her existence were constantly expanding. G. The body composed of dark matter exploded instantly and then quickly reorganized. The breath is still rising as if there is no end. The magic of pure white even dyes the surrounding space the same color. In the rich magic ocean, there is some kind of creature that is ready to move. Its whole body is covered with white scales, and its body is so large and long that it is impossible to see the whole thing. Ray recognized that it was the legendary dragon from his country on Blue Star. It was completely different from the Western dragon he had seen before. Like a god, it rolls in pure white magic power, its white gold dragon eyes looking down at everything. The roar of the holy dragon sounded. Thunder suddenly fell from the sky like a heavy rain, and the thunder was like divine punishment falling on the evil force. Without mercy, all of them, including the world tree, were blasted into nothingness. Ray watched this scene blankly. Does such a one-sided situation really require them to destroy the source of power? Just when he thought this, he saw the dark material body reorganized again. Elu returned to them, please. After that, everyone was transferred to a dark passage. The green leaves in their hands emit light, guiding them to the location of the source of power. Ray took the lead. The death rate in the past was said to be 20%. This time it might be even more exaggerated, but he was not worried at all. The only enemies he has are saints, and this is his greatest strength. The group of people rushed to the nearest place. Evil forces can absorb magic and even absorb magic. But those here are either dragons who are almost invincible based on their physical bodies, or they are the best among elves who are good at controlling magic power. In addition, Elu used the world tree to suppress its power, so this is not a problem at all. The journey seemed to be quite easy, with dozens of saint-level opponents not blocking him at all. Ray blasted the first source of power with his fist. As a layer of dark light wave spreads, the light from the green leaves points in other directions, indicating success here. Is it too simple? You did a great job, just keep going like this, let's finish it and go back quickly. Fino sticks to her as always, and Ray is used to it. Just as he was about to give it a try, his omen sensor suddenly sounded the alarm like crazy. Ray didn't hesitate and moved his body some distance away. What's wrong? An elf quickly looked at him. Ray's strength is the strongest, which is not only rumored, but also seen by all in the battle just now. He suddenly made a move and must have discovered something. Ray was also a little puzzled. He did feel the danger, but nothing happened. He opened his magic eyes and looked around, but found nothing. Fino's face became slightly serious and he approached him. What's the problem? Ray didn't notice anything. Looking at Fino getting closer and closer, his omen perception warned again. He stepped back with a stern face and looked at Fino in front of him coldly. Who are you? Fino looked confused. Have you forgotten me? I am Fino. Could it be that the environment here has an impact on memory? Are you okay? The dragons and elves who were wary of the surroundings also gathered. People who saw the specific details also looked at Ray nervously, but Ray still said in a cold voice, "Don't distort the facts. There is nothing wrong with my memory. What I am asking is, what are you?" Fino looked puzzled. I'm Fino. What on earth are you talking about? Several dragons familiar to Fino came over after figuring things out. Fino, wait a moment. What did you find? Ray took a step closer to Fino and then stepped back. He replied, I can't give a reason, but there is definitely something wrong with this Fino. Precursor perception is a warning of what is about to happen. As long as he walks into Fino's attack range, the skill will be activated. As long as you leave, the skill will not activate. There was no such sign before, which can only mean one thing, that is, Fino now wants to find an opportunity to take action against him. Either she was controlled or she wasn't Fino. Really. The dragons and elves couldn't believe it. After all, the dragon in front of them was Fino. The nature of the magic power is the same as the dragon's body. Fino looked at Ray with complicated eyes. I am Fino, what are you talking about? Some elves proposed a neutral approach. Holy Dragon's time is limited. We should destroy all the sources of power first and then talk about this matter. Ray said, but this guy has to be bound by magic. Fino bit his lower lip a little aggrieved. I like you, but why do you do this to me? A dragon clan member stood up and said, isn't this not good? Ray shrugged and looked around at the questioning glances around him. If you don't believe me, I don't have a problem with not restraining her, but if someone dies after being attacked by her, there's nothing I can do about it. If he couldn't determine the situation, he couldn't take action directly. After hearing what he said, some people were still skeptical and some people had doubts about the current Fino. Can I say a word? The 4-attribute elf who had fought with Ray came out. He looked at Ray thoughtfully and said, do you think that there were no problems before? Lord Off was fighting hard not long ago, but everything changed just now. That's right, that is, after he destroyed the source of power. Hearing this, some elves and dragons showed signs of awakening. Could it be said that the problem is Off himself who suddenly caused trouble? It all seemed to make sense. Fino has always been on the weak side, while Afu is unwilling to give up. Not only did he say there was something wrong with her, but he also couldn't give a reason and said he wanted to restrain her magic power. No matter how you think about it, Off has a bigger problem. Otto, who had been robbed of the limelight by Ray, also added fuel to the fire at this time. Yeah, I think you are the one with the problem, right? When these words were spoken, most people immediately distanced themselves from Ray. Fino seemed completely unbelievable in front of Ray. Instead, she walked towards Ray. What they say is not true, I believe you. But seeing her approaching, Ray chose to step back. When the dragons and elves saw this scene, they became even more convinced that the problem was Ray. Fino was heartbroken and tears flowed out unconsciously. She backed away slowly and accepted the result. Others have already determined their thoughts with the exception of one dragon. Millie was silent for a long time and finally became the only dragon to walk towards Ray. Is there really something wrong with Fino? I'm sure. I trust you. After saying that, Millie stood next to him. Millie. Yulong wanted to say something but still couldn't. The 4-attribute elf spoke again. There is a very simple way to test whether Lady Fino has any problems. Just ask her something that only she knows. Fino looked grief-stricken. She looked at Ray and said, I accept it. You can ask me, that's it. Ray said calmly. The elf looked at him. Lord Aof, don't you dare. No, it's just not necessary. Facing the questioning glances from around him, Ray had a sarcastic smile on his face. I know you think it's me who has the problem now, and their combined acting skills are indeed quite realistic. But I just told you that she has a problem, and I didn't ask for your opinion. The elf frowned and looked at him. You mean your words are the truth and you don't intend to consider anyone else's thoughts, right? That's right. Ray took a few steps closer to him, and you have a problem too. After hearing this conversation, the dragons and elves immediately became hostile to Ray, but Ray upended all that with just one sentence. He said, "Of course, after all, I am stronger than all of you combined. If there is really a problem, just take action." What nonsense are you talking about? Only a weakling like you needs to use verbal provocation. The next moment, magic burst out. Feeling his magic power, the dragons and elves fell silent. Ray's magical power and strength are not the strongest, but the surrounding dragons and elves cannot question his strength. The previous battle was enough to prove what he said. Together, they were no match for Ray. Suddenly remembering this basic prerequisite, the dragons and elves distanced themselves from Pheno and the four-attribute elves. Ray curled his lips, and it turned out that his strength was still good. The problem is that he was afraid that these two people were just being controlled, so he didn't take action. Millie suddenly discovered something at this moment. The leaves of the world tree, they don't have the leaves of the world tree in their hands. The leaves of the world tree are what protect them, and it is impossible not to keep them in their hands. Hearing what she said, Pheno and the elf could no longer defend themselves. They showed their true form and turned out to be just shadows. Not only them, but several elves and dragons around them were also identified, turned into shadows and attacked everyone. Now that this is the case, things are much simpler. Ray was not polite and just punched one by one, smashing all the shadows into pieces. The other dragons and elves were somewhat frightened. 7 holy level peaks are hidden among them. If it weren't for Ray, they would have suffered heavy losses. But what they are more afraid of is, if Ray is really impatient with their attitude and becomes angry, it will be even more terrifying than the enemy. In a fight with the things transformed by these evil forces, they still have a high chance of survival. Fighting Ray would be a total death blow. Ray looked at Millie beside him. Did you also find that there is something wrong with them? Otherwise, why would you believe me? Millie blushed a little. She actually didn't think about anything. She only noticed the leaves of the world tree later. But she can't say that she trusts him unconditionally. She snorted coldly. Otherwise, you would think that I was deceived like them. This was obviously not what she wanted to say, but she just couldn't lose face and carried out her usual attitude. Ray smiled and said, "Thank you, otherwise everyone would question me and I would almost lose control of my anger and kill everyone." Hearing him say this from a distance, the dragons and elves all shuddered. Millie was completely different. Her face was so hot that she couldn't help fanning herself. "No, you're welcome. Pheno and the others don't know what happened to them, and we have to destroy the source of power in other places." She walked quickly ahead, feeling very excited. Several flashes of light passed by and penetrated into the wall of the dark passage. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded. I saw a monster leaning out of the wall quietly with several large holes blasted out of its chest. "Here we go again, pay attention to your surroundings." The elf that released the magic issued a warning, and the vigilant companions around him instantly entered a fighting state. Then a dark statue appeared on the ground. They have sharp claws and agile bodies and are monsters created by evil forces. There were dozens of them around and they came roaring. The dragons are responsible for attacking from the front, while the elves use magic to support them from behind. Light Blade, Kame-Tachi. The combined magic chopped off the monster's body effortlessly. The dragon, which partially returned to its original form, stepped powerfully to shatter the ground, and its claws fell on the monster, tearing it apart. Monsters that cannot be dealt with at the same time are blocked with barriers, and when the dragons are free, they can wipe out the enemies at once. It's solved here. Learn. The elves detonated the magic barrier, and several monsters were thrown away by the force of the explosion. The dragon instantly waved its tail and launched an attack in the opposite direction, directly crushing the enemy. The cooperation between dragons and elves is getting better and better. Until now, not even the elves were injured. They looked at their companions with joyful smiles on their faces, but at this moment, they heard the sound of something exploding. All the elves and dragons looked a little further away in surprise. Ray's figure moved among more than a dozen monsters. Almost at the same time, they were thrown into the air without any resistance. The clever thing is that they are not scattered, but neatly arranged in a column. He raised his hand, and the huge lightsaber penetrated all the monsters, killing them all in one go. The monster stabbed by the lightsaber will not even be left with ashes, let alone escape. So weak. After saying that, Ray walked away without looking back. MJU4ND8 NTC3 Autumn 1 MZU2ND MX OJ E equals. The elves and dragons stared at his back speechlessly. They were fighting monsters that Ray thought were weak and winning through cooperation. Now when I compare it, I no longer feel any joy. He doesn't even need to fight with a dragon body. The magic power cannot be restored here, so everyone can understand that the magic power is retained in human form. What I can't understand is that Ray is already ridiculously strong just like he is now. Ray, who was walking at the front alone, frowned. While trying to save as much as possible, he had already consumed nearly 1/10 of his magic power. There are still other dragons and elves to help him share the pressure. Ray knew very well that his pure strength was indeed invincible in the holy level, but attacks of the same level still posed a great threat to him. What makes him powerful is that he is slightly stronger than Black Dragon's original panel value, coupled with his own superstandard skills. From the mouths of dragons who know the situation, we know that the danger of destroying the source of power was not so high in the past. The number of holy-level enemies is endless. The monsters can also imitate them, can talk, and seem to have their memories. Ray felt vaguely uneasy. Could that evil force be able to replicate their own power? Thinking, he has seen the second source of power. A dark gas-like energy gathered into a ball and was constantly beating, like a huge gray heart. The giant mud-like monster made of dark material opened its huge mouth and roared at him. It seemed that it was the Guardian this time. Although I still want to save mana, it would be a waste of time if I wait for the elves and dragons to join the team. Ray rushed out and constructed light magic at the same time. A golden flash was about to penetrate the enemy, but it just swallowed the flash with its bloody mouth. The next moment, a violent explosion occurred in the monster's body, and a faint golden light came out from its gray body. It's okay. After becoming a saint, he released dragon language magic, which was a simple matter to instantly kill the same level, but it only caused the monster's body to shake. But that was just a test attack, to see how much magic power could be used to defeat the opponent. Flames spread across Ray's fists. I saw a brilliant line of fire drawn in the air and blasted directly into the monster's body. The monster's dark body turned bright red this time. The next moment Ray pulled away, an explosion occurred. The surrounding passages trembled violently, and not only the monsters but also the source of power were destroyed. When the flames dissipated, Ray nodded with satisfaction. Only then did the elves and dragons appear from the passage behind him. What happened to the explosion just now? I thought this place was going to be destroyed. Strange, the reaction suddenly disappeared. After it's been solved. Seeing their stunned expressions, Ray was about to say something when he suddenly noticed a layer of dark light waves spreading out. This seems to have happened before. He tried to get closer to his companions and found that there was no problem this time. What's going on there, and why are there ice cubes? After hearing what Millie said, Ray saw that there was a thick layer of frost in the passage leading to the next source of power. Was it like this before? He really didn't notice it. However, doesn't evil power have no attributes? Why is ice produced here? It was useless to think too much, they could only move on. But what surprised them even more was yet to come. After walking through this passage, there is a vast white ice field in front of us. There was even sky as if they had walked outside from a passage. Is this really the body of that power? This has never happened before. The leaves of the world tree are still guiding the direction, so we can only move forward first. As soon as he finished speaking, black shadows appeared in the distance of the ice field. That was not a monster made of dark matter, but a monster. A group of giant wolves with blue and white hair appeared in front of them and rushed towards them with their teeth and claws. Needless to say, it didn't take long for Ray and the others to take care of them all. But they were stunned again. The bright red blood of the giant wolf soaked the snowfield, and the hot blood was even steaming, as if to say that it was a fresh life. No matter how Ray looked with his magic eyes, he couldn't see anything false. Is this a real wolf? The smell of blood lingered on the tip of their noses, making it impossible for them to distinguish what was real. Keep going. The leaves of the world tree point to an inconspicuous boulder. No matter how you look at it, you don't think it is the third source of power. There isn't even a guardian here. Of course, stones don't need protection. They didn't kill many monsters along the way, and their strength was still uneven. Ray crushed the stone hard. His consciousness fell into a trance and he wanted to wake up, so he woke up. Appearing in the wooden house in the elf forest, Millie stood beside him. You're finally awake, off. She said so. Everything is just a dream. Ray looked at her, this time without warning. Ray checked herself. The system is normal, the body is a black dragon body, and the status has not changed. World tree leaves in hand. Off, have you forgotten about today's competition? Are you afraid that Lord Holy Dragon will directly disqualify you? Millie looked a little unhappy and her face turned slightly red. I just don't want to see the person who defeated me lose because he was late. Come and follow me. Her expression was the same as the Millie Ray knew. Ray also sensed that there was nothing wrong with her at all. But now he just wants to thank Millie for her discovery and the power of the world tree. He said coldly, "Where is the leaf of the world tree in your hand?" Millie frowned and looked at him. "What are the leaves of the world tree? Are they the leaves on the world tree? The elf queen hasn't given them to us yet. How can we have them?" After listening, Ray followed Yi's guidance directly out of the door without saying a word. He couldn't tell which ones were true and which ones were false, so he could only trust his own memory and system. The most obvious change that has appeared in him these days is that Jissy has become a person with a special relationship. He took a look. Special relationship people, 5 people: Turu, Lilim, Emily, Muse, Keith. Jai-C appeared after the competition ended. Since there is nothing wrong with him, the problem is the surrounding environment. "Hey, where are you going? That's not a place for competition." Ray paid no attention to Millie behind him. This time the guide was not far away and he soon arrived at the door of a tree house. "This is the place where I saw Alu for the first time. Lord off, you can't go in now." 2 elves dissuaded him. Ray ignored it completely and opened the door directly. Inside was a girl with an unhappy face. She seemed to be angry about something. When she saw Ray, the aura of an absolutely strong man burst out. "Didn't you say don't disturb me?" The blood coagulated and the body trembled. The terrifying momentum was exactly the same as before. Facing this vast magic power, Ray felt powerless again. He couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake. It couldn't be that even the holy dragon was fake, right? Ray took a deep breath. The oppression on the girl's body was too terrifying. Even if she is fake, he can't resist. Wait, that's fake. If everything you see is an illusion and an illusion, then is it possible that this terrifying oppression is also fake? Ray remembered something. This time, the premonitory perception had never been activated. In other words, he was never in danger from beginning to end. The girl was a little impatient. She came over and extended her hand to Ray. Ray glanced at the blade in his hand that emitted faint light and subconsciously retracted his hand. This action obviously dissatisfied the girl in front of him, but he was still not in danger. Ray readjusted his breath, bypassed the girl, and walked towards the room where Alu was. "Hey, did I let you leave?" A terrifying breath came from behind and Ray looked back subconsciously. I saw the girl clenching her little fists. He still remembered the terrifying power of that fist. The omen perception remained calm and Ray continued to stay away from her. "Stop." Ray's hand touched the wooden door. In just a moment, the white fist arrived in front of him. The surrounding walls burst into pieces and the tree house was shattered. "Last chance." The girl looked at him coldly. Just looking at the power of the fist wind, Ray's body is not much stronger than the surrounding wooden blocks, but instead he smiled. "This look is worse than the bluff during the day." After saying that, Ray opened the door. The fist penetrated through his body without touching him at all. Entering the house, the illusion behind you disappears. Ray quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling just now was too real. He just believed in the system and the extra leaves of the world tree in his hands. He has gotten through this, what else can stop him? Alu sat with her back to him, pointing straight at her chest. Could it be that he is asking him to destroy the flowers with his own hands? Ray hesitated for a moment and then prepared the magic. It was obviously an illusion just now, so it doesn't matter if it's a dummy. Moreover, if it was the real Alu, I might not even be able to threaten her. Just when a coldness flashed in Ray's eyes, he was about to take action. Alu turned around and faced him with a smile. "No need to pretend you're also fake, right?" Hearing what Ray said, she admitted frankly, "That's right, but can you do it directly?" Just when Ray was about to say something, she saw her put her hand into the gap in her chest and took something out. It seems to be the white demon sealing stone kept by Alu. It turns out that the guide to the leaves of the world tree is this stone, not the false Alu in front of me. Alu just took it out and gave him a look, then put it back intact. "Okay, take it." She closed her eyes, not defensive at all, and generously let Ray reach out and take it. Ray thought for a moment. Is this illusion serious? After making sure there is no danger. In order to complete the task, he steeled his gaze and fulfilled the requirements of the illusion. Then he crushed the stone. The surrounding scenery instantly became blurry, and when Ray looked again, he had returned to the snowfield. This is not where he started, and none of his companions are here. There was an ice mirror in front of him, which reflected his figure completely. Ray was about to leave when he saw the face in the mirror smiling strangely at him. He subconsciously shattered the ice mirror. What? Ray felt a little hairy. After thinking for a moment, he went straight to the last source of power. The third source of power was broken, but there was no change in the surrounding area. The elves and dragons headed to the next place under the leadership of Ray. Along the way, they encountered several monsters again. Some elves couldn't help but question, are we really in the body of that power now? Ray glanced at him, don't you believe in the guidance of the leaves of the world tree? That's right. Hearing what Ray said, everyone immediately became more convinced of him. Many people were a little confused, but looking at the figure who was always opening the way ahead, they followed firmly. If he hadn't been here, they might have been completely wiped out this time. They believed in Ray, moved on, and then. Not far away, Fino and the 4-attribute elves, a group of 7 people, were struggling to fight the monsters. After all, there were only a few of them, and most of their magic power had been consumed. Just as the elves and dragons were about to help, Ray stopped them. Those are monsters in disguise, he concluded. Millie didn't doubt it, but then she saw something. They are holding the leaves of the world tree in their hands, and they seem to be themselves. The monster doesn't know it at first. If you just imitate the appearance, it will be much easier than imitating other people, right? Ray raised the green leaf in his hand. But if they are being attacked, will monsters also attack their companions? That was acting. If I didn't tell you, would you have thought that they were pretending before, and would you think that they are still fake now? Hearing what he said, the dragons and elves suddenly realized and looked fiercely into the distance. Damn it, we can't save our magic power, otherwise we will all die here. After Fino finished speaking, he transformed into a white dragon and swept away several snow beasts with one tail. She relied on her speed to deal with 3 holy-level snow beasts at the same time, releasing magic to suppress them from time to time. It didn't take long. Lord Fino, it's okay. After Fino dodged away, the 4-attribute elf waved his palm. Fire, thunder, storm, and flash all come together. The huge magical impact involved the 3 snow beasts. The ice and snow melted and the ground collapsed. After dealing with a few at once, they were finally able to breathe a little. Are these real monsters? I don't know either, but I have to fight to survive. The simple conversation ended and they continued to fight. An elf suddenly showed a delighted smile. The natural aura seems to have a companion nearby. Really? Make more violent noises to make them pay attention to our side. The excitement made the battle a little more intense. Fino's face showed joy. Off came to save them. With his strength, these monsters are no problem at all, right? As soon as she thought this, she saw her companions and the people she had missed for a long time. She looked at Ray happily, thinking that he would soon burst out with magic power to save her. All he saw was a pair of cold eyes. He looked at her without emotion at all. No, not only him, but even his familiar companions had no intention of saving them. Some elves seemed hesitant, but still did not help. Hey, what are you doing? Please help me, an elf shouted. At this time, Ray raised his hand, and a terrifying storm brewed in the air, involving Fino and the others regardless of friend or foe. Why Fino and the others don't understand, and on Ray's side, Millie couldn't bear it, just let them beat them. I can't do it because they look like this. Seeing Ray, Storm scratched one of the elves, and the other elves couldn't help but lower their raised hands. They are monsters, don't you believe it? It's not that I don't believe it, it's just. Millie said, looking into Ray's eyes, there is Fino there, haven't you always liked her? But she's fake. However, her appearance and reaction are exactly the same as Fino's, and she is also injured. Do you not hesitate to attack her and the monster together? Is he so cold? No, he looks indifferent on the surface, but he is never so heartless in his heart. Then Millie thought about why Ray didn't take action directly before, so why did he do it now? She widened her eyes and distanced herself. Are you AF? Ray frowned and looked at her. We have been acting together. Do you suspect that I am fake? Fino and the others were also with us before. Millie said, becoming more and more sure of her thoughts. In other words, you may also be transferred. When the surrounding elves and dragons heard their conversation, they all looked in disbelief. At this time, Millie said the decisive words. If you are off, then show us your strength. You haven't fought much since you destroyed the 3rd source of power, right? Ray's expression remained unchanged and he released his magic power. Then who will fight me? Millie just wanted to fight but was overtaken by a brontosaurus. Otto swallowed, I'll come, I'll fight you. He misunderstood Ray because of his jealousy before, but later saw his strength. Ray never cared about him, which made him feel very sad. This time he planned to sacrifice himself, so he couldn't let Millie, who had just grown up, get beaten. What Millie said was true. He risked his life to help his companions identify the enemy, which could be regarded as making up for his mistake. What he said was false. It was nothing more than a beating, which was considered as repayment to Ray. Ray seemed a little helpless. Come on then, I will be merciful. No, don't be merciful, otherwise who knows whether you are really letting off steam or whether you are not as good as off himself and can only pretend. Otto said through gritted teeth. The battle is about to happen, Millie suddenly said. Although I don't know if Fino and the others are real, let's rescue them first. Just pay attention to safety. Follow me if you are willing. After she finished speaking, all the elves and half of the dragon clan followed. Seeing this scene, Ray glanced at Fino and the others who were in danger and sighed. Okay, you won. I was indeed fake. This dragon is really difficult to play. You can't read his memory and you can't see his original character from your memories. Tusk, it's really troublesome. Hearing what he said, the dragons and elves suddenly showed hostility. Millie felt a chill in her heart, and while praying that the real him was safe, she was planning to help Fino and the others. Ray stopped in front of them. The reason why he exposed his identity was of course to prevent them from going over to help. I saw him showing a ferocious smile. You all have to die here. The storm came, so the elves could only use magic to protect themselves. Ray stared at Millie, took one step forward, transformed into a dragon instantly and swung his huge claws towards Millie. Millie also transformed into a dragon body. Looking at the roaring attacks, she could only try her best to resist them. Bang. There was a loud noise, but she was not attacked. If you look closely, you can see that the body of a brontosaurus was knocked crooked, and then it tried to stand up straight again. Otto glared at the black dragon in front of him. I was once the strongest among the holy dragons. If you want to get over, defeat me first. Then he was attacked like a violent storm. All kinds of magic came at him, and he could only protect his vital parts. He didn't even have the chance to use the thunder magic he was good at. Fortunately, he had companions. Several giant dragons surrounded the black dragon, giving him a chance to breathe. The elves fled the storm and used magic to resist the black dragon's instant magic. As soon as Otto gathered some of the power of thunder and lightning, he saw his two companions being swept away, and the elves were also baptized by magic. Not to mention going to help, just an opponent in front of them makes it difficult for them to protect themselves. Thunderhorn, penetrate. Otto did not look at the tragic situation of his companions and concentrated on activating his most powerful magic. Countless electric currents filled the horn above his head. Lock the target and sprint. Otto was like a sharp arrow flying out, launching a sprint without warning, so fast that he seemed to disappear out of thin air. He didn't give the black dragon time to react, passed through the gap between the two companions, got close to him and thrust. Just when he thought the opponent couldn't avoid it, the black dragon caught his horn with its claws. Dazzling white light burst out with the impact, and the light contained great magic power. Countless thunder and lightning scattered everywhere, making screaming sounds. This fatal blow was held firmly in the black dragon's claws, leaving only a burnt smell. Otto's eyes widened, a dragon tail slapped him away, and he collapsed together with his companions. Millie also tried her best to struggle, but was also unable to resist. Seeing dragon flames gushing out from the black dragon's mouth, Fino and the others were also being pressed by monsters step by step. Millie showed despair. This monster seems to be as strong as off. One dragon can destroy them all. The dragon flames were approaching, but the imagined destruction had not yet come. The young man's figure stood in the dragon's flames, and the huge water curtain isolated the high temperature. When the attack was over, he rushed forward and knocked the black dragon's head away with one punch. No, it's only 1/3, no more. The same magic and pressure. He stood there, completely covering up the existence of the black dragon. Bang! The black dragon transformed into Ray smashed the dragon fist on the imposter's body. The shock wave immediately spread through the imposter's dragon body. He didn't even let out a scream before his appearance gradually collapsed and turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Fino and Millie, who were rescued, cheered with joy. Ray was not happy at all. The evil force actually copied his combat power and skills. Is this its limit, or is it the beginning? It can copy people's thoughts. Does it really have no self-awareness? In short, let's destroy the last place first and then ask Elu. Off you came to save me. Fino was injured, and just as he was about to pounce on him, Millie held him back. Seeing that she was a little confused, Millie looked unnatural. He may not be real. Besides, you are still injured, so you can't move around casually. Of course, Millie didn't doubt the current Ray, but she just felt a little awkward. Otto walked over with a bruised nose and face. Don't worry, he is definitely a genuine off, otherwise we wouldn't be able to resist at all. After hearing what he said, Millie quickly gave him a hard look. Otto felt a little aggrieved because he took a risk on Millie's behalf, but her attitude became even worse. The elves also gathered. Lord Off, I'm sorry, it was us who dragged you down. It was obviously a fight to help each other, but in the end it was you who came to save us all. Ray comforted them. Don't worry, you are also useful. Really. The elves and dragons felt recognized and felt grateful in their hearts. Millie tilted her head. What role have we played? Ray suddenly felt the hot sights around him. He thought for a moment. Busy with people, this seems a bit cumbersome. With you here, I should only have 70% of my magic power left, but now I still have 80% left. The expressions of the companions around him suddenly froze. An elf came out to smooth things over. Lord off, you have gone through so many battles and only consumed 20% of your magic power, so your 10% magic power should be able to play a big role. The expressions of the elves and dragons suddenly softened a lot. Ray also felt that it was not good to hit them too hard, so he explained seriously. Well, 10% of the magic power should be more than enough to kill the imposter just now. After saying that, Ray continued to the next source of power. After walking a few steps, he remembered something. By the way, the fourth place is also finished. There is only one place left. Let's finish it and go back quickly. Watching him leave, the elves and dragons behind him couldn't recover for a long time. When they encounter a crisis, Ray not only solves one task but also finds and saves everyone. Thinking about it this way, Ray's 10% magic power is indeed more useful than them. They also followed the figure in front and continued to move forward. The last stretch was longer than the previous ones combined. The places where Ray and the others passed were full of all basic attributes, except for darkness, holiness, time, and space. They all encountered them. What this means, no one knows. Finally, they saw a dark lake. There is a huge dark crystal stone floating on the lake, which is the fifth source of power. The guardian is a boy. He looked at Ray and smiled. It's still a little early, but it's not a big deal. Ray looked at him, his eyes slightly focused. That was clearly another fake version of myself. The difference is that precursor perception is providing crazy warning. The imposter could pose a threat to him just by standing far away. Millie and the others also came here panting. Their magic power is almost exhausted, and Ray's magic power is only about half left. What is that? Another fake Aof. It doesn't matter. How can a fake be Aof's opponent? Hearing what Fino and Millie said, the young man in the distance just smiled and said, "That's not necessarily the case." Ray did not refute but remained silent. The enemy in front of me is not good. As Ray had thought, the other party might have copied his complete abilities. Ray walked forward, and with every step he took on the lake, a layer of dark ripples appeared. Are you the consciousness of that force? It can be said that I originally wanted to copy your memory, but it turned out that I couldn't. Say it so generously, it seems you are very confident. Of course, although I have no memory, I have completely mastered all your power. It is certainly impossible for me to lose against you who have spent a lot of magic power. Ray stopped at a certain distance. He knew exactly where he could attack instantly. Alu and the others said that evil forces have no consciousness. Is it disguised, or is the power this time too strong, so consciousness was born? He didn't know or wasn't sure whether the counterfeit in front of him had all his power. Anyway, Ray's whole body erupted with bright magic light. The counterfeit one spurts out slightly darker magic power. The two shot out at the same time like looking into mirrors, colliding quickly in the air, their magic powers squeezing each other, evenly matched. Ray's body was shocked and he took a step back. Then he turned his body sideways and pulled back his fist. Looking up, he saw his opponent in the same posture. The fists released their magic power and collided wildly, making explosions like cannonballs. Two completely different colors each occupy half of the sky. How about it? My strength is exactly the same as yours, right? It looks like this. Two black dragons appeared at the same time, their claws touching each other, and a waterfall-like pressure spread with the impact of magic power. The other dragons and elves don't have much magic power left, and they can't even get close. Swords of light clash, storms collide, and dragon flames burn everything. With the use of skills, the physical strength of both sides continues to increase. They increased their speed endlessly, but no one had the upper hand. Even the collision of magic only cancelled each other out. But at this moment, Ray's movement slowed down for a moment, and the dragon's tail roared towards him. He used his magic eyes to stop the opponent, but what was solidified was just an afterimage. Ray suffered a slight loss and was swept out. The counterfeiters continued to keep up, and the ultra-high-speed close combat and continuous magic battle continued. However, although the strength is the same, I am you in your heyday, not you now. What's the meaning? The dragon fist struck out wrapped in flames and thunder, and the opponent responded in the same way. The red-purple light of the explosion changed the space to another color, and its terrifying power created a huge hole between the two of them. It means that we are also invincible at the saint level. Originally, no matter how we fought, it would be a draw, but my condition is better than yours, so the loser will only be you. No, what I want to say is that you are not who I am now. In other words, if I become stronger, you will still remain the same, right? Ray used his strength to distance himself, and when the opponent saw that he stopped attacking, he also kept vigilance from a distance. Ray looked at the imposter in front of him indifferently. He has no memory of his own, and of course he doesn't know the existence of the system. For ordinary people, it is impossible to improve their strength in a short period of time, and a little improvement in strength will not play a decisive role at all. But it's different for him. Even if there is a gap of 1 in combat power, he can make a comeback directly. The probing attack was enough, and Ray wanted to get more information from him. The first time, the fake Pheno guys didn't have their own abilities. The second time, the feeling of the things in the illusion was no different from the real ones. But now, you have completely copied my abilities, among which the difference is time. Yes, as long as I have enough time and magic power, I can do anything. The face of the black dragon opposite showed a ferocious smile. Ray was silent. If you can do anything, do you mean you can copy everything? Every time a source of power is destroyed, what happens to the changes? It can imitate the illusion of itself and the holy dragon. Could it be that given enough time, it can become a holy dragon? His eyes turned cold. In this case, you cannot give the other party more time. If you think about it carefully, disguise, pretense, and dialogue may also be delaying time. How about it? You seem to be a pretty good genius among all races nowadays. Do you want to join my army? While he was talking, Ray was looking at the panel in front of him. It is detected that the host's combat power is less than 1W, and points are redeemed at a ratio of 5,000. 1 consumption points 5,000, combat power +1. After doing this simply, Ray's magic power broke out again. Tusk, after saying so much, do you still choose to fight? Well, I will make you regret it. First of all, I have never tried it. The magic all around didn't target anyone but exploded. The chaotic torrent of magic power spread out in all directions, making the elves and dragons watching the battle completely unable to see the scene here. What are you doing? The counterfeiter feels vaguely uneasy. Isn't Ray just wasting his magic power by doing this? Does it have other effects? Then he saw a pair of cold eyes. Ray said coldly, use. Just when the counterfeiter wondered how it could possibly work, his consciousness came to a standstill. Ray sighed helplessly. Even if he is exactly the same, how can you play with him without a system? His current points are not enough to upgrade to the saint level in one go. A slight improvement will not help much, so he left a few points. Now it comes in handy. Coupled with the role of cavalry, he can make the enemy defenseless by just adding 1 more combat power. Ray looked at the black dragon in front of him. What should this guy do? At this time, it is detected that the host masters part of the power of. Now you can choose to absorb it. Ray paused. Absorb. Absorbed insufficient strength, unable to complete fusion, current progress is 0. 1%. Ray blinked. That's all, it's better not to give it, and he doesn't even know what it is. As he thought, the magical light around him dissipated, and he was the only one left standing in the field. Before Millie and the others in the distance could ask questions, Ray had already rushed to the dark crystal and punched it. There was a click. The source of power that had been directly destroyed in the past had only a small crack. Ray was about to continue punching when his feet suddenly shook. The surrounding space seemed to be repelling him, and the leaves of the world tree lit up with a faint green light, standing in a stalemate with the surroundings. Ray didn't hesitate, maxing out all his skills and even setting the limit of liberation for 1 second. The terrifying power of the fist hit the dark crystal. Before he could even look at the result, he was pulled away by a huge force. By the time the body landed, the group of people had returned to Elu. Elu breathed out softly, "You have been expelled." Is the mission completed? The dragons and elves all looked at Ray. He accomplished almost everything by himself, and even the last source of power was destroyed by him. Although they didn't know how Ray suddenly won, only the latter knew the outcome. Ray looked a little confused. I don't know. Have no idea. Just as Elu was about to say something, her body suddenly trembled violently. World Tree. The world tree connected to her spiritually suddenly received an ominous omen. She looked up and saw a horrifying scene. I saw that the dark matter was suppressed by the holy dragon, and the body was completely unable to restore its original shape and collapsed on its own. The evil force seemed to be decreasing, but this was not optimistic, because she felt a breath of terror brewing. The power is becoming smaller and smaller, and even the holy dragon's attack cannot penetrate it. When the power was concentrated to the extreme, a slender hand stretched out. As if breaking out of the shell, a girl's figure emerged from the power. The terrifying magic swept out. That's right, it's magic, and it's the magic that Ray and the others are familiar with. That is the magic power of the holy dragon. The girl's face is no different from the previous human form Christina, except for her gray hair. Lord Holy Dragon. Millie and Pheno couldn't help but exhale softly. Immediately, a possibility popped up in the minds of Ray and others who had entered the bodies of evil forces. That power copied the existence of the holy dragon. What's going on? Elu's face was pale and she couldn't understand what was happening. The girl in the distance fought with the holy dragon and was naturally at a disadvantage, but she didn't panic at all but glanced at Elu. To be precise, she glanced at Ray. The girl cleared her throat and conveyed her voice amidst the thunderstorm and light and lightning. "It's a pity," the dragon named off. "You did a good job and disrupted my plan, but it was still too slow." After speaking, she declared coldly, "Advent." In the horrified eyes of Ray and Elu, another one appeared. The strange pulse that I felt once shook the space. The dragon's blood in Ray's body resonated and he was unable to move again. A vast aura emerged and another aura of Christina and her existence were expanding. The dark magic plunged half of the space into darkness again. Its whole body was covered with dark scales and it made a shocking roar. One white and one dark, two overlords in the sky fight. There was lightning and thunder in the sky, and the two figures collided in the magic ocean, and it was completely unclear what happened. Ray and Elu, who were standing below, could only watch from a distance, unable to penetrate at all. Elu is worthy of being a top strong person, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. She looked at Ray to learn from him what was going on. After listening to the description, Elu obviously thought of something. It has always been conscious. The ability to copy has been hidden all this time. I was deceived by it. Elu continued, "That power is the same as the monster in the dungeon. It can swallow magic and make people fall into darkness. I should have thought of it earlier. As long as it has enough power, it should be able to copy us." Ray frowned. "What the hell is that?" "Well, the world actually has two sides, the outside and the inside. We live in the outside world, and on the back there is an inside world. The other world, it is also called the shadow world. There are no species living there. There is only one kind of power, and that is the thing that fights us. Power creates consciousness." Ray thought of Liu. The consciousness generated by those powers must be similar to that of fairies. Then Elu said it. "They are essentially the same as goblins. The only difference is that they are evil and their purpose is to destroy everything. Just the opposite of the kind and honest goblin." Elu's eyes were a little complicated. The dark elves were eroded by power and became the people of that world just to destroy everything. But she said with disbelief flashing in her eyes, "Its consciousness should have been wiped out by the gods. Why is it deliberately plotting against us? I'm afraid it has already expected it to invite Christina this time." Ray couldn't get a word in at all. At this time, Elu looked at him seriously. "Are you sure that there was a crack in the last source of power at that time?" Ray thought about it for a moment. "There was only a small crack at first, but then I punched it again, so I guess the effect won't be too bad." "In that case." Elu looked at the fierce battle high in the sky. "We still have hope." Ray couldn't see it, but she saw it clearly. The real holy dragon is gaining the upper hand, and the replication of the evil power may not be complete, and it should be terminated early by Ray. The problem is, as long as it is injured, it will recover quickly. And Christina's time is running out. A determined expression appeared on Elu's face. There can be no reservations in this battle. Even if it causes damage to the world tree and puts her in crisis, she must win. She thought of something and smiled bitterly. "Well, you completed the task of destroying the source of power perfectly, but I may not be able to give you the fruit of the world tree. To catch up to the level of the holy dragon, she might have to burn the power of the world tree." Ray looked up and said, "What happens if we lose? The world is in great turmoil. This should be the best situation. At worst, it could be destroyed. Without the existence of gods, they are so powerless. Then come on, let's get the fruits of the world tree on credit first." Elu thought he would say that since the result was so bad, there was no need to repay, but it turned out to be a credit. She smiled softly. "This human race is really interesting, talented, and powerful. He has helped a lot, and it was his own side that made the mistake. Now all he can do is risk everything for the final battle." Elu slowly rose into the sky, and her body gradually turned into a huge tree. In the entangled struggle between the two giant dragons, countless branches were inserted. Although most of the branches were destroyed by magic on the way, and most of them were broken by the dragon's body, Elu still burned her magic power relentlessly and launched an attack. The body of the dark holy dragon stagnated slightly for a moment. The white holy dragon seized the opportunity and once again tore its body apart with its fangs, but soon it returned to its original state. If this continues, can it really be killed? No one knows, but Elu can only hope in Ray's words. If he has caused enough damage to the source of power, then there must be an end to the enemy's recovery times. However, this moment may not come for a long time. After the dark holy dragon recovered countless times, the white holy dragon's dragon scales were scratched, and its offensive was not as ferocious as it was at the beginning. The branches of the world tree covered its body, and greenery instantly spread all over its body. It comes back to life and tangles with its enemies. It's all a war of attrition to see who falls first. The magic power of the holy dragon and Elu, as well as the power of the world tree, are constantly being consumed. The magic power of the evil force has never been exhausted. As long as it is attacked, it can recover quickly. The white holy dragon avoided the enemy's tail attack. It opened its huge mouth, and an aurora swallowed up a large amount of magic power, destroying half of the dark holy dragon's body. Just as it was recovering again, there was a click. Everyone heard this crisp sound. Its recovery came to an abrupt halt and its breath languished. However, before Elu could feel happy, she saw the white holy dragon restore the girl's body. In that state, even if she is added to the mix, it will be impossible to deal with the now half-disabled enemy. Elu wanted to scream out, "Why did she do it at this time? I said, put me down." She saw the only remaining overlord in the sky roaring and then slapped Christina's body away with one tail. It only lasted a few times. The only reason she didn't die was because of her dragon body. That's because it was difficult for her to even raise her hands, let alone gather her magic power. The leaves of the world tree emitted the last faint light and then shattered. A pair of eyes glared at him, but they were not intimidating at all. Of course, this was not an attack by one of our own, but the tail of the dark holy dragon. He glanced at the girl who was struggling to open her eyes and said, "Lord Holy Dragon, you are in such a mess." I don't know who shouted so loudly, but Ray had no time to pay attention. "What's going on? Don't take that thing." But what made Ray's eyes pop out? "Put me down." Since she didn't say anything, Ray hesitated and reached for it directly. Before the color came out completely, the stone shattered in his hands. Ray in front of him raised his eyebrows and said, "Work for me, okay? I'll lend you my account for fun." She changed back to the appearance of a girl, and a black and white stone fell feebly from the air with her. Just as he was thinking, an illusory figure walked out of his eyes. The latter tried her best to resist, but she was not in a good condition to begin with, and it was impossible to block the opponent's attack in this form. Even if it takes a few more seconds, the enemy can be eliminated. At the same time, he also had the opportunity to encounter the stone. The girl lost her strength and her figure was in a trance. Hazy psychedelic colors emerge. Ray ignored her and looked at the stone on the ground. Elu wanted to catch her, but was blown away by a spell from the other party. Elu couldn't even help. The branches of the world tree couldn't get close to such a violent attack. "What is this thing used for? It's time. The other one should be space. What's the use of the two together?" Ray's magic power was suddenly drained. "Don't want." While the girl was speaking, people felt the attack of death coming. Without the protection of the blades, Lei Zhengyi prepared to absorb the rebound to resist the deprivation of feeling, but found that he was fine at all. Absorb rebound is activated, forcing immunity to this blow. As soon as he finished speaking, the combat power of the system panel began to skyrocket. Just as the girl was about to fall to the ground, a young man jumped out of the shield and barely caught her. The dark holy dragon's attack was completely blocked. The dragons and elves in the distance, as well as the huge world tree and the attacking enemies, all froze in place. Even Christina, who was in Ray's arms, had no idea what was happening. She stared blankly and saw Ray touching the stone. No, absolutely not. The demon sealing stone is used to open the seal of this space and lift the limitations of her own power. Now that it is on, if others touch it, it will forcefully summon them in the future. If the strength is not enough, or if the summoned future is dead, Ray will disappear on his own. However, what she saw was that the stone was broken in Ray's hands. Isn't that something left by the gods? Ray then raised his head again and looked around. He injected a vital breath into Christina's body and quickly healed the wounds on her body. "Your fight is over, now it's my turn." When Ray looked over, Christina's eyes met with his, and an electric current seemed to pass through her body. For just a brief moment, he seemed to have changed into a different person. She could not mistake that feeling. It was confidence and strength with absolute power. It seemed like he hadn't changed at all, but the dragon blood boiling in her body couldn't lie. He successfully summoned his future self. The dark holy dragon listened to him and then resumed action. "Once again, you brought me a surprise, but how many times can you block my attacks?" "Let me think about it. I should stand still and you won't be able to hurt me." Although Ray was looking at it, he was actually looking at the skills with a bunch of question marks on his panel. Although these abilities can be used, it seems that they have not been obtained yet, so the names and descriptions cannot be seen. The dark holy dragon confirmed that he heard correctly, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. "You almost ruined my years-long plan before. This time I'll see how long you can continue to be arrogant." Its eyes narrowed, and just like that, the storm buried Ray's figure, just when it was planning to get rid of Alu and escape from this space. Well, this ability is pretty good. You don't have to do it yourself. Ray still stood there. A magic film wrapped him and the girl, absorbing the power of the storm. The dark holy dragon was shocked again. What's wrong with you? Why can you absorb magic power? Have no idea. The space shook violently and the dark holy dragon swung its tail toward Ray. I don't know, are you kidding me? The air was compressed and a terrifying sense of oppression followed. The moment the dragon's tail struck, Ray blocked it with half of his body. Bang. His body remained motionless, and when the enemy's attack ended, he even grabbed his hands directly into the flesh of the dragon's body. In the widened eyes of Alu and the others. With one hand, Ray lifted the body of a holy dragon that was countless times his size. No matter how the dark holy dragon twisted and struggled in midair, he remained still. He picked up his long body and smashed it to the ground. The girl was the most shocked because it happened right in front of her eyes. What they didn't know was that Ray was also a little dumbfounded. I don't know which passive skill was activated, but his body started to move on its own. So when he said he didn't know, he really didn't know, and he wasn't lying at all. A shuddering sound sounded and the shaking of the space stopped abruptly. The dark holy dragon appeared in everyone's sight and its majesty was gone. His body was weak and limp on the ground, twitching from time to time. Monster, the girl whispered softly. Ray glanced at her. He had always looked at her and Alu like this before. Then Ray raised his hand and waved. A crisp explosion sounded, and countless golden flashes turned the dark holy dragon's body back into dark matter and held it in place. The evil force was still struggling, so Ray used a downward kick to knock down its struggling, irregular body. So that's off, stronger than the queen and the holy dragon. Not long ago, they were preparing to face despair, but the next moment Ray easily crushed them. The so-called huge crisis could not even resist a few of his moves. Alu kept her mouth slightly open, transformed into a human form and landed next to Ray. Thank you, the strong man of the human race. Although I have no idea what happened, leave it to me. Even if there is no demon sealing stone, I will use the world tree to strengthen the seal as much as possible. Ray looked at her doubtfully. Seal, can't we just remove it? A wry smile appeared on Alu's face. If you can do this. As she spoke, the girl interrupted her. Christina looked at Ray seriously. Can you completely eliminate it? I think it should be fine. As soon as Ray finished speaking, he saw a huge dark light. It is a death beam that accumulates a large amount of magic power, and it is also the last resort of evil power. The power of the magic bombardment is self-evident, but Ray didn't even move. Absorbs rebound. The strengthened beam directly engulfed the dark matter's huge body. This will not eliminate it. Ray glanced at the system panel. Part of the power of is detected. You can choose to absorb it. Absorb. Absorbed power fusion completed. Current progress 100%. The moment it ended, all the power borrowed from the battle disappeared. The rewards of absorbing evil forces also surface. Magic absorption. The body automatically replenishes magic power quickly. As long as there is magic power around, it will basically not fall into a state of magic power exhaustion. Magic and magical attacks that cannot cause defense-breaking damage to the host can be directly absorbed and converted into one's own magic. The fusion of magic power and the level of magic power +1 current magic level. Legendary Magician. Note, collect all attributes to obtain all attribute magic power, and the magic power can be sublimated. Ray glanced. His own magic power seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, becoming hazy and mysterious. He transformed into a black dragon and possessed holy-level magic power. He could reach the legendary level by 1 level. Even if he seriously fights a magician of master's level, he still can't beat him, but he can still do it with a few moves. As long as he learns legendary magic, he is probably equivalent to a legendary magician with a small amount of magic power and super endurance. It was actually solved. Alu's voice brought him back to reality. Ray noticed a strong gaze. It was the girl in his arms who was looking at him with narrowed eyes. When their eyes met, the girl wrinkled her face. How many times do you have to tell me, please put me down? She had actually regained some strength and noticed that Ray had lost his strength. Originally, he could break free directly. As for why she didn't do this, maybe it was because Ray's performance shocked her, or maybe it was because of other reasons. Ray lowered her to the ground. As soon as she hit the ground, she ran away without looking back. Elu chuckled softly. Thank you for your help this time, saving us and relieving a huge crisis in the world. Christina, although she looks very young, she has always looked like this. He also has a high-spirited personality, and he can't show off his face after being saved, so that's why he is like that. Ray also knew something about the girl, so he didn't care at all. What Ray cares about is the benefits that Alu and the girl agreed to give him. She seemed to be aware of his thoughts. Alu stretched out her palm, and a branch of the world tree circled around Ray. The greenery penetrated into Ray's body, making him feel comfortable all over. That is a sign of goodwill. With that thing, all elves will treat you as their most precious guest. I make a promise to you in the name of the Elf Queen. The entire elves will enter into a personal alliance treaty with you. Under reasonable conditions, you can rely on the power of the elf forest. Alliance? Ray thought for a moment, what do I need to do? No need, as long as you don't harm the elves, the alliance will last forever. Alu glanced at the gathered elves and dragons and continued. Of course, I believe you will not do this, so the alliance will be permanent. This is not bad, it is completely one-sided help. Let's talk about the next thing when we go back. After saying that, Alu disappeared. As for the seal here, it is no longer needed. While Ray was thinking about the reward from the girl, two figures jumped straight into his arms. Forget it about Fino. When did Millie's relationship with him become so good? Ray hugged them generously, he wouldn't suffer anyway. The group returned to the elf forest. It seemed that the night was about celebrating the successful sealing. Ray originally planned to leave directly, but was invited to stay one more night. The person leading the way was a short elf girl. She was wearing a maid outfit and seemed to be a junior magician. Because almost all of the people he met before were saint-level experts, this was the first time for him to see other elves. That delicate little face seems familiar. Is it an illusion? Ray came to the open stream where a barbecue was going on and there were a lot of fruits placed on the side. The scene of the elf making a fire in the forest always seems a bit strange. You're here. Alu smiled at him. When she said this, everyone's eyes immediately turned over. Word spread that Ray saved everyone, but not all elves knew him. Sensing the aura on his body, the elves silently showed respect. Originally this was a victory celebration, but now you are the protagonist. Alu said with some evil intentions. She knew that Ray was a little afraid of trouble, but there would be many people going to talk to him tonight. Ah, by the way, this is Anna, Angelica's sister. This is our first meeting, Lord Off. But why did the queen specifically mention her sister? Anna lowered her head deeply and said hello. Only then did Ray realize that he felt familiar because he was used to seeing this face. Compared with Angelica, Anna is just a little more childish and a little smaller. Alu had a bad expression on her face. It seemed like she just let something slip. Perhaps because she was so relaxed, she forgot that Ray's identity was fake. Although it doesn't matter if you say it, you need to seek Ray's opinion on this matter. Ray neither wanted to hide nor explain in detail. Angelica and I have been acting together recently. Anna showed a slightly surprised expression. Hey, my sister and Lord Aof. She seemed to be more surprised inside than she showed. If you go with your sister, will it delay or ruin your affairs? This time it was Alu who helped explain. Angelica found the person she was looking for, so she should feel more at ease. Anna looked at Ray again. She nodded. I didn't expect that sister to be quite discerning. Maybe I can tell my mother about this. After Anna left, Elu said slowly, that child likes maids very much, so she wears maid outfits. Angelica likes the stories in the books. They both like human things. Ray asked, have the elves not established contact with the human race? There used to be some, but some unpleasant things happened. Now I have become an ally with you alone, which can be regarded as progress. Alu seems to have the idea of establishing diplomatic relations with the human race, but this has little to do with Ray. It really doesn't work. In the battle with that force, it doesn't matter if I lose. Let the facts prove that I can no longer complete my mission. He came to the place where barbecues were piled up, and sure enough he found Christina. Seeing that she turned her head away and was about to start feasting, Ray quickly grabbed her. Just when I was finally free, you appeared. Even though it was the result of the future, that power was enough to replace my existence. I am in charge of a power left by the gods that ignores the rules. If I give this power to you, will you be able to fight with me in the future? I still remember my mission, but I can no longer find the reason to do it. That's it, ah. I'm thinking it would be great if someone could be stronger than me so that he could replace my existence, or become my new master and give me a new meaning of existence. There was a pause. Wait a minute, that will happen later. As for the reward, you have to give it to me now, right? He thought of the answer. According to the girl, the gods gave her endless life, but they did not say they gave her the ability to die. God is my first master. Before he sacrificed himself to seal the beast of the end, he gave me a task, which is to protect this world. Didn't you say that there is another option, which is to become your master? This is something you can consider. After hearing this, Ray said without hesitation, I refuse. The girl looked at him seriously. If you win, kill me. After speaking, she patted the stool on the side. Every victory makes me happy, as if I have returned to the time with the gods and I have a sense of accomplishment in completing the task. Well, it's you. In the beginning, I kept my mission in mind, worked hard to grow, and constantly strengthened myself. Wherever the power came out, I would seal it back. Would you like to hear my story? In the endless life, even the elf queen who has been with her the longest is constantly changing. Having said this, the girl gave him a complicated look. Ray pondered for a moment. What kind of battle? Ray sat down directly, having no choice but to see her looking like she wanted to say something. At this moment, Ray pulled out a smile. If you can win, I won't regret it. Since I was born, I have been the only special dragon and the most powerful dragon. However, no matter how powerful I am, my lifespan will end. The girl looked at him for a while, then the corners of her mouth twitched, and then she snorted coldly. Lord Holy Dragon, I'm here to ask for my reward. The girl narrowed her eyes and said, You don't need it, adults. You are not a dragon to begin with. The girl looked a little lonely. My time has stopped forever on the day when the god fell, but my strength can continue to grow. Obeying the last order has become my only mission. She has been abiding by her mission until now, but she herself has been restrained. However, thousands and thousands of years have passed, until I can't even remember the time I have lived, and I have even forgotten the appearance of my master. Off, even if you have made a meritorious service, you can't mess with Lord Xinglong casually. She has a bad temper to begin with. An elf was treating Ray's dark circles, and it was Fino who spoke. Ray didn't care. After all, he pulled out a lot of the opponent's dragon scales and only received one punch, so it wasn't really a big problem. However, he saw that Christina didn't pay much attention to what she gave him before. Why did she change her attitude after taking out dozens more tablets? By the way, Off, where do you plan to go after this is over? Millie asked as if casually. Where to go? Ray glanced at Fino. Sure enough, she hugged Ray's shoulders the next moment. No matter where you go, Off, I will go with you. Looking at Fino's smile, Ray thought about how to get rid of her. He doesn't hate her, it's just that the dragon race is a selfish race. That is to say, Millie's face tightened as if she had made up her mind. I want to go too. Fino looked at her and said, Why are you going? I have made a lifelong commitment to Alfu. It's not convenient for you to go, it's better to go back to the tribe. Of course, Millie disagreed. You have to go back on your own. You see how good Aof is. I just want to learn from him. Yes, just learn. Fino showed an unkind look. I thought your attitude was wrong before. Every time you talked about Aof, you would deliberately find trouble, and you have been following him recently. Don't you have a crush on him? Say, what are you talking about? I just want to see how he becomes stronger. I am still young and have the opportunity to become more powerful. The Dragon Clan advocates strength, and this reason is quite credible. The premise is that Millie doesn't blush and occasionally looks towards Ray. Young. Do you want to say that I am already old? Aof and I are of the same generation, but you are so young and have no clue at all. The boat of friendship can capsize at any time. Millie's attitude was quite obvious. Ray gradually discovered it, and Fino naturally noticed that something was wrong. What did you say? Millie looked at the shaking on Fino's chest fiercely. That kind of thing will fall down very quickly and is useless at all. Fino showed no sign of weakness. It's useless to say that you at least have it, otherwise you won't even know what it feels like. I will grow it soon, it's just not the time yet. No, I think you will always be like this. Some things cannot be changed. As the anger grew stronger, the two of them even released their magic power, and they seemed to be ready to take action directly. Although Ray really wanted to say, don't fight for me anymore here. But seeing more and more onlookers attracted, he could only quietly activate various concealment abilities and quietly came to another place. While munching on meat and watching the excitement, the life of the Dragon Clan seems to be pretty good. Lord Off. Looking back following the sound, Ray realized that he had just arrived at Anna, whom he had met not long ago. Hello, Ray greeted him politely. At this time, oh, is this the famous Lord Off? I heard that you and my daughter are acting together. I'm really troubling you. A virtuous girl from the elf tribe came over. Because the elves live long and hardly age, Ray can't tell her age at all, just the words from her mouth. Yes, Angelica is indeed with me. After hearing what Ray said, she walked closer and took a look. I really read it carefully and carefully. She touched her slightly red cheeks and showed a dignified smile. I see, the type that even makes my heart beat is really excellent. Even Angelica is the type who takes action when it's time to take action. She is indeed my daughter. Ray looked at the elf in front of him. This guy seemed to be someone he was not good at dealing with. Because he has no idea what the other person is thinking or what he will say. Anna frowned slightly. Master Off saved us and the queen praised him. You don't need to say it. Besides, you don't want to make other people's ideas casually. Anyway, you have been widowed for hundreds of years and you don't even know. Don't reveal anyone's background. You are my daughter. Don't you want your mother to be happy? It's just because she's your daughter that I stop you. Taking care of my sister is already troublesome enough. Adding you to the equation makes it even more difficult to even think about it. After Anna used physical means to silence her mother, she bowed to Ray and left. After a long distance, Anna finally let go. Okay, you're obviously not the type to say that kind of thing. Why did you say that on purpose? The elf woman blinked. I don't usually say it, but what I told is the truth. Seeing Anna turning around to leave, she said, okay, I'm just a little weird. What's weird? Angelica clearly doesn't know how to adapt, so why did she choose the dragon clan? It's not like my sister can't grow up, maybe. He originally planned to leave the elf forest to join Jaisi. Next to her, the elf woman whispered, a human race who knows dark magic. After Anna finished speaking, she was not sure. The dwarf crow is still receiving guests at this late hour. Keluo smiled sweetly. Brother, you are back. The girl next to me was a little confused. Who is he? I haven't seen you in a few days, Chloe. Flew some distance. But I heard that if we don't take the space channel, the journey will be very long. The girl looked at his back and seemed to be thinking about something. His magic level has increased and he can now fly through the air. Is that pattern related to the royal family? I seem to have seen it on the prince. Welcome back, master. Using dark magic to activate the spell in his body, Ray gave an order to Jissy to find him. In order to avoid Fino and Millie, he asked Alu to open the passage and leave. Yes, come with me. Ray converted the magic power back and restored it to its original state. Go through here and you can return to the jurisdiction of Labyrinth City. As the two walked over, they happened to bump into Ray. Sister, do you want to stay at our hotel? Crow's eyes were complicated. He is our resident and he is also a powerful adventurer. Hearing what Alu said, Ray passed through the whirlpool without hesitation. It is estimated that it will take several days, just in time for him to finish solving the problem and leave for the devil world. Turu smiled at him as usual, but when he returns, there will be a huge improvement. He's back to being a senior magician again, a bit weak. Anna didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Ray, who was walking on the stairwell, was very interested in the badge on the girl. After walking a few steps, the door on the side suddenly opened. It was late at night. Well, are there any double rooms? There are 2 of us, so we need a little more space. It's nothing. Anyway, we'll find out when Angelica comes back. Not long after, Ray finally returned to the Labyrinth City. After not seeing each other for a few days, it felt like a world away. Ray touched Tilu's pink hair, curious. It's so late and you haven't slept yet. Tilu slowly approached him. I was asleep originally, but I smelled the master's scent, so I was waiting at the door. Odor? Well, as long as the owner is around, I can smell it quickly. Ray thought for a moment, isn't it a vampire? Why does it sound similar to a wolf or a dog? Turu should be talking about the smell of blood. With that said, he looked up at a door. Lettuce, a werewolf, just walked out. Brother Ray, you are back. Lettuce has not been happy these past few days. Ray is the only person from her hometown she currently relies on. Without him around, I always feel like something is missing. So as soon as the familiar smell appeared, she immediately noticed it. At this time, there was a sudden bang from the other door. It seemed like someone accidentally hit the door. Emily walked out of the door with a somewhat unnatural look on her face. I just happened to be awake and then I heard a noise and came out to take a look. I didn't expect you to come back. Everyone looked at her and said nothing. Of course, no one believed such an obvious lie. Emily looked a little embarrassed and another door happened to open. Angelica rubbed her closed eyes. Everyone doesn't sleep. What happened? As she said that, when she saw Ray, she suddenly sobered up a lot and rushed towards him. Mr. Ray. Ray spread his hands towards Emily, indicating to her that this was the behavior of a person who didn't know anything. Emily narrowed her eyes. Angelica suddenly said, it's strange. Mr. Ray seems to have a natural aura on his body which makes people feel very comfortable. Have you seen my companion? I saw a lot. Emily seemed to have caught his flaw. It is said that the women of the elves are very beautiful. You won't bring someone back again, will you? Ray blinked. Emily really understood him. Dark elves can be considered elves and he almost brought them back. Ray said she is on the way now and will probably arrive in a few days. In a few days, Emily said, suddenly remembering something. I remember that the Forest of Elves is in the eastern part of the continent. Isn't it very far from here? How did you come back? Ray thought for a while. Space portal. He remembered Alu saying that. Emily's eyes widened. The space portal is a magical passage created by the gods. Nowadays, people can no longer completely reproduce this magic and can only perform close-range transfers. The elf forest is even separated from the Loony Kingdom where they are by a piece of sea. Ray uses a space portal, which can only be the kind built by gods. What on earth did he do to make the elves send him back in this way? Emily asked directly, "What did you do?" Tilu glanced at her and said, "That is the master's business. If the master does not take the initiative to explain, we have no right to ask." It's not like Emily doesn't understand Tilu's loyalty. But she obviously wanted to know, but she just said this. Ray didn't care very much, he said honestly, "I'm going to save the world." This is actually the case and there is nothing false about this statement, however, everyone's reaction was very subtle. Tyloo and Angelica naturally had no doubts, Lettuce didn't know how to react, and Emily made it clear that she didn't believe it. Muse, Moni and Pisana also came out to greet them one by one. Seeing that everyone was there, Ray distributed the specialties obtained in the elf forest. It's a dragon scale and a small branch of the world. The former can be used as a protective scale and can even withstand an attack from a legendary magician. The latter can speed up the absorption of magic power, and it can also extend your life if you keep it by your side. In addition, he also brought back hundreds of leaves of the world tree, which are only slightly less effective than the branches of the world tree and can be distributed to others for use. Because the previous battle was not to the point of exhausting everything, there are still a lot of fruits of the world tree left. He got 10 from Elu, saying that if he didn't have enough, he could go to her for them. Back in the room, Ray was planning to improve his strength. There was a knock on the door and Tyloo was standing there holding a pillow. Unfortunately, we can only talk about improving our strength tomorrow. Ray closed the system interface without hesitation and grabbed the girl in front of him. Not counting the money owed to him by Saint-level Rand from the Security Bureau during the Black Dragon Crusade, Ray now has 30,338 gold coins. The materials obtained from the crusade are 8,000 gold coins. As a fairy with all attributes, her magic power is quite pure, and she doesn't care about the attributes of magic power at all. It is detected that the host's combat power is less than 10,000. Points will be redeemed at a ratio of 5,000. 1. They can even act as mercenaries and earn a lot of money. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Liu's promotion to end, and he finally stayed at the peak of the holy level. It was still a strong wind at first, but now the window can no longer contain the influx of magic power. According to her, the slaves she purchased were not only for conquering dungeons and practicing cultivation. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Fortunately, it's daytime now. Otherwise, the people in this hotel might not be able to sleep, and Tyloo beside them has already been woken up. Ray sent her away with gold coins, and Chloe also said that she would help him deal with the people who were watching the fun. The threshold of 10,000 combat power has been exceeded, and the required points are 5,000 W. They also work in various professions, not only infiltrating various industries but also collecting circulating intelligence. The fairy girl Liu appeared, and countless magic powers poured into her petite body. Ray felt the breath and went to open the door. Ray's combat power is directly improved, so there is no need to absorb magic from the outside world. After mixing in a little bit of Ray's magic power, it even vaguely exudes the power of a legendary magician. In the past few days, their consumption totaled more than 9,000 gold coins, and they earned more than 20,000 gold coins. Points, 10,800 W. He is already a true holy magician. As if sensing his breakthrough, the divine sword that had not appeared for a long time appeared automatically. There was a faint noise outside, but it was suppressed again. At the moment when the combat power exceeded the threshold of 10,000, the magic power between heaven and earth was now truly controlled by Ray. With a click, the wall that was once shattered after the battle between Ray and the Saint of the Blood Tribe collapsed. Combat power has been increased, current value, 99.99. As for the true strength, that needs to be considered. I'll compensate. Crow looked at him expressionlessly. Brother, can you stop destroying my house all the time? The other party seemed to have misunderstood that he had been promoted, but it was not a misunderstanding. The golden light shone into his eyes and the dwarf's expression instantly became vivid. But she was different. As Ray's level improved, Liu also received feedback. A large amount of magic energy enveloped Liu's body in a concentration visible to the naked eye and was absorbed by her. It didn't take long for the movement to gradually become louder. When Ray left, he entrusted Turu to continue purchasing slaves and expanding the base. Coupled with the increase in magic level, he can even summon magic power at the level of a legendary magician. So no matter how much magic power came from the outside world, it was all absorbed by her. Liu's aura rose rapidly, and the attribute wings behind him became full. Aurora Looney flipped through the documents in her hand countless times and finally sighed. As the third princess of the Looney Kingdom, she has a big problem. That is, since she was born, she has been unable to summon her own king's sword, and she cannot even feel the magic power. There are many ordinary people in the world who live just as well without magic as with magic, but Aurora is different. She is one of the candidates for the king. Wang Jian is a symbol of royal blood. Because of this incident, there were even rumors in the palace that she was not a royal. She is definitely a legitimate princess, the king told her. The king's faith also became the cradle of her protection. It wasn't until she came of age that Aurora learned that her mother had been cursed, and that Wang Jian's non-appearance was entirely due to the curse. Her mother was once an 11-level adventurer in Labyrinth City. While going deep into the dungeon, I was cursed by a special monster. Since then, her mother has lost her magic power and become an ordinary person. Although Wang Jian was born from the blood of the royal family, it must be guided and controlled by magic power. She couldn't even feel the magic power, so she couldn't summon Wang Jian. It was nothing in the past, but now my father is seriously ill and there is an urgent need for a qualified heir to the throne. Brothers and sisters all have their own shortcomings and abilities. As the most suitable heir, she is a useless person without magic power. The kingdom needs a king who can protect his people. The biggest reason why Aurora cannot inherit the throne is that she cannot use the king's sword to open the magic circle to protect the country, and that is a power that only the king can control. The power that is said to exceed that of the legendary magician is a legacy that only belongs to the king. The king recognized her as his heir. Then she must lift the curse and protect the kingdom for her father. Because that was the last wish of the seriously ill father. The problem is, she only thinks about becoming a queen now, so she has never thought about lifting the curse before. Is this man named Rand? The people from the security bureau should be very upright people. You can consider talking to him. After Aurora finished speaking, she sighed again. The girl on the side poured her a cup of tea with an unhappy look in her eyes. Princess, those ministers actually took advantage of the fact that the king was seriously ill and said that they could not prove that you were the real princess and refused to lend a saint-level expert. Instead, they even wanted to put you under house arrest until we returned. You have to make them look good. Aurora smiled bitterly. That will only happen if the curse on me is lifted. These people in Labyrinth City may not be able to help me yet. When she escaped, she didn't even have much money with her. There was only Michelle, the maid of an intermediate magician, by her side. The only proof is her identity as the third princess, but without the right to speak, it's hard to say how many people would be willing to help her. Aurora took a sip of black tea and then wrinkled her face. My maid is good at everything, but she can't do her job well, but Michelle was originally found from adventurers. The relationship between the two is considered to be friends, so they can't complain too much. Seeing her distress, Michelle seemed to have remembered something. I heard from the little girl at the reception yesterday that a very powerful guy lives here. When I found out he was just a senior magician, I didn't pay much attention to him. But guess what? Aurora looked at her helplessly. What then? Even though she was exhausted, she still wanted to show off. Michelle continued with satisfaction. When I inquired about the news later, I heard many places talking about that guy, saying that he was a high-level magician and he was still very young and had the strength of a saint-level magician. Isn't it interesting? Aurora didn't expect that she actually said useful information. However, is it too false for a senior magician to have holy-level strength? It's like saying that a person who can't feel magic power, can defeat a high-level magician. The strength gap between the two is so exaggerated. Aurora didn't know what to think and nodded. Well, let's go meet him. Michelle looked at her blankly. I'm just saying it, you don't really believe it, do you? Michelle herself is also an experienced adventurer. A sea-level adventurer who is less than 20 years old, she has already shown her talent. The two voices answered almost simultaneously. The two of them were watching the dwarf girl Crow come out with a small bag in her hands, seeming a little happy. Michelle quickly followed out. What the princess meant was that she really wanted to see him in person. It's the adventurer I just mentioned. Emily Calvin, you are the knight of the princess of the Kingdom of Light. Why are you here? Aurora stepped forward and asked Crow for information about the people inside. At most, she would just listen to this kind of thing for fun. Michelle had no doubts about her judgment and patted her chest. It scared me to death. As soon as Michelle looked up, she saw the princess made some determination and walked out. The powerful wind sound became more obvious. Just as Aurora focused her golden eyes, the powerful momentum suddenly stopped. Aurora was speechless as she was held tightly. She had no choice but to protect the princess. Damn it, this princess who has never been out of the palace a few times will not be deceived miserably as soon as she travels far away. I am an ordinary person, but I can still protect an intermediate magician. Michelle retorted confidently, "That's different. Your identity is a princess and no one dares to touch you, but it's different for me. It doesn't matter if you touch me. At this time, of course it's you. Come and protect me." After Chloe finished speaking, she jumped away. Could it be in that house? Crow didn't hide it. This was something that many people knew and Ray wouldn't care. Aurora opened her mouth but looked in one direction before speaking. Just at this moment, an astonishing magical pressure came from not far away. Doesn't she want to talk to the other party? Even she could feel the change in the atmosphere now. Aurora covered her mouth. It's that adventurer who is said to be very powerful. Who is the saint-level magician inside? Saint-level, is that the realm that Mother once was? I don't know about that, you'd better ask yourself. It's not for us, that's Ray who lives there. The two princesses went to knock on the door. The next moment, a loud bang caused the house to shake. She looked at Michelle coldly. "You are my maid and bodyguard. You are completely ineffective every time." Aurora was stunned by the first person she saw. At the same time, Michelle seemed to have remembered something. "Okay, it seems to be a saint. Isn't it possible that he is here to cause trouble for you? He came so quickly. Those old guys are reluctant to contribute and are willing to arrest people." Michelle instantly hid next to Aurora and pulled up her skirt. Aurora didn't expect to see this unexpected person here. Could it be said that that powerful saint-level expert is Emily's person? This makes sense. There is no way that the saint-level person has no family, nor is he an adventurer whose reputation is only spread in the Labyrinth City. If it were the power of the remnants of the Kingdom of Light, it would make sense. They had a good relationship in the past. It was just that we broke off contact later because of different stances. Although the Kingdom of Light has perished, if she cooperates again, both parties can benefit. She also doesn't mind lending her country's power to the other party in the future. Emily's heroic and powerful figure is still her idol after all. Thinking of this, Aurora bowed lightly. "Emily Knight, can we go in and talk about cooperation?" However, before she could finish speaking, she saw the helpless expression on the solemn and powerful knight. "I'm not the owner here. I'll ask you if you can come in and talk." Emily turned her head and walked into the house, and the voice came over. "If my face is of any use, he probably won't drive you away directly." Seeing Emily leave temporarily, Michelle asked, "Princess, is that someone you know?" "It sounds like he is the knight who destroyed the country." "Well, I met her and Princess Alice when we were traveling between the two countries. It must have been 2 years ago. She was already at the peak of the intermediate magician at that time. It is said that she broke through to the advanced magician a year later. It's amazing." Michelle felt the strength of the other party in just that short period of time, and the other person's age is not much older than her. Michelle was just amazed at Emily's strength, but Aurora was thinking about other things. Emily said she didn't own the place. Who could the owner be? Is it the person named Ray in rumors? But isn't that man a man? Emily is the princess's personal knight after all, so why does she live in the same room as a man? For their nobles, this will have a great impact on their reputation. Although Emily has lost her former identity. But Aurora didn't think she would give up her honor as a knight. Princess Alice is said to have been taken to the Devil's World. Because there was no news at all, she originally thought Emily was dead. Since he is not dead, the latter, as a knight, will try his best to rescue the princess. In a cooperative relationship, she is also a guest. That might make sense. Then she soon saw Emily coming back. The latter's expression seemed a little unhappy. He said that he didn't sleep well last night and wanted to catch up on some more sleep so that you can come back later. Aurora didn't expect such a result. When will it happen next? I don't know, probably before noon. Michelle's eyes widened. No, what did that guy do last night? He didn't get up until noon. Did you say it was Princess Aurora visiting? The atmosphere was slightly stagnant. Emily glanced lightly at Michelle. Aurora quickly pulled him behind her and said, "I'm sorry." Although it was only a momentary change, she keenly noticed the change in Emily's attitude. It was as if the person she said she didn't care about was actually a very precious thing. Her relationship with Ray may not be simple. Aurora realized this and took the initiative to lower her attitude. She always wanted to ask for help from others and did not want to make the relationship with anyone difficult. Emily sighed, "I've heard a little bit about you. If you really want to ask that person for help, just find the right way and maybe he will help you." Aurora was a little confused. Emily's identity shouldn't be exposed at will. Why would she know about her kingdom? She didn't ask either. This was not something that could be asked casually. As for how Emily knew, it was because she was also a member of the dungeon raiding team and could obtain information from the Adventurers Guild. Then several of the slaves in the base were promoted to senior magicians. At Tilu's suggestion, she introduced some people to join the dungeon raiding team. Craving dungeons? Of course not, they just get information this way. As Ray is the disciple of the leader of the Adventurers Guild, even if others find out about their actions, they won't say anything. Moreover, they indeed contributed a lot to the dungeon's strategy. With a combat power rating above B level, it is easy to defeat monsters. Without Ray's knowledge, his intelligence network has been established in this way and is continuing to expand. I believe that before long, the number of people will exceed 1,000, and everyone will receive an A-level combat rating. Aurora heard Emily say that the other party might be able to help and quickly asked how to find the right method. Emily thought of the detour she had taken and gave up. You have to discover this yourself. After failing to find someone, Aurora and the two returned to the room. Sorry, princess, my words did rely on your identity. After all, Michelle was once an adventurer and would not think too much when speaking. After thinking about it clearly, she will reflect on herself again like this. It's okay, Emily is a reasonable person and won't care. Michelle said curiously, is it reasonable to deliberately say half of the words, but she is indeed a very powerful person, she just scared me to death. Aurora rolled her eyes. I know it's too much to offend others while talking, but this girl often does it, and she still has the nerve to criticize others. Immediately, she regained her appearance as a princess. Help me collect some information about Ray, just the kind that most people know. Negotiations with other saints are postponed. Let's talk to Ray first today. Yes, Michelle finally regained the attitude that a maid should have. Ray swallowed the food in his mouth and slurred, well, I understand everything, but I can't help you. Can you tell me your reasons? Aurora didn't expect that the other party would not consider it at all, and this was the result after she finished speaking. Ray said, it's no good, you have nothing now, I helped you. If you asked me to make you a knight, didn't you use my power and make me your subject? It makes no sense at all. Aurora explained, the hereditary title plus the fiefdom is a steady stream of wealth. As for the obligations of the ministers, you are not required to perform them. It's okay, but you might as well give me gold coins directly. Hearing what Ray said, Aurora gritted her teeth and said, Saint-level strongman, I will only borrow the holy-level strongman who was in your room during the day for a few days. Ray looked at her strangely, that person is me. Aurora tilted her head in confusion. This boy who looked younger than him was a saint, not a high-level magician but a saint, how is it possible? Leia didn't care whether she believed it or not, he wouldn't delay his work anyway. A ray of light fell on his shoulder. Liu looked at the green vegetables on the table with great interest. Do you want to eat? Ray put a small piece in front of her. The food looked much bigger than Liu's face. She seemed to be looking for an angle, just when she was about to eat. Wait a moment. The one who spoke was Princess Aurora in front of her. She looked at Ray in disbelief. How could you feed Miss Goblin such a thing? She saw two people, one large and one small, looking at her in confusion. Michelle next to her pulled out her dagger, and the small fairy fell on the table. She then took out an exquisite box from the storage space, and a strong magical aura came from the box. When he opened it, he found that there was a white turbid liquid inside that was similar to thick magic. Aurora said, elves have no digestive organs and they don't need to eat, they only need pure magic power. If you give them food randomly, they will get a bad stomach. Although she didn't have a goblin, she was envious of Michelle who got a goblin not long ago, so she made a special investigation. Telling Ray now is just to help him improve his opinion of her. Thinking about it, Aurora motioned to Michelle. Michelle understood what she meant and communicated with her fairy to eat the contents of the box. That is the magic liquid specially collected by the princess, and the price is quite precious. Such a small box costs 100 gold coins. When fairies take this thing, their strength will be improved without any side effects. But each time the improvement is limited, so you need to take it in a limited amount after a period of time. It has been several days since the last time I took it. Just in time to demonstrate it to Ray, Michelle called her partner Anne. With just one call, the goblin can understand what Michelle means. But the strange thing is that the fairy is usually active and obedient. Despite Michelle's communication, she still stood still. And seemed to be like a boudoir lady, with a blushing face and a twitchy expression. If you look closely, you will find that Anne glances at Ray and his goblin who are looking at her curiously from time to time. When seeing the goblin opposite and showed envy and admiration. When she saw Ray, she immediately looked away quickly, not daring to look at each other for a second longer. Anne, what's wrong with you? The master's call brought her back to her senses and then she hid herself in Michelle's hands. Ray saw that familiar look and instantly understood. Sure enough, Michelle, who had communicated with the goblin again, soon looked at him with a strange expression. Aurora asked, Michelle, what's going on? Michelle said, Anne said that this magician was powerful and handsome, which attracted her deeply, so she felt very shy when people watched her eat. After saying that, even Michelle herself couldn't believe it. It had been more than a week since they had known each other, and this was the first time she knew that her fairy had such a girlish heart. Aurora looked at Ray in disbelief. Being so loved by goblins, he was indeed very special. She and the other person are like at two extremes. Not to mention that he was liked by the goblin, he couldn't even feel the magic power. But she was a princess after all, and she quickly recovered. Aurora picked up the box containing the magic liquid Mr. Ray, your goblin must also need this thing. If you need it, I can help you collect this magic fluid. Although I can't get the gold coins for the time being, I can assure you that with my magic I swear in the name of Laura Looney that I will definitely pay you enough when the matter is successful. Ray looked at her and pondered slightly. If Liu needs it, it doesn't matter if he agrees to the deal. The problem is that he doesn't want to get involved in the royal family's affairs. He himself had a conflict with a prince and then helped a princess. I'm afraid that even if he doesn't want to participate, trouble will come to his door. This is basically the reason why I don't want to get a title. It is more convenient to take the gold coins, you can see them directly and take them away. At this time Tilu, who was standing behind him, came out. Master, we actually have the kind of thing the princess is holding. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on her. Ray didn't expect that. It seems that the princesses value it very much. Is it something from the bad streets? Aurora and Michelle completely thought they heard wrong. Aurora's pocket money is not much, but that is for a royal family. Even she spent a lot of manpower and gold coins to find the magic liquid. This is a labyrinth city. How can its prosperity compare with that of the royal capital? Now is the time when Goblin Lake has just closed, and many people want this thing. For Ray, the magic liquid is even harder to find. Maybe you only bought a small portion or the quality was poor. Just when Aurora thought this, she saw Tyloo take out a pot. Packed with something like that, it really doesn't look like a good product. However, with the cloudy solution, a full cup was filled. A magical atmosphere fills the entire restaurant. Just taking a breath can make your body feel much lighter. The abundant magic power even made Aurora mistakenly think that she could absorb magic power. Aurora had no doubt that it was definitely the same magic liquid she bought, the highest grade. Moreover, she just discovered. The pink-haired girl just grabbed a cup from the dining table and poured the magic liquid into it. What a waste. Even if you pour out so much, you won't be able to use it all at once. If you don't use special equipment to contain the magic liquid, the effect will be weakened if the magic power escapes. Could it be that the pot in the girl's hand was a whole pot of magic liquid? Aurora swallowed. That full cup is probably about 2 boxes of my own. Has she stayed in the palace for too long? Why does she feel that as a princess she is poorer than the adventurer in front of her? Then she saw Ray handing the cup to his goblin. The goblin was also unceremonious, pouring in the magic liquid in big gulps. Aurora was speechless. She felt that she had learned a lot. Is this how the magic liquid was used? She originally thought her box was half-year-old. It turns out that the leprechaun can drink it all in one gulp. A line of white liquid slid down the goblin's mouth. It seems that her mouth is too small. If you drink too quickly, too much magic liquid will overflow. What a waste, think of a way to catch that magic liquid. Aurora heard such a voice in her heart. Then she saw Ray pick up the napkin and wipe the goblin. Save magic fluid. Of course not, because he then threw the napkin and the chewed bones together, as if to say that it was no longer needed. The goblin finished his drink and burped with satisfaction. Turu asked her if she still needed it, and Liu quickly waved her hand. Aurora and Michelle beside her watched this scene intently. By the way, after that goblin drank so much magic liquid, did his aura never change?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.